Rhodi Rising, The Rhodi Saga, Book 2. Written by Megan Linsky. Music by Ali Moore. Narrated by Liana Walsh. On Disability. This book contains characters with the following medical conditions. Be aware that depictions of these illnesses, their side effects, and conditions are featured within this novel. Major depressive disorder. Depression is a mood disorder that causes a persistent feeling of sadness as well as loss of interest. It leads to a variety of behavioral and psychological symptoms, which include impacted sleep, lack of energy, poor concentration, low self-esteem, and suicidal thoughts. Self-harm. Self-harm is intentional injury to one's self for a psychologically motivated reason, such as to avoid experiencing emotional pain. There are a variety of forms of self-harm, not just physical. Trauma, mental illness, and intense life stressors are known causes of self-harm. Post-traumatic stress disorder. PTSD is a disorder in which the individual experiences difficulty recovering from a traumatic event. The condition causes intense emotional and physical reactions when triggered by reminders of the event, as well as nightmares and invasive thoughts. Blindness. Blindness is known as the inability to see or lack of vision. It is a loss of sight where vision is impacted on a scale from poor vision to complete blindness. Total blindness is referred to as someone having the complete inability to see anything with either eye. Cancer. Cancer is a disease in which abnormal cells divide uncontrollably and destroy body tissue. Multiple bodily systems and organs can be affected. Chapter 1. Forgotten Danger. The thunderstorm was the worst Arrows had ever seen. If the rain pelted the house any harder, it might as well have been a knife slashing straight through the roof. Thunder rolled and shook the house, while lightning flashed and lit up all the darkened rooms. In the living room stood 4 figures, the only sign of life amongst the relentless dark. The first was an old man. His eyes, hair, and beard were gray, but he appeared to have strength within him. Beside him in a rocker was a white-haired woman who looked just as old as he was. Her cane appeared a weapon as she gripped it tightly, the wrinkles on her mouth tightening as she sneered at the thunder. 2 women stood in the room, one frozen in place, the other pacing in a circle. The first woman had honey-blonde hair wrapped in a bun, hair stuck sloppily out of it, while her lavender eyes were distant and wise. Her skin was pale, deep lines thinning her face. There was something about her, a certain aura that cut her off from other people, and it appeared the woman understood this. It was as if she knew too much about life, and was sagging under the burden of carrying it. She stood farthest away, unmoving. The other woman was less refined than the other, but she was beautiful. Sapphire eyes glimmered as she walked back and forth, and the others all wished the sparkle in them would return, as if the shine she had worn before was a good friend that had gone missing long ago. Her violet hair swished in front of her attractive face, and she continued to bite her lower lip anxiously. "Where is he?" Tavanna asked. "It's not like him to keep us waiting." April May tilted her head. "Why do you worry about him so? He is a Rhodi. He can watch himself." "I'm not so sure these days. He's being even more reckless than usual." Tavanna chewed on her nail, and the old man sighed. "I have to agree with Tavanna," Odon said, his voice heavy. "This loss has nearly driven him mad. If he doesn't get a hold of himself, it's going to lead to trouble." "He's stable," April May said, her voice flat. "But how much so?" Yolanda growled. "The only ones I'm more concerned about than him is that little girl and her brother." "What does he think, Odon?" Tavanna turned on her heels, her hair flying out of her eyes. "Doesn't he realize I loved Devin just as much as he loved Dylan? Doesn't he realize how much we all love them? He does realize that, Odin said sadly, which is exactly why he's acting this way. The front door flew open. Rain and wind blew fiercely through the air as a man stepped inside. He turned around and pushed on the door, Tavanna running to his side to help him shut it against the blustering storm. The man was incredibly handsome, with black hair and pale skin. He was dripping wet, the water pouring off of him as if he'd been in the storm for ages. He had the same purple eyes as the blonde woman, but unlike his sister, his were usually filled with more warmth and cheer. Those eyes had now grown dark. If one could only see his eyes, they would have assumed he was 10 times more ancient than the old man. They were tired, soulful eyes that had seen too much for his young age. There were bags underneath them, as if he'd been awake for a century, and his lower face was covered in shadow. He had either forgotten or didn't find the point in shaving. He was dying from the inside, and his body was finally starting to show the death that was wreaking havoc within him. "Taladin, where have you been?" April May strode to his side, her face contorted into an angry grimace. He gave her a lost look, then said in a gentle voice, "Odin sent me on a mission to find the weapons, remember?" "That was hours ago," Tavanna shouted. "Why did you make us worry?" "Well, these things take time. Back off, will you?" He pushed past Tavanna and sat on the couch, exhausted. Tavanna sighed and sat next to him. "Tal, what's wrong with you? You've hardly looked so terrible. You're practically a walking corpse." "You don't look so sharp yourself, sister," he snapped back. Tavanna recoiled. It was then April May collapsed, eyes rolling into the back of her head as she fell to the floor. "April, what's wrong?" Taladin and Tavanna sprung from their seats, crouching at April May's side. There was a distant, removed look on her face. The lightning behind her flashed and illuminated the room, revealing her clouded eyes. "April, what do you see?" Taladin said. April's mouth opened and closed once before her eyes became clear again. Color returned to her cheeks. "We're being ambushed! Get down!" she screamed. The warning came too late. She grabbed her siblings and threw them to the floor just as the window behind them shattered. The door flew open and dozens of assassins came crawling through the broken window, weapons drawn. The glass shimmered like sabers as screams and reflections were cast off of them, becoming one with the red droplets falling to the floor. Chapter 2. Lonely Silence. Dear everyone, I'm going to ignore that you told me not to write. I know April May will probably see me writing this letter anyway, so chances are you'll get it before the Hunters Guild has a chance to steal it. And if you don't, we don't really care. You know it's been 4 months since we last saw you, and we have no idea of what's happening outside this little world we've been forced into. Dylan's practically given up hope. It's like she's wondering whether you guys ever existed, and if we were ever Rhodi at all, like it was just a dream. I can't say that I'm not wondering too. Just give us a sign you're still alive, that's all we're asking. It's frustrating being shut up in this little house. It's like living in a cage with no light, and if we don't get any light, we'll die. Please, 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 answer. I'll keep writing if I have to. I refuse to give up. Devin. Devin sealed the envelope and put it in the mailbox, sighing as he looked around him. The little cabin on the mountaintop was beautiful, but it was as far as it could be from Eros. Devin didn't even know where he was, only that it was nowhere near any enemies or the Hunters Guild. But that also meant it was very far away from every other human being on the continent. He hissed with impatience. Uncle Keaton and Aunt Rhonda had fled to a secluded free state called Adamaris, where there was almost no chance of anyone finding them. Even if the guild did, it would take days to reach the top of the mountain, giving the small family ample time to escape. When Dylan and Devin had been living on the streets, this place would have been a dream. He had to admit he had grown a bit fond of it, even if he considered it a jail. The biggest problem was that it wasn't home. After the accident, they had no home until they had happened upon Eros. Now home was a large house and a pagoda, with galloping horses in the pasture before the woods and a training area in the back. If he squeezed his eyes tight enough, he could remember what his bedroom looked like. Yet that was in the past, and Dylan and Devin were on their own. Not totally alone. Dylan's voice resonated in his head. We've got Uncle Keaton and Aunt Rhonda, even though they don't get it. And Tristan, he understands. Devin didn't bother to respond. He and his sister had mastered the mind-speak within a few weeks of being here, the seclusion of the mountain making it easy to concentrate. What he didn't like was the emptiness of his head. He hadn't felt a single brush of another Rhodi's mind since they'd been forced to leave Eros 4 months before. It left him feeling lonelier than he'd ever been. No, sis. You can feel it too. There's nobody here but us, and there won't be again. Not even Tristan knows how we feel. As he isn't a Rhodi, we're by ourselves now. His sister dropped down from the roof of the house, her features transforming as she did so. The orange streaks in her dark hair faded, while fangs and claws receded from her face and hands. The transformed half-tigress became girl once more, one with golden skin and fierce orange eyes. Even if we are the last Rhodi on Earth, at least we still have each other, she said. Devin had to smile. He sighed, pulling some money out of his pocket. She said out loud, "How much more do you think we'll need in order to go back on our own?" Devin put the money back in his pocket. "I think a lot. It's going to be at least a few more months before we'll afford the train tickets. And you know Tristan's going to want to come along. Not to mention our aunt and uncle aren't going to like this at all. We'll have to make up some excuse, or sneak out if they don't let us leave." "We have to try," Dylan whispered. She had grown less bitter in the past few months. Devin knew she was missing her master Taladin quite badly. Although it wasn't flat-out killing her, it was all but robbing her spirit inch by inch. Devin thought that nobody would be able to bring his sister back from the terrible memories of the accident that had killed their parents over a year ago. But Taladin had, somehow, and now, even he was taken from her. Devin longed to bring out the orb of pink light that was a part of his master Tavanna's craft, but he knew it would only make him homesick. The twins walked through the lush, emerald-green woods, silently crunching the sticks beneath them. Dylan saw a bird and growled, transforming into her half-tigress form once more and leaping at it. The bird got away, so she sunk her claws into the wood, leaving deep marks. "You know that won't help," Devin pointed out. Dylan bared her fangs before changing back. "It does me." Devin crouched down, bounding into super speed to run up a tree. He traveled up the trunk before jumping into the air and sailing like a kite onto the wind. As he was doing so, Devin noticed a flash of feathers vanish into the forest brush. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he landed on the forest floor. Dylan went to ask what was wrong, but before she could, they heard their aunt calling their names. The twins looked at each other glumly before heading into the house. Their Aunt Rhonda stood on the porch, her worried face dissolving as she noticed them. "Goodness, I'm glad you didn't go far. Now hurry along inside." She pushed them in and looked outside the door before turning the lock. The house had a high ceiling, with hardly any windows to let in light. Keaton was rich, so the furniture inside made their jail cell look extravagant. It almost seemed to be a taunt. Their uncle was sitting in a lounge chair, glancing outside the window every few seconds. He nodded to them as they came in and asked, "Where were you?" "Just outside the house," Devin said. "Not very far." "You know you're not supposed to go outside alone. Anyone could jump up and grab you." Keaton scolded. Devin shrugged, and the twins followed their aunt into a dining room for lunch. They sat down at the table, Devin taking a seat between his sister and cousin, Tristan. Rhonda served them a light soup and some type of fancy sandwich. "Thank you," Devin said, digging in lightly. She smiled at them and left the room without another word. "Dylan, you need to eat," Devin said, catching her putting food into her napkin. She blushed and started to chew, very slowly as she did so. Devin sighed. It was tiring being Dylan's only supervisor, and he couldn't watch her 24/7 like they all could back in Eros. His sister's struggle with self-harm was only made worse by their move here, he was sure. Keaton and Rhonda knew about it, but they were too busy worrying about staying concealed to pay attention to what the twins were doing, so long as they remained locked up in the house. Tristan cared, but not enough to help, and Devin found his prodding questions about his sister's mental state to be too invasive to be helpful. The only thing he could do was trust her, and believe that her promise to Taladin would stop her from doing anything rash. The boys had already started on seconds before Dylan had even finished her first sandwich. Devin put another sandwich on her plate and said in the mind-speak, "Eat." She obeyed, but the food appeared tasteless to her. Devin cleaned up and put the plates in the sink, washing them by hand. He noticed Dylan was staring listlessly out the window. He finished the dishes and pulled his sister to his room, Tristan following. Though Tristan was blind, he didn't need the twins to guide him, as he had learned the layout of the house and used his cane to get around everywhere. Not that they ever left. Devin shut the door and sank against it, watching as Dylan flopped herself on the bed. Tristan sat beside her, looking extremely bored. "When are we going to get out of here?" Dylan whispered, staring up at the ceiling. Tristan made an obnoxious noise, saying, "If you think my parents are going to let us go anywhere, you're crazy. We'll be stuck here long after we come of age." "We can't live here forever hiding," Dylan said. "It's no way to live. What do you want us to do, Dylan? Run away? Sleep on the streets again?" Devin asked. He shook his head. "Sis, face it, this is our only option." "She just wants to go back to her master," Tristan said sarcastically. "She acts like you're still Rhodi." There was a loud thump as Dylan leapt off the bed. "We are still Rhodi. Once a Rhodi, always a Rhodi." "So you say." Tristan leaned back, shrugging. "No, Taladin told me." "You're going to believe a guy who told you he loved you but doesn't even bother to know where you are? Your masters don't care that you're gone," Tristan said. Dylan flew at him. Tristan heard her coming and stepped out of the way, sticking out his cane so she tripped and went flying into the wall. "Tristan, cut it out!" Devin snapped at him, helping his sister up. She shrugged off his arm. "Tell him, Devin. He's wrong and you know it." Devin said nothing. Dylan's face fell at his silence. "You didn't disagree with him. You think he's right," she said. Devin didn't answer. She pushed him away and stomped out of his room, slamming the door as she did so. "Why did you have to say that? You know how she is," Devin said, rounding on Tristan. "Let her go. It's time she accepted the truth. They're not coming back, and she's not going to get any better chasing fantasies. She needs to learn to accept what is." Tristan opened the window, leaning against the wall so the cool mountain air caressed his face. Devin shook his head and left, going to look for his sister. Dylan pushed a pine branch out of the way, the rough needles poking her skin as she dove deeper into the forest. When she was far enough away, she plopped herself down on a bed of clover, screaming her rage. "This is so unfair. When is this shit going to be over with?" She pulled her legs up and wrapped her arms around her knees, resting her head upon them. She didn't care that she was going to get in trouble for running off, or that it would take her family forever to find her. She just wanted to be alone for once. Running away, just like Taladin. Tears came to her eyes, but she wiped them away, falling down upon the clover with her arms over her head. She laid a hand on her stomach and brought out an orb of blue light, the part of Taladin's craft that he had given her. She watched it zoom around her head before she caught it, the orb humming in her palm. His laughter echoed out of it, and she clutched it to her chest, wanting more than ever to run home and run into his arms. But she couldn't do that. She didn't know if her master still wanted her. She didn't even know if he was still alive. She gazed at the craft until her eyes stopped seeing it, looking beyond. She had lost her master, her counselor, her friend. She had lost another father, and it was making her lose all sense of who she was. Rhodi, girl, she didn't know anymore. There were no names for what she was. She was just lost. She carried a label that meant nothing, in a place that was so far off the map it might as well have not existed at all. Dylan closed her eyes. Now her brother was pretending that their masters had never cared about them, as if there was no hope. The craft went back into her body and she looked at the glimmer it had left longingly. "This way you will always have a part of me," she whispered. "A part of me." She closed her eyes, and before she knew it, the sounds of the woods had lulled her to sleep. Dylan's orange eyes opened, and above her she saw a bright lavender heaven, purple clouds amongst a ginger background. She sat up quickly, marveling at her surroundings. As she clambered to her feet, thousands of paper flowers twirled in the breeze, an ocean of flora that spanned for miles and miles. That same crescent moon sparkled in the sky. Her arms were clean, vacant from scars, the same orange dress billowing around her legs. Somehow, someway, she had made her way into the dream state. Dylan had tried and tried to find her way back here, but without Taladin's help, it'd been nearly impossible. Now she'd finally achieved it, and without even trying. She gave a happy cry and began running through the flowers, twirling as she did so. She looked for another Rhodi, but found that she was the only one. However, the dream state was one place Dylan felt more alive than alone. After she had run for what seemed like miles, Dylan laid down in a patch of paper chrysanthemums and watched the purple sky float above. "Welcome to the Purple Parade," she whispered, a ghost of a smile on her face. She lay inside herself for hours, feeling at peace, feeling like a Rhodi again. "Dylan, what are you doing out here?" "What?" She blinked sleep from her eyes, gazing upward to see her brother standing over her, more worried than she'd seen him in a while. "I've been looking for you for hours. You know better than to run off like that," he snapped, dragging her to her feet. "How long was I gone?" Dylan asked, turning on the spot. The pine forest looked nothing like the dream state. It was lonely, gray, and cold. "It's nearly nightfall. You're going to get us in trouble," her brother growled, dragging her back to the house. "It didn't seem like that in the dream state," Dylan said idly. "Sorry, what?" Devin paused. He let go of her arm, turning slowly on the spot to look at her. "I think I may have transferred myself to the dream state by accident," Dylan said. "The dream state? Are you sure?" He looked at her skeptically, pushing up his glasses. "Why not? I'm strong enough to summon it myself." She put her hands on her hips, staring at her brother. "It's possible, isn't it?" "If you say so. Let's just get you home," Devin said, reaching for her. "I'm not crazy," she shouted angrily. "I didn't say that," Devin said slowly, snatching her sleeve. "You were thinking it," she hissed, pulling back. The fabric tore at the motion, and Dylan was left with an exposed wrist, one that showed Devin a set of new scars. She covered it with her hand quickly, but Devin noticed anyway. "Dylan!" Devin shouted. She turned away from her brother, but he stepped in front of her, grabbing her shoulders. No, there's no way. We're talking about this. There's nothing to talk about, Dylan said, avoiding his eyes. The hell there isn't. Have you forgotten the promise you made to all of us, to Taladin? Devin asked. It's not that easy, Dylan screamed back. You don't just stop because you made a promise. How have you been doing this? There are no knives in the house. When you're desperate, you'll use anything you can get your hands on, she said. Her brother stared at her. I'm going to pretend you didn't say that. But keep in mind that we're alone out here. Odon's not here to save you if you mess up. Dylan flinched. I've only done it a few times since we've been here, she whispered. A few times is too many. I can't stand it when you do this to yourself, Devin said. If you can't quit for us, quit for you. We love you, sis. We just want to see you get better. Dylan's lower lip quivered. I know, she said. And I swear I'm doing the best that I can. She took a deep, shivering sigh. But it's not as simple as you think. Devin went to respond, but before he could say another word, the sound of ruffling feathers made the twins look up. Devin took off running at hyperspeed, his sister transforming into a half-tigress to follow him as he chased after the sound. The Rhodi children ran through the forest, Devin following his instincts and Dylan following her brother. Devin, wait! She cried, unable to keep up. Her desperation only caused her to run faster, wanting to know, needing to know if those wings belonged to Devana. After the sound of the wings had long vanished, Dylan found her brother in a clearing, looking around in confusion. Who's crazy now? She asked in the mind speak, gasping for breath and transforming again. I think I saw Devana, he said, or heard her. I didn't see anything. When he hadn't moved for several minutes and it was starting to get dark, she looked toward the ground. Maybe Tristan's right. Maybe it's time we gave up. You don't mean that, he said. You do. He sighed, taking her hand. Come on, sis. Let's go back. Aunt Rhonda's probably losing it by now. Chapter 3. Panic Attacks. Birds chattered outside his window, and the breeze blew sweet serenades onto his face, the leaves whistling in his ear. His cane laid against the wall, against the house that was making gurgles and creaks. The floor was super clean, just as his mother liked it. It was so peaceful that he could almost hear the spider several feet away make its web, recall the feeling as it had scattered across his hand. If he had been distracted by sight, he would have never felt it. But he couldn't see, and so his world of sight was missing, yet was more open to him than ever before. Tristan took in an angry breath. It was all so complex. How much more you saw without sight. He had gotten used to being blind long ago. A few years ago, he could see glimmers of shadows, shapes, and colors. His whole world had been smeared into a painting that had neither shape nor form. But it hadn't been long before his sight failed completely, and he could no longer see his strong father or his beautiful mother. He could not observe his sister as she grew up and eventually left, chased away by his parents and their overprotective behavior. But things were clearer now, so clear that he felt like he didn't need his cane. The earth seemed to breathe under him as he moved. Animals were characterized by the sounds they made and how they maneuvered. He was overjoyed at how easy it was for him to read people. Even before he'd lost his sight, that was always a talent he'd had. Tristan could tell easily if they were lying, were happy, or upset, just by being close to them. It was easy for him to sense happiness or excitement, but what was easiest to sense was fear and pain. Tristan could hardly breathe sometimes whenever he was around the twins. Fear and misery swarmed off them in droves. It was pushing them apart and disturbing in his quest for inner peace, and he hadn't felt peace in a very long time. Nothing was left within him save for anger. And no matter what, Tristan could never figure out why. All he knew is the day he'd gone blind had tormented him ruthlessly. He hadn't received any rest since the moment his life had changed. It wasn't like he was bitter about being blind. Rather, he was trying to put the pieces together and understand the memories that didn't quite fit. What he'd been told about that day was a lie. He was certain about that. His parents had made up some story to comfort him, but he was older now, and he wanted the facts. He tried not to think about it, but it was pointless. Since it had happened, he had replayed the scene over and over in his head. He'd figure it out this time. He'd understand the missing pieces and realize what he'd missed before. Feeling the last rays of sunlight hit his face, Tristan leaned back against the ground and thought about the day he had lost his sight. She was only 9 and he was 7, but he could see her so very clearly. They played happily in the living room, toy soldiers scattered everywhere and without care. Whoosh, Noelle said, swooping the toy soldier over her head. She bashed it into the ground, holding the soldier like it was a mallet. When all the toys around her were smashed, she smiled at him and said, "I win." "No fair," he protested, throwing a general at her. "Soldiers can't fly." "Of course they can." Noelle smiled, rising to her feet and dancing on the spot. "Now that I've won, you've got to do whatever I tell you." He sighed dramatically and flopped on the rug. "All right, we made a bet. What?" Her searching eyes met the window. It was dark and stormy outside. Lightning lit up the sky and thunder shook the house until a picture frame of his baby cousin slipped off the dresser and fell onto the floor with a loud clatter. Noelle beamed. "Go outside during the storm. Touch the big elm tree. I bet you're too scared." "I'm not afraid of anything, especially a storm," he protested. He got up and opened the door, stepping out into the rain. A gust of wind nearly blew him over as Noelle stood in the doorframe sassily, her very stance daring him to do it. He knew Noelle would make fun of him if he ran, so he walked slowly just to show her he wasn't afraid. The elm tree wasn't far away. All it would take was one touch to prove how brave he was. The rain was pouring down onto his face, but it didn't bother him one bit. The lightning flashed once again. Noelle got scared. She begged him to come back, her cries calling over the thunder. But he smiled. There was nothing to be afraid of. His mother was at the door now, screaming for him to come back inside where it was safe. He ignored her. His sister Suzanne was running out into the storm, chasing after her baby brother. Then there were screams. Bright, bright light. Pain, sharper and clearer than he had ever felt before, and a crackling sensation that was spreading throughout his entire body. But the worst thing wasn't the pain, but the darkness. He'd been struck by lightning, and before he understood what was happening, his sight was gone. Tristan bit his lip and turned his head. He was absolutely terrified of storms now. The very hint of lightning sent him scurrying to the safest room in the house, where he would sit in one spot, sometimes all night, until the storm was over. He could always feel the storms coming, which was terrible. It was the one time he couldn't pick on the twins because he was scared out of his mind. He could feel all the static and energy in the air within him, as if he and the storm were alive and uncontrollable and there was nothing he could do about it. He didn't like losing control. He could control his anger, his fear, his hate, but he couldn't control the weather. Tristan vowed the second he was old enough he would move to the far eastern deserts, the land of his ancestors. He would live there like the ancient nomads who he had descended from, where it hardly ever rained or stormed. Not like up here in the mountains. It rained nearly every other day. His parents knew the torture they were putting him through by keeping him here, but they couldn't help it. It would be 10 times more dangerous anywhere else, as the Hunters Guild had a base in every state, save for Adamaris. "Tristan," his mother cried, "we're all going for a walk in the woods. Do you want to come?" He sighed and grabbed his cane. Why not? It's beautiful outside. He began shuffling toward the door, longing for the sunlight to shine on his face. He would do anything to stop reliving the memory, anything to stop the feeling of the thunder that rattled within his bones, and to remember the girl named Noelle. He never saw her again after that night. She had been his best friend, but he had lost her after the lightning had struck him and never returned. Despite his parents reassuring him that she was all right somewhere in the world, Tristan was unsure whether she was dead or alive. That was the piece of the puzzle that bothered him the most. Was Noelle a figment of his imagination, or had she been real? He could not say for sure, and that ate away at him every day. While her family was on their morning walk, Dylan had opted to stay behind, to sit alone on the porch and gaze at the forest that surrounded the small cabin. It was amazing how she could be so infuriated, so maddened, even when the landscape around her was calm and peaceful. But inside of her was a raging torrent of fire, daring to rear up and devour everything and everyone in her path, including her own mind. She neither knew nor cared where her family was at the moment. Devin didn't want to leave her by herself, but she'd convinced him that she wanted to rest, that she'd be fine. She wasn't fine. All she knew was for the first time in a long time, she was alone, in a big house with a lot of space, and a lot of sharp objects. Dylan breathed raggedly. She hated this deep, detached feeling, like you were at the bottom of a big black pit that you couldn't climb out of. She no longer wished to die. She wished to live, to feel something that didn't feel like her fault, to have something that she could control in this vast, cruel, blazing world. Taladin would know. Taladin would know the instant he saw her that something was wrong. But the temptation to relieve her pain was at its strongest now, and Taladin wasn't here. She gripped the sides of the porch swing fiercely, digging her nails into the wood and clenching her teeth together. Fight it. It won't last forever. You know it won't. As long as you can, keep fighting it. She just had to wait it out a little longer. How much longer, though, she wasn't entirely sure. Even if her family walked in right now, it would still be easy to do what she was planning. All she would need to do was go into a room alone with a good excuse. No, Dylan shook her head. She felt as if she was going to throw up. I can't do this. I promised. The effort was immense. All at once, her will broke and she rushed into her room. She'd grabbed what she'd stolen and sat on her bed, insides fluttering as she expected the common release, the feeling of letting go. Only this time, it didn't work. Dylan began to panic. Fright climbed up into her heart like never before. It always worked. Why wasn't it working? She went to the bathroom to wash up and find bandages. As she wrapped up her arm, she was freaking out. A hollowness inside her stomach was gnawing away at her. She remembered she was having trouble eating, and the thought entered her mind that she was so sick in the head she was making herself ill. Death entered her mind, and she saw herself as she had been around a year before, thin and starving. There was no one around to comfort her. She took deep breaths and began crying, tears running down her face. "Taladin!" she cried, but the echo vibrated emptily through the house. "Savannah! Hold on! Yolanda! April May!" When nobody answered, she screamed louder. "Rhonda! Uncle Keaton! Tristan! Brother!" She dissolved to sobs on the floor, shaking and calling for Devin. When nobody answered, the panic attack increased and she entered into a full breakdown. "I don't want to die," she whispered. "Please don't let me die. Devin, where are you?" Suddenly, the door opened, and her brother came flying into the room at super speed. When he saw his sister lying on the floor, he rushed to her side and knelt down. She clung to him for comfort. "It's all right, Dylan," he said. "Come on, you had better get in bed. I'll take you." She barely remembered climbing into bed. Her dreams were blank, non-existent. When she woke up late that afternoon and got out of bed, she started to panic again. "Taladin?" she cried again. Devin rushed in and said, "Taladin isn't here, but I am. Are you feeling better?" She breathed in. She felt a little better, but not much. "I'm recovering, I guess. I scared myself pretty badly, but I'll be okay. As soon as you eat something, you'll feel better," he reassured her. "Let's go have lunch." Frightened and confused, she obeyed her brother. She sat immersed in her thoughts, unable to comprehend what had happened to her. Hurting herself hadn't worked. It just sent her even more over the edge. Instead of relief, she'd been overwhelmed by fear. All she could do while incapacitated was to call for help, mostly for Taladin's, even though she knew he wasn't here. She was losing it. Rhonda and Keaton didn't pay attention to her, and Tristan had taken his food up to his room. She didn't think Devin had told their aunt and uncle what had happened. That, or they didn't really care. She wasn't sure. Her suspicions were confirmed when her aunt noticed the new bandage on her wrist underneath her flannel long sleeve, made a sympathetic face, and excused herself. She was overwhelmed with the problem and didn't want to help. Her uncle just acted like the bandage wasn't there. Once the adults were gone from the room, Devin sat next to her. "Dylan, what are we going to do? This can't keep happening. Something's got to change." She heard the wariness in his voice, and it made her feel ashamed. "I'm sorry. You promised me you'd be okay, but the second my back is turned, you immediately fall apart. I'm concerned about leaving you alone." Dylan didn't answer. "Maybe you just need something to remind you of home. Write a letter, like I did," Devin said helpfully. "But our masters specifically told us not to. We'll be putting ourselves and everyone else in danger," she protested. "You're putting yourself in danger by not reaching out. What harm could it do?" "Nobody answered back from your letter," she reminded him. "Doesn't matter. At least you'll know they got it." She sighed. "All right, I guess I'll write a letter then." She got some stationery from the drawer along with a pen. She stared helplessly at the paper. Who was she going to write it to? Not Taladin, nor any of the Rhodi. She couldn't decide what would hurt more, writing them the letter or not getting an answer back. But who else did she know in Eros to write to? Absolutely no one. Her eyes widened as an idea clicked in her head. She began writing quickly, filling up half the page. Soon, she had it stamped for delivery and put it in the mailbox to be picked up. "Why do I have a bad feeling about this?" she questioned her brother as they saw the post van pull away down the mountain. "It's better than doing nothing." Devin pressed his lips together and turned away. 3 days later, Devin came back from the mailbox. He'd been watching the post carefully, wanting to be sure that if anyone responded, he would get to the mail before his aunt and uncle did. He closed the door to Dylan's bedroom behind him, waved a letter in the air, and said, "We got a reply!" Dylan snatched it from his hands, uttering a quick, "Thank you," before tearing the letter open, her brother reading over her shoulder. "Dylan, hey girl, I thought you were gone for good. Everyone here misses you a whole lot. Well, everybody who knew you, anyway. I told Nellie where you live, but I'm not sure if she's going to reply. It's not the same here without you. It's really kind of boring. My mom isn't letting me tell you anything in this letter because she says it'll only make you more upset. In fact, I'll probably get in trouble for just writing that much down. Crap, here she comes. Well, write me back anyway. The quicker the better. Tito." It was short and confusing, but it was something. Dylan read it over several times, then smiled. He actually replied back. So at least we haven't been forgotten. Sure, he sent a letter back, but he didn't tell us anything about what's going on, Devin said, rolling his eyes. Thanks a lot, Tito. You really made things easier for us. Be glad he sent anything at all, she snapped. It's the only contact we've had from home in months. If Tito's okay, that means everything's probably fine. He said there was something his mom wasn't letting him write, so that means something bad happened. Devin argued. You're just angry because Nellie knows where we are and she hasn't sent us anything yet, Dylan shot back. That's not true, he said, crossing his arms. You liar, I can see it in your face, Dylan hissed. He gritted his teeth. So what if I'm angry? Of course I'd be angry after a vague letter like that. I can't believe I'm the one telling you this instead of the other way around, but be patient. He might tell us what happened in the next one he sends. He exhaled sharply. Fine. Devin went into his room and locked the door, kicking his dresser in frustration. After all the letters he sent, to his masters and to his best friend, he hadn't gotten a single reply back, and Dylan had made contact on the first try. Frustration welled in his bones. Just like the Rhodi, Nellie was refusing to answer. The days passed by even more slowly than usual, now that Tito was sending letters. However, these were rather hungry, anticipating hours instead of sad, lonely ones, and the twins gained more hope every day. Tito's correspondence did them no good as to what the mysterious happening was back in Eros, even though Dylan's replies grew more and more impatient. He insisted he couldn't tell them, and instead filled the letters with small talk, like what movies he was seeing and how he'd done in his latest sports games. Dylan wasn't going to complain. Any interaction was better than nothing. She wasn't so sure Tito hadn't made the whole mysterious event up in order to prank them. On the day after they had gotten the third letter, a shadow crossed under the window. Devin leaned out and looked around, but he saw no one. Feeling uneasy, he pulled the window shut and locked it. Are you ever going to stop reading that thing? Tristan asked in aggravation as Dylan turned the pages of Tito's letter once more. She glared at him, saying, Mind your own business. You mind your business, because if my mom and dad catch you talking to somebody back in Eros, we're going to have to move again, he said. And the last thing I want to do in my life is get used to yet another house. Our parents were like that, Devin said. They always wanted to run, too. He shook his head. Mom still has nightmares about it, sometimes, Tristan put in quietly, of being a slave. The twins looked at each other. We were slaves at one point, Devin said. But our parents were freed when we were babies, so we can't remember. Mom said she was freed by the Rhodi, Dylan said. I didn't know what that meant at the time, but now I realize that Taladin and Tavana must have saved her and Dad. What? Devin whispered, pushing his glasses up. The only Rhodi left in the world are the ones we know, Dylan said. They were the only Rhodi alive when our parents were slaves. Tavana said that she freed slaves when the war began. Taladin and Tavana had to have set them free on one of their trips to the Far East. I talked to Taladin about it once, but he says he doesn't remember rescuing our parents, but it's the only thing that makes sense. He probably didn't get their names, and that's why he wasn't sure. Devin's mouth dropped open. I never realized. He shook his head. We owe them everything. But it didn't matter much, did it? Tristan said. Your parents kept fleeing every country they landed in, just like we did. Seems like our whole life we've been running. We just didn't know it. Dylan threw Tito's letter on the table, leaning against the chair. Yeah, but from what? Devin asked. Who wants to hurt our family? We were former slaves, but Mom and Dad got away from the slavers years ago. We know they were terrified of the Hunters Guild, but what's the connection? Why do we have to keep running like this? What were our parents so afraid of? Tristan turned his head away. I don't know. Personally, I thought there was something screwy about the car crash. What do you mean? Dylan said quickly. If you don't think it was an accident, then what do you think it was? Tristan paused before he said softly, I don't know, but my parents wouldn't be so scared if there wasn't a good reason to be. They're paranoid, but this is over the top. Somebody is after our family, Dylan. They got your mom and dad, and we're probably next. Without warning, the window broke open, pieces shattering across the room and upon the floor. Dylan yowled, changing into a half-tigress and leaping off the bed. 2 assassins dressed in all black flew through the window, unsheathing knives from their sides. Dylan tackled them, slamming both to the floor. "Devin, help me!" Dylan cried as she fought off the hunters, violently pinning one to the ground and tossing another off her back. Devin couldn't. He found himself unable to move, stuck to the spot. He froze. He was immobile, mouth wide open and eyes staring straight ahead at the fight on the floor. Devin was a statue, unable to do anything as the hunters tussled with his sister on the floor. "Run, Devin!" Dylan cried. "Run!" Devin still didn't move. Tristan pushed his cousin, and scared out of his mind, the young Rhodi leapt with super speed out the window, fleeing into the woods. Dylan used her strength to throw one hunter into the wall, knocking him out, and raked her claws down another's torso so he began bleeding profusely. She changed back and grabbed her cousin's hand, charging for the door. In the hallway, a figure grabbed the teens, pulling them into a bedroom and locking the door. "Aunt Rhonda!" Dylan gasped, looking up at her. "Are you okay?" The woman didn't reply, only shoved a small backpack into Tristan's hands. "I had them packed just in case. Everything you need is in there. Your clothes, passports, and money. You need to get out of here." "You knew this was going to happen?" Tristan said. "I had a feeling, but I'd hoped it wasn't true. It should be enough to get you to Eros to find your masters." "Aunt Rhonda, why?" Dylan begged. "Why did you take us away? Who's following us? Do you know what really happened with the accident?" Rhonda paused for a moment, but shook her head and said, "I can't tell you now. There isn't any time." She stooped down to give them both a hug. "We can't get out like you can. The hunters are planning to hold us hostage. They've already captured Keaton, and they're threatening to hurt him if I don't surrender. You still have a chance to leave." "We can't leave without you," Tristan said, tears appearing in his eyes. "We'll be all right. I'll create a distraction so you can escape." She opened a window silently and gestured to it. "Go, now." Dylan dragged Tristan away from his mother, and the teens did as instructed, climbing out the window and creeping silently into the woods. Dylan led the way, and Tristan hurried along behind her, following the sound of her voice. "Come on, Tristan, we have to hurry." She let out a cry as something large and feathered tackled her. Tristan yelled, "Dylan!" and she leapt to her feet, searching for her attacker. She was met by a brown griffin, her sharp beak gleaming in the sunlight. The griffin cackled, the sound making Dylan shiver as she recalled the insanity of her bitterest rival. "I'm back," Saffron whispered. Dylan felt sick as Saffron's voice infected her mind. She lunged forward, her beak charging toward Dylan's throat. The Rhodi became a half-tigress again and flung Saffron away, clawing at the bird's face. Soon they were rolling in the dirt, fang against talon. Oh no, not now," Dylan moaned, unable to control her form. Her craft failed her. She began glowing with orange magic, the effort to shift nearly causing her to faint as she was forced to stay human. Saffron giggled and changed, morphing back into a girl with caramel-streaked hair, blue eyes rampant with insanity. "Aw, is the tigress still unable to control her powers? Is she too weak?" Dylan took a battle stance. "I'm strong enough to beat you. I've done it before." "Only with help," Saffron replied. "You've never been alone. And that's what you are, isn't it? Alone." Dylan felt a sharp pang at the jibe, but she ignored Saffron's comment and said, "How did you find us?" Saffron grinned madly. "Although I followed you, I got lost on the way to Adamaris, and I had to retrace my steps. But the hunters found you first, and I followed them here. They wouldn't have discovered your location if one of your little friends hadn't told us where you were." "Tito," Dylan breathed. "He wouldn't." Saffron laughed. "It's amazing what people will do when there's something to gain, isn't it?" Dylan shook her head. Tito wouldn't give up her safety for his own benefit, would he? The time to contemplate the idea was not here, for at that moment, Saffron sprung. Dylan screamed as Saffron changed, landing on top of her. "What now, tigress?" the griffin chuckled. "What are you going to do?" "I'll tell you what she's going to do," Tristan said, and he swung his cane directly at Saffron. The object hit her square on the face and she jumped off of Dylan, screeching in pain. "Thanks," Dylan said, rising to her feet. Saffron let out an angry yell, rearing on her hind legs and spreading her wings wide, preparing to charge once again. From nearby, a voice called, "Hurry up! The Red Huntress wants all the Rhodi found!" At the mention of the Red Huntress, Saffron's eyes contracted. She looked at Dylan, giving her a sharp glare. "This isn't over yet, tigress. I'll be watching you." Saffron then took to the sky, soon appearing little more than a hawk soaring through the clouds. "Come on, Tristan," Dylan said. "We don't want them finding us either." The teens continued into the woods, the voices of the hunters getting farther and farther away. Dylan stopped, taking a deep breath. "We have to find Devin before they do." "His craft is running. He could be miles away by now," Tristan protested. "What do you want us to do, go back to the house?" "Sorry, we can't do that. Our place is infested with a bunch of hunters, and they're holding your mom and dad hostage," Dylan hissed. "So we find Devin, what next?" Tristan snapped. "Huddle under a tree and figure out what to do?" "I don't know, Tristan. Quit arguing with me." To their surprise, it didn't take long to find Devin. He was scared and confused, sitting on the ground with his arms wrapped around his legs. When he saw them, he leapt up and embraced them tightly. "Devin, it's all right. We're okay," Dylan replied, laying a hand on his back. He broke away and averted his gaze, looking at the backpack that Tristan carried. "What's that for?" "Aunt Rhonda knew they were coming," Dylan said. "We've got supplies now. She told us to go back to Arrows for help. They're holding her and Uncle Keaton hostage." Nobody said anything. Wanting to end the silence, she added, "We'll be all right. It's not like we've never been on our own before, right, Devin?" He didn't answer. After a long pause, Tristan said warily, Cousin, what happened back there?" Devin whirled on him, throwing his hands in the air. "I'll tell you what happened. I froze." His glasses slipped down his face, and he pushed them back up to the bridge of his nose angrily. "I couldn't move. I had to run away, and was far too much of a coward to go back to help." "It was the right thing to do. If you'd gone back for us, the hunters would have caught you," Tristan said. "You just got scared," Dylan said. "It's not unreasonable." "I was petrified," Devin spat. "I'm supposed to be a Rhodi, and yet I froze. You could have been killed because I wasn't able to fight them. Savannah would be ashamed of me." "Savannah wouldn't be ashamed of you," Dylan insisted. "You got scared, so what? It's happened to me before when I fought Saffron for the first time. It's nothing to feel bad about." "Who are you to talk about what our masters wanted? You disobeyed them and just had to send that letter," Devin said. "It was your idea to send the stupid thing in the first place," she screamed. "You've sent more letters back home than I ever had. If anything, it's your fault we're stuck like this and not Tito's." "Tito? He's in on it?" Devin said angrily. Dylan fell silent, and Tristan said, "That's what Saffron said. She called him a betrayer." "Tito betrayed us?" Devin said. "So it really is your fault, isn't it?" "Stop it," Tristan said. "It's nobody's fault. It's just something that happened. So quit arguing before the hunters hear us, and let's figure out what to do." A bird sang softly in the distance. Dylan said quietly, "I suppose we should go back to Arrows. But how do we get there? By plane?" Devin opened up the backpack and started counting the money. "I don't think there's enough." Tristan coughed. "I heard my parents talking about traveling while you guys were asleep. They planned on moving us again." "So they did know something," Dylan said. "Maybe. I heard them say there's a train back to Arrows at a station nearby. I think Mom wanted to reach out to your masters because she was concerned they couldn't hide us for much longer without some kind of protection," Tristan explained. "Why didn't you tell us this?" Devin asked. Because I didn't want to give you guys false hope, Tristan replied. Mom wanted to ask the Rhodi to guard us, but my dad was completely against it. They were arguing, and he couldn't make up his mind on what to do. I didn't want you guys to think you were going to see your masters again if my dad decided to take us somewhere else. So how fast can this train get us there? Dylan asked. If we take a train from here, there's only one stop along the way in Dundee, Tristan said. Dundee? That's where the searchers are, Devin said quietly. Searchers? Tristan said. Who are they? They're spies, Devin said. Tavanna mentioned them once. They like to sneak around and gain information from people. They're experts in the art of secrecy, although some of them work for Rachel. Dylan backed up, shaking her head. No way. I'm not going to a state where there's a bunch of spies for Rachel hanging around. That's just asking for trouble. It's not like we have much of a choice. There's only one route, and we have to get you guys back home, Tristan said. Bad part is that there's a 3-day wait between trains. We'll have to stay in Dundee for a while until the next train comes by. It's a better plan than nothing, Devin said. How far away is the station? If we walk, a half a day at least, Tristan said. Dylan gave a long sigh. Fine, I guess Dundee is where we have to go. They made their way down the mountains quickly, trying to stay off the road and hoping their enemies weren't following. Chapter 4. The Hills of Dundee. Dundee was unlike anything they'd ever seen before. The country was full of rolling hills and green pastures, with stone castles crumbling in the distance, and the mountains of Adamaris dotting the horizon. Horse-drawn carriages rolled down cobblestone streets, past pubs and small shops. The sound of bagpipes trickled through the air from an unknown source. After a quick passport check and gathering their bags, they exited the train station. True to Tristan's words, the next train that would take them to Arrows wouldn't arrive for 3 days, so the 3 teenagers made their way out the door, getting peculiar glances from the red-headed Dundeenians. We're attracting attention, Devin said. Then we should get out of sight, Dylan said. Come on, we have to find a hotel. The air smelled like rain as gray clouds hung above the land. The area was split, vast, rolling green hills off to one side and a bustling town on the other. The citizens hurried along in their wake, guides offering carriage rides to the stone castles or the crystal locks. A middle-aged man looked bored, sitting on a small wooden carriage pulled by a pretty horse. The potatoes he had stacked in the cart were obviously not selling. Excuse me, Dylan asked. The man looked up, taking his derby hat off and ruffling his red hair. We're looking for a hotel. Are there any nearby? The man smiled, his blue eyes sparkling. Aye, lass, if you wish to get scalped, rates for a room are the highest in Crescentia. We can't afford that, Devin said in a whisper. The man smiled at them and said, Don't worry about a thing, lad. Me and the lady run a small inn down a ways. It's not fancy, and me crew make enough noise to vanquish the quiet, but it's cosy enough, and me wife is excellent at cooking. I can take ye there for free, and the room will only cost a wee bit. Can we trust this guy? Tristan whispered. The twins looked at each other warily, and Dylan said through the mind-speak to her brother, We can always use our crafts to escape. Devin nodded, and she said, Sure, we'll come along. Climb aboard. Name's Fergus Ba. The man patted the crates behind him, and the teens climbed onto the potato boxes as the man urged his horse into a trot. I haven't picked up travellers in a while. Sheeless will be pleased. With your tanned skin and dark hair, you look like you're from the Far East, Fergus said. Our ancestors are from there, Devin said, but we're not. I hope not. Terrible place to be, especially now. He glanced back at them and smiled, catching Dylan's gaze. Very pretty eyes, quite unusual. She smiled back and looked away. They were traveling up and down rolling dirt roads, the long grasses swaying and making the lush hillside appear like a rippling green ocean. A large lake sparkled in the distance, whispering of friendly monsters lurking in its depths. It was beautiful to look at. She became preoccupied with watching cattle and sheep being herded by shepherds, many of whom Fergus waved his hand to as he passed by. As they journeyed farther into Dundee, the clouds became darker and it began to rain. Fergus said, "I'm going to run Fiona so we won't get wet. Can you hang on?" They barely had time to answer before Fergus urged Fiona into a gallop. They clung like cats to the bouncing crates and Fergus took a shortcut, charging into a forest with trees as green as emeralds, a large waterfall cascading near a stone bridge. Soon they neared a cheerful, light inn with a small stable. Fergus had just pulled the carriage into the stable as Dylan read the name on the sign, the Fox Den. Fergus smiled and said, "Hurry along now into the inn. Sheila will give you some beds for the night." It was a short run from the stable to the inn, but it didn't matter, because by the time they got to the front door, they were soaked. A kindly woman at the desk looked up, smiling when they entered. "Welcome to the Fox Den. I'm sure you need a place to stay," she asked. They nodded, and she added, "How many rooms?" "One, please," Dylan said, before giving a loud sneeze. "Oh, you poor dear. I'll hurry along so you can get into something dry." "Name?" Sheila asked. "Thurston," she sniffled. Out of the corner of her eye, Dylan saw a tall boy walk past the entranceway into the hall. She leaned over to see who it was, but he was already gone. Shrugging, she paid Sheila's, and the teens continued to their room. It was small but cozy. A fireplace burned on the opposite side of 2 4-poster beds, with a dresser, lamp, desk, and small bathroom. Everything in the room was mismatched, but very welcoming in a pell-mell sort of way. Tristan collapsed on the bed as soon as he could and said, "Who would have thought a day ago we were sleeping in our own beds in Adamaris?" Someone knocked at the door. The twins looked at each other warily before Devin walked over and opened it. A beaming girl of around 14 entered, carrying a tray that held 3 bowls of potato soup. "On the house! My mother wanted you to have a full belly. Can't have you getting sick, otherwise you won't come back." She chuckled and gave them the bowls, lighting the fireplace and sitting down on the bed next to Dylan and Devin. Her long red curls bounced as she flopped down next to them, green eyes ringing with cheer. "My name's Jenna, and I'm sure we're going to be great friends." She paused for a second before adding, "Or else." When nobody laughed, Jenna let out a loud guffaw herself and said, "Come on, lighten up, or else I'll make my father play the bagpipes. He's terrible at it. You'll be screaming in horror for weeks." When nobody laughed, she shrugged and said, "Tough crowd. I suppose you're just tired. Well, don't expect me to play nursemaid to you. Tomorrow, you're going to have to drag your lazy asses downstairs for breakfast just like any other guest. Mom and Dad will like that very much." "Jenna, stop annoying the customers," a boy's voice called through the door in a sing-songy Dundian brogue. Jenna made a face, rolling her eyes. "Shut up, Envis! I'm just showing them a Dundinian welcome." Jenna shot back, emphasizing Dundinian as chipper and cheery as she could muster. "How about I show you the door?" the mysterious Envis said. "Move it, you green-eyed terror." Jenna stuck her tongue out at the door. She bounced on the spot and said, "Just put the bowls outside when you're done. I'll come pick them up later. Better yet, maybe Envis will step on them." Her smile returned and she flounced to the exit, winking at them before leaving. The soup turned out to be exceptionally good, and it filled them up well. Tristan didn't even bother putting his bowl outside. He simply laid down and went right to sleep. Dylan turned off the light and climbed into bed. Even though it wasn't late, she was beat. Devin climbed in beside her and nestled beside her under the soft blankets. He took his glasses off and shivered, his hair still wet from the rain. Now that all was still, Dylan couldn't help it. 2 tears leaked out from her eyes. She tried to hold in her sobs, knowing that if she woke her cousin and reminded him, he would cry too. "Don't cry, sis," her brother whispered. "I'm scared for them," Dylan said. "Aunt Rhonda and Uncle Keaton, the Hunters Guild will make them do terrible things like they made us do. They'll hurt them." "They don't have any powers, unlike us," Devin said. "They're probably just holding them hostage. But why? What could they possibly want with them?" Rachel thinks that they can use them to get to us, but until she knows where we are, she can't really make any threats. Everything will be fine once we get back to Arrows and tell the others what happened. There's no way our masters will let them sit there. They'll rescue them. Dylan brought the covers up until they reached her chin. I miss Taladin so much. Devin grasped her hand. I know you do, and I miss Tavanna, but we're going to see them again soon. They laid there for a long time until they heard a voice from downstairs singing, unknown to them who it was. My sweetheart's off over the hills, away from the loch we knew so well. May the fields bring their journey's end, and return to kiss thy lips again. Within minutes, both of the twins were asleep. The next morning, music woke Dylan up, that strange voice singing another strange song. She crossed over to the window and opened the shutters, trying to see who was causing the commotion. Outside her window was a vast farmland, the rising dawn casting rays on a nearby loch. She looked down. Below, she saw what was the source of the voice. It was a 17-year-old boy, one with vibrant red hair and extremely blue eyes like Fergus. He was dressed in stable boy clothes, suspenders, and a baggy, long-sleeved shirt. She wondered if this was the mysterious Envis. Her question was answered by Jenna leaning out the window a few doors down. She threw a boot at the boy and yelled, "The sun's just coming up and you're already yowling like a cat! Be quiet, Envis!" Boy ducked the shoe. As it flopped to the ground, he gave the girl an annoyed look. "I can sing if I want to, Jenna. Go back to bed." He began singing again, louder this time, and in an obnoxious way. Jenna threw another boot. This one hit him in the head, and Jenna cheered happily. "That's it. I'm coming up there," Envis said. The boy stomped over to the ivy-covered window and pulled himself in, vanishing as Jenna screamed. "What's with all the yelling?" Tristan complained, shaking his head sleepily. "It's just Jenna fighting with some kid," Dylan said. She walked over to the bed and picked up a pillow, slapping Devin across the face. "Bro, wake up! It's breakfast!" Devin brushed his curly hair out of his eyes with a yawn, reaching for his glasses. He got dressed quickly, refusing to raise his eyes from the floor. Dylan tilted her head. "What's wrong?" Devin pushed his glasses once more before answering. "I was in the dream state last night." "What?" Dylan asked. Looking bothered, Devin sighed and said, "I was running. I was using my craft, but no matter how fast I ran, I couldn't move from the same spot." "That's how the dream state works," Dylan said. "No matter how far you go, you can't get anywhere." "This was different. I thought somebody was calling me, but the voice only seemed to get farther and farther away. Maybe I was just hearing things." He paused. "Unless our masters called us." "Why would they do that? Taladin specifically said he wouldn't because it would put us in danger." Dylan said, "That's exactly why it's confusing." Devin shook his head. "I guess you were right, Dylan. We can get into the dream state now. You're not crazy." "I told you so," she said, rolling her eyes. "I know you did," Devin replied, irritated. They headed down the hallway and into the lobby. Before they got there, however, Jenna popped up out of nowhere. Devin screamed and Tristan fell into Dylan, tripping over his cane. "Hi, you! Where are you going? The dining room's this way," she squeaked. They began to follow her, Jenna skipping and twirling in circles as she went. She led them to a room with several long tables and chairs, long tapestries portraying various coat of arms lining the walls. Standing next to them were suits of armor, and a gigantic fireplace burned at the end of the hall. Sheila's brought out 3 dishes of eggs, meat, and potatoes, setting it before them. "Enjoy!" They all dug in. Dylan's appetite had returned, and she ate furiously, devouring even more than the boys. Jenna sat and watched them, talking furiously about anything and everything before her mother handed her own breakfast to her. She then ate and talked in spurts, waving her fork everywhere and creating grand gestures each time she came to an exciting part of whatever story she was telling. The others tried to get a word in edgewise, but found it impossible. So they simply resorted to eating while Jenna carried on.
So then I was talking to him, and I dared her to take just one more, and she wouldn't, so then...
Jenna's babbling was stopped when the boy named Envis sat next to her, plopping his tray down with a smile. He picked up a fork and began humming as he ate, a devious twinkle in his eye. Jenna's face turned as red as her hair as she screeched,
"Leave me and my new friends alone! Do you have to be so annoying?"
"I'm not. Can't I talk to them too?" he asked.
"No, go away,"
Jenna said. "New friends, eh? I bet you don't even know their names," Envis said triumphantly. Jenna's mouth dropped open, and she looked at the rest of them curiously before saying,
"That's beside the point."
Envis chuckled softly. "Forgive my little sister. She'd make friends with anybody, even if they had a knife to her throat, as long as they'd let her talk. I'm Envis, by the way. Who are you?" The twins glanced at each other. Was it wise to trust these strangers? But then again, nobody knew who they were. The chances of anyone, even the hunters, finding them in this small inn were minimal. "I'm Devin. This is my cousin Tristan and my sister Dylan," Devin said. "We're just passing through." "Dylan," Envis said in amusement. "What kind of name is that for a girl?" Dylan gave him a scathing look. "My full name's Dilliana, and what kind of name is Envis?"
"It's a girl's name,"
Jenna teased. Envis's face soured, his smile falling into a scowl.
"Our great-grandmom made our dad promise that he would name his firstborn after her. Dad always assumed that he'd have a girl first, but when he got a boy, he couldn't go back on his promise."
"It's a very traditional name," Envis said fairly.
"It means rainbow,"
Jenna said, as loudly as she could. Dylan giggled. Envis shot Jenna a glare before turning his attention back to the twins. "What's a Far Easterner doing in the West?" he asked. "I've never seen anyone come so far just to visit Dundee." "None of your business," Dylan said, before Devin could answer. Envis raised an eyebrow, leaned over, and said, "Maybe I will make it my business." "You'd better not," she said, putting down her fork slowly. "Or what, lass? What's a little girl like you going to do to me?" Envis's smile was cocky as he dared her to say something back. Dylan got up from the table, grabbing her empty plate and turning her back on him. "Like I said, it's none of your business. Butt out, carrot head." Tristan and Devin followed her back up to their room. Envis looked at Jenna and she snickered.
"Carrot head."
When they'd reached their room, Dylan slammed the door, unable to contain her rage. "Who does he think he is?" Dylan spat. "Stupid boy, trying to figure out our plans. I don't want to stay here if there's a chance of somebody finding out for Rhodi." "Dylan, calm down. There's nowhere else for us to go," Devin said. "There has to be somewhere," Dylan said, pacing the room in a circle. "This guy's poking into things he shouldn't be. What if he's working for Rachel?" "Then we'll stay out of sight. It's only for a few days," Devin said. Dylan plopped onto the lounge chair and threw her hands up. "Okay, so I guess we're stuck here, so long as I don't have to see that Envis, Tristan corrected, pronouncing it slow just to annoy her. "I don't care what his name is, so long as he keeps away from me." She crossed her legs, bobbing her foot up and down in annoyance. "We can't stay here all day hiding," Tristan argued. "That guy was probably just trying to flirt with you or something. I'm sure he doesn't suspect us." "Flirt with me? Really?" Dylan said sarcastically. "I'm blind, but I'm not that blind," Tristan said. Dylan gave a great sigh. Devin sat on the bed and said, "Tristan's right. We can't hide in our room all day. It looks suspicious, and I'm sure there's lots to do." "Oh, so now you want to go be a tourist while we have a mission to complete? No thank you," she huffed. "We've got 3 whole days in Dundee. If we sit in here worrying about our aunt and uncle, we're gonna go crazy," Devin insisted. "Go right ahead. I'll stay here." She stared upward at a vent in the ceiling. "Rhodi, stick together, Dylan. You can't stay here alone and unprotected," Devin argued. Dylan didn't take her eyes off the ceiling. "I can protect myself from the hunters or whoever else." She trailed off as something moved in the vent above her. She turned into a half-tigress and leapt off the bed, launching herself onto the vent and wrenching it down from the ceiling. 2 people fell out of it. Jenna was first, collapsing onto the rug with a loud yelp, and Envis fell on top of her. Dylan grabbed the boy with her claws, throwing him down and pinning him roughly to the floor. "What were you doing up there?" Dylan hissed, fangs at his neck. The boy's eyes widened, and he said, "Now I see why you can travel alone, though I can't seem to figure out where your masters are. A searcher never had a chance against a Rhodi." "You're a searcher?" Devin asked, his eyes widening. "We both are," Envis said, choking as Dylan pushed her paws against his neck. "Jenna and I were spies in training." "It looks like you decided to spy on the wrong Rhodi," Dylan growled. "Goodbye." She lunged forward to strike a deadly blow, but Devin grabbed her, wrenching her away. Envis got to his feet and stood by his sister, watching Dylan with a mixture of awe and fear. "What are you doing? Let me go!" Dylan protested. It wasn't long before she could no longer hold on to her tigress form and was once again a girl, clawing at the air while trying to get to Envis. "Hold up, there may be more of them," Tristan said. Dylan paused. The 3 of them looked around, wondering if searchers were going to be crawling all over the walls any second.
"It's only us, honest," Jenna said. "Envis had the stupid idea of spying on you, and I told him no, that we should just ask nicely, but he insisted, and I said that was dumb, and he told me that it wasn't, so then—"
"Why do you feel the need to spy on us?" Devin interrupted. Envis shrugged and said, "You shouldn't have tried to keep secrets from us. Never attempt to keep information hidden from a searcher. That's just asking for trouble." "Okay, but that's none of your concern," Devin said. Envis sighed. "May as well tell you the truth. We're on your side, you should know that. The searchers and Rhodi have always been allies. When I saw how suspicious your sister was acting, I thought you might be working for the Red Huntress. We haven't seen a hunter in these parts for years, but I wanted to make sure. We don't want any hunters here." "Why not?" Tristan asked.
"This is our base," Jenna said. "The Fox Den. Nobody knows about it except for us searchers. Tomorrow there's going to be a really important meeting between all the big-time searchers, and we were afraid that you were going to try and assassinate one of them."
"I thought the searchers worked for whoever paid them the most," Devin said. "Some of them do, but it's a common misconception," Envis said, waving his hand. "I promise that you can trust us. We're searchers, you're Rhodi. We're natural friends, always have been. In fact, if we tell our parents who you are, they might even let you come to this meeting. My father is the leader of the searchers." "I thought your dad sold potatoes," Tristan asked. Envis scoffed. "My dad is the best searcher this side of Dundee. Don't let the cart fool you." "I bet he could tell we were Rhodi from the start, and that's why he picked us up," Devin said. "I can't believe this."
"We're not lying. We'll be good friends," Jenna said. "Seriously, we really are searchers, and we can help you with whatever you need. We can train you to be quieter, help you get back home, introduce you to the Rhodi Masters."
"Rhodi Masters?" Devin and Dylan said in unison. Jenna smiled.
"Sure, the Rhodi Masters always come every year to the meeting."
There were only 5 Rhodi Masters left in the entire world. With the information Jenna had given them, this meant that at least one of the people they knew was still alive, and that they would be coming here within the next 24 hours. Could it really be true, or was it some sort of ploy? Dylan was the first to move. "We need to get to that meeting. Jenna, can you take me to your dad?"
"Right away."
She twirled on her toes and skipped out the door, Dylan and Tristan following. Devin looked at the broken vent on the floor and said, "Sorry about ruining the ceiling. We'll pay for it." "Don't worry about it. It breaks all the time. That's what you get when you've got a bunch of searchers crawling through the air ducts, trying to get information out of each other." Envis brushed off his pants and asked, "Why aren't your masters with you? It's extremely dangerous, being out here on your own. You're lucky we found you before a searcher who works for Rachel did." "You'll hear the full story once we find your father and tell him we're Rhodi," Devin said. "That won't take long." Envis sighed. "Jenna's got a big mouth." Fergus smoked on his pipe as the 3 told their tale, Sheila's looking just as interested as the group sat by the hearth in the lobby. Jenna and Envis were leaning over the couch, immersed in the story. So, you see, sir, that's why we need to get back to Eros. But maybe it won't be necessary if our masters show up tomorrow for the searcher gathering, like your son said, Devin explained. Fergus leaned forward on the lounge chair and took the pipe out of his mouth, clasping his hands together. It's been a long time since I've seen Rhodi students. I was a little older than Envis myself. Sheila chuckled. Your craft came in handy once again, Fergus. Your craft? I didn't know searchers had them, Tristan said. Searchers found that they could imitate the Rhodi long ago, though our magic isn't as strong as yours, Fergus said. With my craft, I know who people are just by looking at them, and not who they pretend to be. I can tell if someone's a Rhodi, a searcher, or a hunter on sight. So do you know who's coming then? Which Rhodi? Dylan asked. It should be all of them. There's only 5 left in the world. 7 if you count both of you, Sheila said. The twins grinned in excitement. Sheila said, I can see you're very happy to reunite with your masters. They probably won't arrive until tomorrow, but you'll see many searchers arrive tonight. Fergus and I are very busy. We should be getting back to work. She rose up off her chair and said, Envis, Jenna, go give Fiona and Finnegan some exercise. Right away, Mum, Envis said, heading toward the door. The children looked at each other before Sheila called out, Oh, and by the way, Envis, why don't you bring our guests along? I'm sure they'd love to see the horses. Jenna cheered. She grabbed Devin and Tristan by the arms, dragging them after her. Dylan gave a reluctant glance at Envis before keeping her distance behind them. So what's your craft? Tristan said, looking at Jenna. What else? Talking. Envis rolled his eyes. She's possibly the worst searcher I've ever seen. Our job is to be quiet, not to gab.
It's good to make allies, Jenna shot back. And I do a pretty super-duper job of it, don't I?
She threw her arms around Tristan's and Devin's shoulders, swinging her small body between them. A little too good, Envis mumbled under his breath.
My natural voice usually sounds like Envis, you know, a really heavy and Dundian accent, but my craft naturally modifies my voice so that it matches the accent of whoever I'm talking to so they can understand me better, Jenna said.
Wow, that's pretty impressive, Devin said.
Isn't it? My magic helps me learn foreign languages hefty quick. I taught myself every language in Crescentia before I was 10, even the dead ones, Jenna said proudly.
Every language? Can you read this one? Devin said, bringing a letter out of his pocket and giving it to her. It was the letter Tavanna had given them, the one Odon and Yolanda had insisted was the key to defeating the Hunters Guild. He always kept it on his person because he never wanted to lose it, and so had it when he fled Adamaris. Supposedly, the secret to defeating the Hunters Guild was within the contents of that letter. The twins looked over her shoulder eagerly, but Jenna's face fell and she shook her head.
I'm sorry, I can read ancient Rhodian, but I've never seen it written this way before. I don't know what it says.
It's fine, Devin said with a sigh, taking the letter back. Nobody else does either. I hate to say this, but if Jenna can't translate it, there's no one who can. Envis said as they exited the inn. You might as well throw it away because it's useless to you. Envis pushed open the door to the stables. Jenna climbed up a ladder to the hayloft and said,
I don't feel like riding today.
When do you ever? Envis said.
I'd much rather show our new guests around Dundeen, if that's all right,
Jenna said. She swung down from the loft and landed next to her brother, littering him with hay from above. Anything to get you out of my hair, Envis chuckled, gesturing to the door. I'll go with you, Tristan said. I've never been a horse person. I want to see some of Dundeen. I'll have plenty of chances to ride when I get home to Eros, Devin said. Devin looked at his sister, but Dylan shook her head. I'd rather stay here. Are you sure? Devin said in surprise, glancing at Envis. Yeah, I'm not really in the mood for walking around. As long as it's okay we split up. Devin was eyeing her, because the last time he'd left her alone, it had been disastrous. But she said through the mind to speak, I'll be fine. I want to stay with Envis, make sure we can trust him. I think Jenna's fine, and I like their parents, but something about this guy is different. I need to know if he's hiding anything. He nodded to show her he got the message. All right then, see you later. He and the others left, leaving Dylan and Envis alone. Envis was already curry-combing the mud out of Fiona, the grey mare that Fergus had pulled the carriage with last night. Dylan shifted anxiously, and Envis said, "You can groom Finn if you like." Dylan went into the tack room, ruffling through several buckets. She had been around horses before, but she was very inexperienced. She'd only ridden once, and most of her time around horses was spent feeding them. She wasn't supposed to start learning horseback riding until year 2 of her Rhodi training, but she didn't want to look inexperienced in front of this guy either. She grabbed a brush and opened up the only other stall with a horse inside. He looked old and gentle, with brown eyes that swirled with a murky gray. She'd never seen that before. She began to brush his coat, trying to remember everything her masters had taught her about horses. "You're doing it wrong," Envis said. Dylan stopped brushing. Envis came into her stall, taking her hand and moving it along the bay's back in long strokes. "Like this, see?" A shiver raced up her hand and across her arm at his touch. She did her best not to pull away. "Easy, Finnegan," Envis said as the horse's head bobbed from enjoyment. "You've got to talk to him a lot. I'm only letting you ride him because I trust him. I can tell you're new at this." Dylan noticed that Envis smelled like horses and was very warm. He let her hand go, moving out of her stall. Dylan watched him caress Fiona and asked, "So what's your craft?" "Why do you want to know?" Envis said gently. He put a pad and a saddle on Fiona lightly. "Just curious," Dylan shrugged. He cinched up the horse loosely at first to let the mare breathe, then tightened the cinch up. "My voice. I can sing people to sleep if I want to. It's very useful for sneaking around and getting into places you shouldn't be, though Jenna would say it's because I'm boring." She laughed lightly. No wonder it was so easy for her to fall asleep last night. She thought about how useful Envis's craft must be, and that if he really wanted to hurt her, it would be all too easy for him to do. Maybe she could trust him. He got a leather bridle down from the hook on the wall and put it on Fiona, fitting the bit into her mouth gently. When he was done, he led the horse out into the hallway, handing the reins to Dylan and tacking Finnegan up himself. Dylan noticed how much care Envis put into getting the horses ready. "You really like this type of thing, don't you?" she asked. "Horses are my life. I've never met a person who loves them more than I do." He finished with the bridle and switched places again, taking the reins from Dylan while she stepped into the stall to take Finnegan's reins. "Of course, I'd have to say it's a tie with music," he said with a smile. "If I'm not playing an instrument, I'm singing. That's just my life." Envis left the barn with Fiona. Dylan followed him, coaxing Finnegan out into the sunlight. Envis was already in the saddle. He stared down as she looked warily at Finnegan. "Come on, get up. The stirrups are just your length, I double-checked. And I know Finn will take care of you," Envis said. Dylan gulped and put the reins over Finnegan's head, grabbing the saddle and pulling herself onto the horse's back. Envis didn't say much as she climbed on. Dylan had a feeling he didn't talk more than he had to, at least not to her. Dylan watched as Envis circled around and around in a trot. She tried urging Finnegan on, but he shook his head. Like Moth, her old horse back home, Finn was very lazy. "Let's go," she insisted. Finn finally broke into a slow trot, and Dylan clung to his sides. Finn was very different from Moth. Whereas she was smooth and light, Finn was heavy and bumpy. She groaned, knowing that the ride would make her sore tomorrow. "You're doing it wrong," Envis said as he passed her. "What am I doing wrong?" she called after him. Envis reversed, bringing Fiona to a halt. "You really don't know anything about horses, do you?" "I'm trying to learn, at least," she protested. "Anybody can say that. Nobody refuses to learn," Envis said with a laugh. "I would beg to differ," Dylan said, thinking about her first few months as a Rhodi, with Taladin struggling to teach her. Envis sighed. "I can't let you leave here without knowing something about riding. I can teach you." Envis began instructing her, giving her directions about everything from how she rode to how Finnegan responded to her commands. Dylan's head swam with all the new information, but she never said a word. She wanted to impress the stranger and let him know she wasn't an idiot. "He's not trying," Dylan said as she ordered Finnegan to go faster, and once again the horse refused. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Envis maneuvered Fiona in front of Dylan, and suddenly, Finnegan's attitude changed. He charged forward faster, surprising Dylan. She had to grab onto his mane to hang on. Envis slowed down to a walk, and she asked, "What was that?" "Finn likes another horse to lead him," Envis explained. "Let's take them in. I think we've done enough." They dismounted and led the horses back to the stable, removing the tack and letting them out into the pasture to graze. Envis and Dylan leaned on the fence, a blade of grass in between Envis's teeth. "Lead him?" Dylan asked as they watched the horses eat, glancing at Envis. Envis chewed the grass spring. "Finnegan is blind." "Blind? You can't ride a blind horse," Dylan protested. "You just did. Didn't you see his eyes?" Envis asked. Dylan looked closer and noticed that the murky grayness in the horse's eyes remained. "But that doesn't make sense. He should have lost his balance or become afraid. Finnegan is old. He lost his sight gradually. My father taught him as he lost his sight. It took a while, but Finn was well trained before he couldn't see. So eventually he regained his confidence. Fiona is his partner. She guides him. That's why he's so reluctant to move for you. He doesn't know who you are or if he can trust you." Dylan watched as the blind old horse ate. I bet Tristan wouldn't believe this. He would think a blind horse would have to be destroyed. "Tristan seems reluctant to accept what he is." "And what is that?" Dylan asked sharply. "Someone who is just like everyone else," Envis said simply. "He needs to realize his blindness is part of him. He always thinks people are feeling sorry for him or looking down on him. I think Tristan underestimates what people like him can do." Envis started back to the inn. "Just because he can't see doesn't make him any less than the rest of us." "I know," Dylan sighed. "I wish he'd believe it himself." They locked eyes, then glanced away. Though Envis had only known them for a couple of hours, he'd already had guessed a lot about her cousin. Was that his searcher training, or was he naturally intuitive? She wasn't sure, but it was terrifying how much Envis had possibly guessed about her. The once empty inn was becoming full with searchers and searchers-to-be. Sheila's was kept busy with the cooking and making the rooms look presentable, as was her whole family. Tristan and the twins volunteered to help out, partly to keep their minds off of Rhonda and Keaton, and partly because they felt indebted to the family who had taken them in. "You really don't have to do this, dears," Sheila said while peeling a large tub of potatoes. "We want to. We'd be bored otherwise," Dylan said, helping her brother move a large crate of vegetables to the table. It was more like a large family reunion than a gathering of spies. There was dancing, music, and a little too much drinking of ale. Above all, though, there was a great deal of storytelling. A few years ago, when Rachel was stronger than ever before, we searchers had a lot to do. If we hadn't helped the Rhodi then, they definitely wouldn't be around now to tell the tale. A man took a large swig of his beer as he strode before the fireplace. "Of course, it's like that now. Same as before. My village can barely keep up with all the new information we're getting." Indeed, Dylan and Devin heard many things about the Rhodi during their stay. As far as they could tell, they were popular with the searchers. Popular, at least, with some. Devin was walking down the hall when he turned a corner and was knocked to the floor by a troop of brown-haired kids. The tallest snarled, "Watch it, Four Eyes," and continued on his way. Dylan went to tackle him, but Envis grabbed her arm and said, "Let him go, lass. It's not worth it." "Who are they?" Devin asked, getting a helping hand up from Jenna. Envis narrowed his eyes. "They're the Blackthorn family. Worst group of searchers I've ever known, but you don't want to get on their bad side. They don't like Rhodi much. It would be better if you didn't make it known to their family that you are one." "Why not?" Dylan said, still boring holes into their backs with her eyes. "It doesn't matter." Envis turned away. "Just stay out of their way. You see the tall one? His name's Roscoe. Watch out for him." "More like he should watch out for me." Dylan shifted on her feet like a great cat, ready to pounce at a moment's notice. "Be careful. He's got Braun on his side, and Roscoe doesn't mind hitting girls," Jenna said in disgust. "That's good, because I don't mind hitting guys," Dylan said, balling her hand into a fist. Cut it out, sis. It's better to have more allies than enemies, and everywhere we go, you make new ones, Devin complained. You want to go be pals with them? Sorry, Devin, but it doesn't look like these guys want to play nice, she shot back. You just want to pick fights, Devin said. Are you serious? Pick fights? Dylan scoffed. If I had my choice, I wouldn't be enemies with anyone. But sorry, brother, we're Rhodi, and we have people who don't like us. You could try to be friends, Devin said. Not a good idea, Envis put in. Roscoe treats his friends worse than the people he hates. That's not the point, Devin said shortly, and he turned his back on his sister. The twins hoped their masters would be arriving soon, because frankly, the tension between the both of them was becoming too much to handle. So they waited, and waited. The hours dragged on, with both of the twins rushing downstairs every time there was a new arrival. But nobody familiar appeared. By dinner time, the traffic was starting to slow down and was at a near halt. Fewer and fewer guests were starting to arrive. If they don't hurry, they won't get a room, Devin said. It was close to midnight when the last guest arrived. Fergus came over to the window where the twins were sitting and said, A fine day you'll have tomorrow if you don't have any rest. Go up to bed. We want to wait for our masters, Devin said, voice strained. Sleep, Fergus repeated. Your masters will be here tomorrow. Do they always show up on the morning of the meeting? Dylan asked. Fergus's mouth made a tight line. No, they're usually the first to arrive. But don't despair, lass. These are uncertain times, and maybe they were held up. Go to bed and get some sleep. By the time you wake up, I'm sure they'll have arrived. The twins did as they were told. Dylan looked out her window and pleaded silently, Hurry up, I don't think I can wait much longer. The next morning, both of the twins bounded out of their bed and nearly knocked Tristan over on their way to get dressed. They rushed down to the dining hall, looking over all the new faces. None of them they recognized. Both Dylan and Devin raced through the halls, but no one familiar was there. They spotted Fergus, and Devin asked in a rush, Have they arrived yet? Fergus shook his head and their hearts dropped. Not yet. It's peculiar. They should have been here by now. Both of the siblings took their place at the window to wait. The sun was setting, and no one new had arrived. Tristan walked over to the window. Guys, I don't think anyone's coming. Dylan and Devin's hearts sank as their worst fears were realized. An aging man with a beard came out and complained, Fergus, we've got to get on with the meeting. We can't wait any longer. Fergus sighed. Come, young ones, into the meeting hall. The twins followed him obediently, and Tristan did also. He wasn't a Rhodi, but Fergus didn't stop him as they made their way into the biggest room of the inn. It was made of simple stone, the only furniture being a large, round table with nearly 20 chairs. There were many people gathered around the table, though some chairs remained empty. A few stained glass windows were set in the rock, letting in small rays of light. Fergus, what's going on? We're missing people. A woman stood up, pointing to the set of empty chairs. Fergus took one of them, and the teens took the other, leaving 2 lonely seats. Indeed, missy, Fergus said. We're missing the Rhodi masters. We can't start the meeting without them. Where are they? And why are these children in here? The bearded man asked, demanding an answer. It looks like we're going to have to, Romulus, Fergus said. I don't know what's going on, but it looks suspicious, and there isn't any more time to waste. The twins are Rhodi students, and will have to be an ample substitute in the absence of their masters. Let me introduce you to Dylan and Devin Ferson, and their cousin, Tristan Evers. There were murmurs. Romulus's face instantly darkened when he heard the words Rhodi students. I bet that's a blackthorn, probably Roscoe's father. Tristan whispered to them. He sounds like his son. He doesn't like you already. Children can't be in the meeting. It's not allowed. We're just going to have to do it without Rhodi, Romulus said, sounding delighted. You know that's not right, Missy said. The Rhodi are our allies. If they're our allies, why didn't they bother to show up to the meeting? Romulus said pompously. I don't think they chose to skip, Fergus said. He gestured to Devin. The boy gulped, rising to his feet and pushing up his glasses. My sister and I were separated from our masters 5 months ago and taken to live with our aunt and uncle in Adamaris. Even though we were instructed specifically not to contact them, we did anyway. There were more murmurs, but Devin continued. We heard nothing from them. A few days ago, the Hunters Guild found our house and attacked us. They are now holding my aunt and uncle hostage. We had to flee here to make our way back to Eros. If Fergus hadn't taken us in, I don't know where we would be now. There you have it, Fergus said. A deliberate attack on children. The Hunters are becoming just as bold as they were 15 years ago. I can assure you now. Fergus paused and looked at the three of them. Forgive me, children. I can assure you that whatever has happened to the Rhodi masters is nothing good. A much younger man than Fergus leaned forward in his chair and asked, Well, what do we do? I'm head of my Searcher clan back in Marcelano, and things have been peaceful there for years. But even now, I'm hearing whispers of betrayers in our midst. Things grow darker each day. You think you have it bad? If the government were to find out about me in the Far East, I would surely lose my head. Another woman slammed her hand down on the table. Calm down, Shira. We're all friends here, Fergus said. But are we, Fergus? Romulus said, and the room got quiet again. It would seem to me your leadership has led us all astray. The room gasped. Fergus kept a calm tone and said, If you want an election to replace me, Romulus, then do so another day. Right now is not the time to be debating my position, not when another war with the Hunters Guild is on our hands. If there's going to be another war, it's because of them, not Searchers. Romulus pointed to the twins. Rhodi have always caused problems in Crescentia. Only because they've always had the courage to stand up for what's right. Missy got up from her chair and looked at Romulus, dislike plain on her face. I'm not going to let you blame these innocent children. If you're not going to suggest something useful instead of stirring up trouble, then tie your tongue, you viper. Romulus's eyes narrowed, but he didn't say any more. Fergus laid his hands on the table and said, Then what is to be done? Dylan, Devin, and Tristan are leaving for Eros tomorrow, and I fear what they might find there. I don't want them going alone. Then don't, another said. Send along someone to go with them. We can't spare any more searchers, Shira said in an exhausted voice. We've got all of them working to the bone as it is. I can't go, and neither can Sheilas, Fergus said. There's too much work to do here. Don't look at me, Romulus said immediately. The twins felt like pieces of property to be bartered and traded as people wondered what was to be done with them. The arguing got louder and louder, and the twins sunk lower in their chairs. I have a suggestion. The young man raised his hand, and everyone looked at him. Why not send some trainees of ours along with them? That ought to go by swinging. Romulus rolled his eyes. Brilliant, sending some of our own searchers-to-be out there to risk their necks on a wild goose chase to find Rhodi masters that are probably dead by now. Dylan felt a blazing inferno of rage envelop her at his words. How dare he speak of such things? If she wasn't a guest here, she would have torn Romulus to pieces for even suggesting Taladin might be gone. Actually, Fergus said, burrowing his brow in thought, that's not such a bad idea. It'll spare our spies the trouble. And who's to watch after our own trainees? Shira interceded, concerned. The searchers-to-be won't need to be looked after as long as they have enough experience in the field. Fergus said, I admit I have some doubts about sending a group of children off alone, but what choice do we have? That's actually a fair plan, Missy said. That way, nobody has to divert from their duties, and we can get information about whatever's happening to the Rhodi. It will also be an excellent test for whoever the trainees are. But which trainees do we pick? I'm not going to send my Roscoe with those two. Romulus pointed at the twins. I mean, look at them, scrawny as they are. They couldn't fend off a... Romulus's sentence was cut off by the sound of screaming as two people fell from the ceiling. People jumped back as the spies landed on the table amongst the broken vent and ceiling tiles. Jenna smiled weakly at her father from an upside-down position. Envis clambered clumsily to his knees, saying in a weak voice, "Hi, Dad." "Envis, for the last time, stop crawling in the vents." Fergus pulled both of his children off the table in one sweep, setting them on the floor. Missy stood up. "This is a private meeting, Fergus. They should be punished." "They will be," Fergus reassured them, "once I find out what they were doing up there." Fergus glared at them sternly, and Jenna blurted, "Envis told me that the twins and Tristan were in the secret meeting, and I wanted to know why, and so did Envis, but I knew they would never let us in, so I said—" "Yes, girl, get to the point," Romulus growled. "We wanted to know if they were going to be all right," Envis said, his eyes turning on Dylan. "Well, of course they're going to be all right, boy. Use your common sense," Missy said. "What do you think? We're going to throw them to Rachel?" Then, without warning, a smile came across Missy's face as she added, "If our young trainees here are so nosy about what happens to the twins and their cousin, why don't we let them go with our Rhodi friends?" "Jenna and Envis?" Fergus said immediately. "No, Jenna's too young." "She's almost as old as these children are," Shira pointed to the twins. "And they do seem enthusiastic." Fergus was aghast, but Missy called, "All in favor of the Baugh siblings going with the Rhodi children to Arrows?" Everybody but Fergus raised their hand. "All opposed?" she asked. Fergus raised his hand. After a moment, Fergus dropped his hand and said, "I can see I'm overruled, but my children—" "You seemed to be so keen on the idea a few minutes ago," Romulus said cruelly. "Don't worry, Fergus. They'll be fine," Shira said in a gentle voice. Fergus nodded. "Although it's my right, I won't overthrow the ruling. Sheilas will be displeased, but I can see it's time my children tried out their skills in the real world." "But what if I don't want to go?" Envis whined. Jenna threw her arm around her brother, grinning ear to ear, and said, "Come on, Envis, it'll be fun." "You'll go," Fergus said to him. "Maybe it'll teach you not to go poking into things that aren't your business." "I thought that was the searcher's job," Envis moaned. Fergus looked at the twins and said, "You may go now. You are no longer needed here. Get some dinner and a long rest, all of you." His gaze flickered to his children, and he said, "You have a long train ride to Arrows tomorrow." Chapter 5. Overtaken. On her last day at the inn, Dylan woke up later than all the others. They were obviously already down at breakfast. Disappointment overwhelmed her when she thought about her masters not showing up to the meeting, but what was the point? They were going to be back in Arrows by morning tomorrow, so there was no use being miserable about a no-show. "I know what's so miserable about it. It means there's something wrong." She went to the bathroom and changed, stopping to look at herself in the mirror when she was finished. Something didn't look right. She turned around a few times in the mirror, wondering if she was seeing things correctly. She was no longer malnourished anymore. Even though she was tiny, like Romulus had mentioned, she had gained weight. But that wasn't the only thing. In the past few months, her body had become more feminine. Her body had developed curves, while her face became sharp and angular. Her straggly limbs were gone, the tomboy slowly fading against something that was more woman than girl. It felt strange and unusual. Her body was becoming something foreign to her, an alien vessel that she had no control over. She didn't like it. She came out of the bathroom and threw her pajamas into the suitcase as Devin opened the door. "Finally, you're up. Hurry, before everyone eats what's left. It's like a madhouse down there," Devin put in quickly. As the boy went to head out the door, his sister said, "Devin?" He turned and looked at her curiously. "What?" he asked. She strode up to him and took her hand, leveling off the top of his head. "You're taller than me." "No way. Are you sure?" he asked. "Positive. Look." She led him over to a mirror, and they stood side by side. It was true. Dylan's body wasn't the only one who was changing. You couldn't tell unless you looked closely, but Devin was now taller than Dylan. "I guess I'm going to be as tall as Dad used to be," Devin said. "But," Dylan said in a soft voice, But we're twins. Aren't we supposed to stay the same height? I mean, Taladin, Tavanna, and April all are. That's actually very rare. I think most multiples grow up to be different heights, especially fraternal twins like us, Devin said. I don't like it, Dylan said instantly. You're going to have to get used to it. It's how things are, Devin said. Dylan stared at her reflection. That was always the excuse. How things are. It was how things are that she was separated from her masters. It was how things are that her parents were dead. And it was now how things are that she and her brother kept on getting farther and farther away from each other, and not just in looks either. Her unique orange eyes were endless. She used to love them, but now she wished they were a soft green like Devin's, so they could have more in common. Having your own identity wasn't something she had been accustomed to growing up as a twin. Now her hormones were forcing her into it. The saddest part was she didn't think Devin felt the same way. He wanted his own identity, something to differentiate himself from his sister. She knew it was a relief to him to be considered his own person and not part of a set. Not her. Being her own person was scary. She didn't know who she was yet, and if she didn't have her twin to define her, what did that mean about her place in the world? The twins went down to the dining hall, maneuvering their way through all the other searchers gathered at the long tables. They found their friends clustered along a corner, chowing down food like there was no tomorrow. The one exception was Envis, who was staring at his eggs sullenly like they were his bitterest rival.
Cheer up, Grumpy Pants! We're going on an adventure today!
Jenna shoved a pancake into her mouth. He didn't answer. Fine, be that way, Jenna said, turning her attention to Dylan.
How are you this morning? In a better mood, I bet, since you're going home. I wonder what we'll find there.
Hopefully no hunters, Devin said. Tristan nodded and said, Hunters can't be good. I've only met them once, but my cousins have had some real experience with them. They used to be hunters themselves, so at least we know what they can do. Jenna's fork clattered as it hit the plate. Envis crossed his arms and said, They were what? Dylan felt like socking Tristan. He had just blown one of their biggest secrets out of the water, and probably on purpose, too. Tristan always took great care with whatever he said, and Dylan knew this wasn't a simple mistake. Leave it to him to let things slip up just to get a kick out of everyone's reaction. Devin chewed and swallowed. Before we became Rhodi and were on the streets...
Whoa, hold on a second! You were homeless? Where are your parents? Are they kidnapped too, like Tristan's?
Jenna was, again, asking too many questions at once. Dylan didn't look up as she poked some toast with her fork. They died almost 2 years ago. Devin might as well tell them everything. He gave her a look for sticking him with the story again, but she ignored it. He always found words to explain their situation better than she did. Devin explained the accident that had caused their parents' deaths, their induction into the Hunters Guild, and finally, their time on the streets. Devin stopped when he got to the part about being Rhodi. That section of the story, the happiest, was still too painfully recent to repeat. So that only means you've been a Rhodi for a little over a year, Enfys said. How do we know you're really on our side? Dylan slammed her fork down. I'll tell you how you know. She lifted up her right sleeve just a bit to expose a large red scar around her wrist. The Hunters Guild fastened an electric torture bracelet on me. Every time Devin refused to do what they told him, I would get juiced. If you need more evidence, just look at Devin's back. The scars there are from a burning house falling on him. Dylan spat. Envis was white-faced with shock. She got up in a huff and left, ignoring the horrified stare Jenna was giving her and heading outside to the horse pasture. There were footsteps behind her. She turned to see Envis had followed, an apologetic expression on his face. I'm sorry, Envis shouted, coming to her side. I'm a searcher. It's my job to weed out other spies, and we can't take chances when there are hunters around. Forgive me for even suggestion you could be one of them. Sure, whatever, she said quickly, telling herself to let it go. She wanted to get rid of Envis, but knew that he wasn't going anywhere. He didn't know her, therefore, he couldn't trust her yet. As a searcher, it was his job to never let her out of his sight. She couldn't blame him for doing what he was trained to do. Reluctantly, she let him trail along and mumbled, "Just don't bring it up again." They walked along the cobblestone road toward the rolling green hills of Dundee. Envis seemed to be strangely accustomed to the silence. They came to a long gate that sectioned off the inn from the rest of the countryside. Dylan let Envis go through the gate first, then went to close the gate behind her. But when she latched it, her left sleeve caught in the lock, and her sweater was ripped from elbow to wrist. Envis walked to her side and said, "Here, let me help you." "Don't," Dylan shouted. She tried to hide her arm as Envis tore away the fabric from the gate, but it was no use. Envis stepped back when he saw the scars laced up her skin. "What happened to you?" he asked softly. Dylan ignored him and crossed her arms tightly over her chest. She thought wildly of excuses, lies, but there were none. Envis knew exactly what was going on by the look on his face. "Go ahead," she said in a choked voice, not knowing if she was about to punch him or cry. "Look all you want. Yeah, that's right. I'm the freak who cuts herself." "I see." Envis drew his gaze away from the scars and looked her in the eye. "I'm sorry, lass." "Happy you finally know what's wrong with me?" she asked bitterly. "That's not it at all," he said, shaking his head. "I'm just sad that you're in so much pain." His admission surprised her. Most people who found out only had questions as to why she did it, or tried talking her out of doing it again. She couldn't remember one person telling her they understood, except for Taladin. "You don't have to feel sympathy for me. I don't want pity." "I'm not giving you pity, lass. I don't know what you've been through, but by what you've told me, it would be too much for anyone to handle," Envis said gently. She played with the torn edges of her sleeve nervously. "It's just," she sighed. "I'm under a lot of stress right now, okay? It's the only thing that helps." "Do you really think it helps?" Envis raised an eyebrow, and Dylan was shocked that he wasn't recoiling away in disgust. He gazed at her in the same way he had hours earlier, like she was the same person, despite the fact he discovered her biggest secret. Nobody had ever done that before, looked at her in the same way once they found out. Mentally, she berated herself for breaking down. She was supposed to talk about this stuff with Taladin, not some random stranger. There was no need for her to be opening herself up to Envis. She was a Rhodi. She had to pretend to be strong and brave, even if she wasn't. "Why am I even talking to you about this? I don't even know who you are. I met you a couple days ago," Dylan said. "But now you're stuck with me." Envis took a step closer, his hands in his pockets. "And by the sound of things, we're going to be with each other for a long time." "Not likely. I just want to get home, and then you can come back here like you wanted," Dylan snapped. Envis looked at her with a doubtful expression. "I have a feeling it's not gonna work out like that." She shut the gate behind her and walked into the pasture. She collapsed in the grass, bringing her knees up and wrapping her arms around them. Envis sat beside her, leaning back so he was lounging on the ground. "Why do you care?" she asked blatantly. "If we go our separate ways tomorrow, it's not your problem." "We'll see. Like I said, I doubt it'll be that easy." Envis hummed a short little tune before he added, "I promise we'll find your masters. You have my word as a searcher." "Thank you," Dylan said. She wasn't sure how good the word of a spy was, but then again, something about Envis caused a small bout of hope to rise in her chest. Maybe she would see Taladin and Tavanna again. Envis wasn't paying attention to her scars, but she still felt the urge to hide them from him all the same. "Are you going to tell anyone?" she whispered softly, fiddling with a few strands of emerald grass. "It's your story to tell, lass. I'll say nae a word, even to my sister." Envis turned on his side to face her. "I only want to help you in any way I can. Devin and Tristan already know, but I don't like talking about it, even with them. I hope you understand," she said, wishing he would. "I do," Envis said. Gently, he picked a vibrant orange flower with long, thin petals that was growing in the grass next to them and handed it to her. "I would ask you to come to me when you're struggling, lass, but I know that's a hard thing to do. If you can, I'll stay with you. Things are easier when you're not alone to wrestle with your own thoughts." Dylan twirled the flower in her hands. "Thank you, Envis," she said quietly. "Don't mention it, lass." My pleasure. He leaned back on the grass and put his hands behind his head, singing softly to himself. Dylan caught a drift of fresh, salty sea air washing over the emerald dunes, which shone under the light of the beaming sun. Dundee was beautiful, and the searcher was right. Even though Envis was a stranger, she'd rather be here with him than be alone with her demons. Dylan leaned back against the grass and closed her eyes, listening to Envis's soft voice a short distance away. They were so close she could hear the sound of his breath as it rose and fell from his chest with each note. The thought occurred to Dylan that Envis truly did care what happened to her. Despite her fears, she allowed herself a tiny smile. Later that day, the Baugh family, along with the twins and Tristan, gathered at the station. Both Envis and Jenna had packed enough for a long journey in simple bags. Dylan didn't know why they'd packed so many clothes if they were just staying the night, but she didn't say anything. You watch after your sister now, do you hear me? Don't let anything happen to her, Sheila said, grabbing Envis and giving him a tight hug. I will, Mum. Don't worry yourself, Envis said. Once you get to Arrows, you should be safe, Fergus said. If all goes well and you end up finding the routing masters, Envis and Jenna will come back home the next morning for a full report. Dylan could tell by the grim look on his face that Fergus didn't expect things to go well. You look after yourselves as well, dears, Sheila said to the twins. Crescentia knows the hardships you've been through, and keep your chin up about your parents, she added to Tristan. Fergus and I will do everything we can to get them away from the Red Huntress. The important thing is to get the three of you to a safe place. Tristan's face softened. Thanks a lot, Mrs. Baugh. It means a lot to me. Sheila surprised them all by enveloping the three in a hug before letting them go. Take care, darlings, Sheila's called as they boarded the train, and she waved her handkerchief in a goodbye. May you take the narrow path, Fergus cried out to his son as the train began to move. And may your secrets stay hidden, Envis shouted out the window, raising a hand in farewell. The twins gave him a look, and Envis plopped down on his seat. Searcher's farewell. It's for good luck. Jenna was bouncing up and down in her seat, eager for an adventure.
Let's play a game,
she said in excitement, turning to them all.
It'll help pass the time quicker.
How about we play the Be a Searcher and Learn to Shut Up game? Envis suggested gruffly.
You're no fun.
Jenna stuck her tongue out at him. I'm concentrating on what we could find in Arrows and how to prepare. You think it's going to be a vacation, he growled. He's right, Devin said. It could get tricky. We have no idea what's waiting for us there. I know what's waiting. Trouble, and I'll be ready for it, Envis said. Dylan laughed. Envis glanced at her and said, What's so funny? Nothing, Dylan said. You just act like such an expert on the subject. But you're a searcher. You don't know how to fight. I bet you've never even been out of Dundee. So what if I haven't? Envis said. I can bet that I've worked longer at being a spy than you have at being a warrior. If you didn't need me, I wouldn't be here. If being a Rhodi was easy, they'd call us searchers, Dylan said, giving him a sly smile. You think it's so simple? Fine, then. Whoever can go the longest without talking is the winner. Simplest searcher exercise of them all, starting now. He shut his mouth. Dylan did also, and the rest of them followed suit. Jenna was the first to drop out. It had barely been minutes before she said quickly, This is stupid, and began chattering nonstop to Devin. Devin tried to respond by hand gestures, but he couldn't keep up with Jenna, so he gave up. Tristan lasted longer than the both of them combined, but as always, there came a point where he had to put his opinion in, so he cracked too. Only two were left, and neither wanted to lose. Dylan and Envis were locked in a staring contest, both bent on winning. When Envis turned away and looked out the window, Dylan let out a sassy smile. He thought he could keep quiet? Let him. He could try, but there was no way he would outlast her. After a few hours, Jenna and Devin stared at the two of them with absolute awe. It turned into another game to see who could get Envis or Dylan to talk first. I'm betting on Envis. He's never going to crack, Jenna said. She poked her brother over and over in the arm, but he still refused to speak. You don't know how stubborn Dylan is, Devin insisted. Envis will talk long before she does. I don't think either of them will open their mouths. They're too well matched. Tristan yawned, looking bored. The train stopped at a small town for dinner. They disembarked, Envis and Dylan still locking gazes. "Hey, you kids!" A middle-aged woman with silver hair called out to them, waving her hand. She smiled and said, "You must be Fergus's kids. I'm Moana. I'm here to make sure you arrived safely. Last stop before Eros." Moana noticed that Envis and Dylan both had their mouths tightly shut. "Are these two both mutes, or did they have a row?" she asked, turning to Devin. Devin shook his head and said, "No, they're just really persistent." "Oh, young lovers then. How cute," she said with a smile. This instantly broke the silence as both Envis and Dylan shouted, "We're not lovers!" All right then." Moana put her hands up. "Only playing with you, hey? No need to get so riled."
Puppy! You both won! Now we can forget about this stupid game!
Jenna skipped away to the restaurant, twirling on her toes, and led them inside. It was quaint, but very loud. Once they were served their dinners of fish and chips, a fiddler struck up a dashing tune. Dylan liked it and began swaying as she ate, the rest of the table with her. When he was done eating, Envis began dancing with a group of girls to the music, his bad mood obviously gone. Devin leaned over and asked his sister, "Envis sure is trying to make you jealous, isn't he?" "What's there to be jealous of? He's a big head," she said simply. One of the girls their age grabbed Envis and planted a rosy kiss on his lips. He kissed her back, and they kept dancing while he laughed out loud, his melodic voice ringing throughout the restaurant. Dylan scowled. "We're never going to get out of here if Fancy Britches doesn't move it," Moana said, pointing to Envis. Dylan threw her mug at Envis to get him to stop. It bounced against the side of his head and clattered to the floor loudly. The searcher turned around, holding a hand to his head. "Ow! What was that for?" "For being annoying. We have to go," Dylan insisted. "We have never had fun until you've been to a Dundee pub. Come on, join me," Envis said. Dylan shook her head. Envis shrugged, turning back to the girl. Dylan watched him, a surly expression on her face, yet her foot tapped along to the music all the same. "What's the matter? Got somebody back home waiting for you that you can't even dance with an acquaintance?" Envis asked Dylan as they left the restaurant. "Actually, I kind of do," she said. It was sort of a lie now that Tito had betrayed them, but did they really know that for sure? Saffron would tell any sort of tale to make Dylan think she'd been stabbed in the back. Maybe Tito had kept his mouth shut. Of course, it was also sort of a lie that her and Tito were together, but on the other hand, she wasn't so sure they weren't. She wasn't sure if she liked him or not either. Things would be so much easier if they had some answers. "Does he make you happy?" Envis asked. Dylan didn't reply. Since she didn't know whether Tito was actually a traitor, she couldn't say. But Tito would never act like Envis just did. He had been her friend, and maybe a bit more. She hadn't quite figured out that part yet. "A wee bit of dancing never hurt anybody. It's completely innocent. I don't see what the problem is," Envis insisted. She let out an irritated noise. "Aren't you interested in someone?" "Ah, yes. She's a beautiful lass, but I doubt she'll let me have her." His eyes sparkled with mischief. "So, until she comes around, why can't I kiss a few other girls instead?" When she looked back up, she noticed, for the first time, that Envis's blue eyes were dancing. She quickly looked back to the train. "Come on, we gotta go." Moana did a tiny curtsy as they boarded. "Farewell, children. I hope you find what you're looking for." "Bye," Devin waved back to her. They retook their seats, watching as Moana grew farther and farther away. Once she was out of sight, it was clear the sun was setting quickly. The train wouldn't stop until the morning after in Eros. "We should try to stay up all night. It would be fun," Jenna said eagerly. Envis yawned and said, "No thanks. If there's any hunters waiting for me when we get off this train tomorrow, I want to be refreshed. Good night." He slunk against the seat and closed his eyes. "He's probably right," Devin said. "We've got to try and rest. No more talking, Jenna, sorry." Long after everyone had fallen asleep, Dylan stared out the black window, wondering where they were and how close they were to home. In his sleep, Envis was humming. Dylan wondered if he ever stopped singing. When they met up with the Rhodi tomorrow, would Taladin like him? She hoped he would. Envis was annoying at times, but at least he was fun. It was nice to be around someone who was so carefree. It made her feel better about her own problems. This was her last thought before she fell asleep. Devin was the first to wake up the next morning. He had forgotten to take his glasses off, and they had fallen lopsided across his face. He tried to put them back on, but found they had gotten tangled in his sister's hair. It took him a full minute to sort through the mess with his blurry, weak eyes. He realized the train was coming to a halt. "Everybody get up! We've arrived!" He kicked Tristan next to him with his foot, while the Ba siblings woke up with yawns. Dylan was instantly awake. She got up and gathered the blankets and pillows, handing them to a sleepy attendant before leading the way off the train. The Eros train station was even smaller than the one in Adamaris, and Vis looked out the window at all the tall trees and rock formations, observing the hills and valleys rising above a calm ocean. "So this is Eros, huh? The trees are sort of creepy," he said. "How did you guys end up in such a place?" "Told you before," Dylan said. "Rachel found us just outside Marcelano and brought us to the Hunters Guild base here. Let's call a cab," Dylan said. She hailed a taxi, and the 5 kids piled into it, smushing against each other in the tiny space. "Move over, Envis, you're crushing me," Jenna whined. "That would be weird, since you're the one sitting on me," Envis complained. "Jenna, you're taking up more room than all of us, so you shouldn't be complaining," Tristan said. "I can't see anything. You guys keep messing up my glasses," Devin added. "All of you shut up," Dylan said. She leaned over to the driver and told him the address, nervously wringing her hands as they drove toward their destination. The trees seemed to crush them even more so inside the car as they took the long, winding driveway to the Rhodi house. Shivers of fear pressed in upon them. To the twins, something didn't feel right. It wasn't until the car had come to a complete stop that they saw how horrible it was. Jenna gasped, and Vis pressed his face against the window and said, "Blimey, mate, what happened here?" The twins flung themselves out of the car doors and stood looking at the chaos with open mouths. Tristan tumbled out and said in annoyance, "What? What happened?" "Be glad you can't see it, Tristan," Devin said weakly. Nearly everything was destroyed. The barn had fallen into dilapidation. Half of it had been burned, leaving nothing but crumbling ash on the ground. The white fence had been broken clean in two in several places. The horses had either been stolen by the Hunters Guild or had run off. The pagoda that Odon loved laid in ruin, while several posts were broken from the front porch. Every window in the house was shattered, while several doors hung off their hinges. "Guys, wait up!" Jenna cried as the twins flung themselves into the house. The structure of the home remained undamaged, but you couldn't say that for what was inside. The furniture was overturned in an obvious sign of struggle. The twins were careful not to walk on the glass from the broken windows. The kitchen was robbed of food, and the most valuable items in the living room had been stolen. The twins ran throughout the house, calling the names of their masters, but it was obvious there was no one left behind. "Oh, I get it now," Tristan said as his cane continually came in contact with the glass on the floor. "This is really messed up." Dylan gasped as she saw the most frightening thing. On the floor, large patches of blood stained the carpet. There was a long, maroon streak across the wall, as if someone had fallen up against it. "That's actually promising. It shows that they didn't lose too much blood," Devin said, but his voice was shaking. "Whose blood is it?" Dylan asked. "Taladin? Davana's?" "How are we supposed to live here?" Envis asked, nudging a broken vase with his shoe. "Live here? Where are our masters? Where's everyone?" Dylan said in a panicked voice. Devin raised his hand shakily. "No, Envis is right. This is where we need to stay." "Why would we stay here? This place is a target." "No, it's not. The guild already destroyed it. They'll be looking for us somewhere else. Somewhere where they think we'd be better protected. They don't think we're dumb enough to come back here," Devin said, walking around the edge of the room. Hooray for the guild, then, for overestimating our intelligence, Dylan said, crossing her arms and holding herself.
We should go back to Dundee, Jenna said.
No, Enfys said, shaking his head. We were supposed to figure out where the Rhodi masters went, and we're going to do that. Dad told me, no matter how bad it is out here, not to go back home.
Why in the world would he say that? It makes no sense,
Tristan said. Dundee is exactly where Rachel will be looking for the twins, Enfys said. Devin's right. Here is the safest place. I just don't know where to start cleaning up.
Anywhere, I guess.
Devin directed Enfys and Jenna to start overturning the furniture. The twins left the boss siblings with Tristan, who was more than happy to bark orders without actually helping them clean up. The siblings headed to Yolanda's and Odon's room first. Out of all the rooms in the house, this was the one in the worst shape. It was as if the Hunters Guild had been looking for something when they struck. All the drawers were torn out of the wardrobe, and the clothes from the closet were thrown on the floor. Even the mattress was overturned. They could barely get the door open.
The letter,
Devin said.
They must know about it. They were looking for it, though I don't know why.
It's a good thing we have it, Dylan said. April May's room was next. She was never one for material things, so only the bedding was sprawled all over the floor. Dylan wondered if April May had foreseen this and decided to hide her possessions, but that was ridiculous. If she had a vision of the attack, she would have spent her time getting the others out of harm's way instead. The tapestry April May had made of Tavanna as Desmodondre Incarnate and Savior of Crescentia was torn in half. The words, "Long live the Queen," were written across it in what horribly looked like blood. Tavanna's room was mostly untouched. It would seem the hunters had been more hurried with each room they searched. Her staff was the only thing that was broken, cleaved in two and lying in splinters on the rug. They'd torn open her pillows in frustration, feathers gathered in clumps all over the floor. Devin pushed some of them aside and found a picture of himself underneath them. Dylan walked out of the room silently and decided to leave him alone. There were only 2 rooms on the lower level left to search. Dylan checked the bathroom first, which was mainly untouched. When Dylan couldn't avoid it any longer, she made her way down the hallway to Taladin's room, heading into it slowly. She sighed in relief. The Hunters Guild had concerned itself very little with Taladin's bedroom. Only a few drawers had been ruffled through, and the closet had been merely opened. Not even the bed had been touched. The room was dirty, but Dylan had a sinking feeling that this was due more to Taladin not taking care of himself. She moved around a batch of muddy clothes on the floor before her shoe crunched on something already broken. She looked down and picked it up. It was a wooden picture frame, one with her photo inside of it. She was ridiculously thin, looked tired, and had a bandage on her wrist, but it was still her. She was smiling. It had been taken a few days before her birthday. Dylan realized that, all this time, Taladin had kept it on his bedside table, closest to where he slept. She started crying. She couldn't help it. She sat down on the bed and put the photo back on the dresser, looking at the open drawer. Taladin's knife was gone. He must have had it on him when they were ambushed. The small throwing knives she had stolen months before were still nestled in their box, lying quietly on a folded-up shirt. She needed a weapon, she couldn't deny that. After a moment's hesitation, she grabbed the knives and buckled them around her waist. She needed protection. It would be a poor plan if she got stuck in a bad situation without a weapon. She would just need to control herself and do her best to not cut. She met Devin in the hallway. "Just finished cleaning Tavanna's room," he said roughly. "You want to check upstairs?" She nodded, and they headed toward the top of the house. There were only a few rooms up here, their old rooms, a bathroom, and an office. After rummaging through them, they found everything was spotless. The Hunters Guild hadn't even broken the windows to come inside. "Look at our bedrooms," Devin pointed. "Everything's still there. Even our beds are made. It's creepy." She couldn't agree more. The place looked the same as she had left it. But why had her masters not changed them? Could they have somehow thought they were coming back? "We got the furniture rearranged and the glasses cleaned up," Tristan called to them, leaning heavily on the staircase. Okay, Devin sighed, and they headed back downstairs. They immediately found Envis and Jenna arguing over which room they wanted. This is the only guy's room left. I want it. Envis pointed to Taladin's bedroom.
You can have the other one.
Jenna pointed to Vanna's room.
It's bigger.
It's pink.
So? I don't like pink.
That's your problem. Envis crossed his arms. Why can't I have the yellow room? That's enough, Dylan shouted, and her teeth became pointed as her voice turned into a growl. Everyone shut up, and she grabbed Envis by the arm. You get that room, and she gets that one. She shoved Envis inside Taladin's room, stomping away angrily.
Why does he get that one?
Jenna complained. Because I said so. Does anybody want to argue? A tail appeared behind her, swishing back and forth in irritation. Everybody muttered meek replies, and she said, Good. Because he had won the argument, Envis was perfectly happy. But Jenna gave Dylan the cold shoulder for a few minutes before her determination ran out and she started talking nonstop again. Devin looked around the living room and said, How are we going to clean all this blood up? I got most of it off of the wall and we tried to scrub it out of the carpet. Envis said, It's crude, but I guess we're just going to have to put rugs over it. The kids dragged a large rug over the red stains on the floor, placing a painting that hadn't been damaged over the bloody spot on the wall. Looks just like home, right? Devin joked, choking out a laugh. Yeah, Dylan said. Sure it does.
We have to get food. I'm hungry,
Jenna complained. You're always hungry, Envis said.
So I like eating,
Jenna said. She scuttled away and into the kitchen, where they could hear the clattering of the cabinets in Jenna's epic search for lunch. That's a good point, Devin said. How are we going to take care of ourselves out here? We don't have any money. Mom and Dad gave us some funds. I'll ask them to send more and tell them that we're staying. We'll have to tell them to pay the bills so the power stays on, Envis said. Your parents don't have to do that, Dylan protested. My parents are rich, Envis said. They own the most popular inn in Dundee and are the leaders of the biggest group of spies in Crescentia. They won't even know the money's gone.
Hey! There's still food in the freezer!
Jenna screamed as if she'd found a golden idol hiding in the kitchen.
I'm gonna make it, okay?
Okay! Envis screamed back, shaking his head. Devin went outside, and Dylan walked behind him slowly, hoping Tristan had the good sense not to tag along. Hey, Dylan said softly. He barely looked up. What are you thinking about? Devin merely blinked. Thinking about walking to Nellie's tomorrow, just to see how she is. They probably don't know we're back yet, Dylan said, trying to comfort him. She wondered if Devin ever stopped thinking about Nellie, and figured that the answer was an unmistakable no. Something's wrong, Devin said. I can feel it. Her cancer was growing. Sis, what if she got sicker? What if she died? Don't talk like that, Dylan said harshly. We would have found out. Tito would have told us in his letters. But his mom specifically told him not to put something in the letter. What if that was it? What if Nellie's... No, Devin, no. Dylan grabbed him by his shoulders. Nellie's just fine. Devin, you're smarter than I am. But when it comes to Nellie, you tend to lose your head. Calm down. Devin took a shaky breath. She was such a good friend to me. I don't want to lose her like we lost our masters. She was a good friend to all of us, Dylan reminded him. We don't know if we truly lost our masters yet. From what we can see here, it doesn't look like they were killed. They might have fled. We don't need to panic. And if Tito is the betrayer, how do we even know if he's even telling the truth? He let out an angry sigh. Because we're going to see him tomorrow, you and I, Dylan said forcefully, just to prove that he's not. But beforehand, we'll swing by Nellie's, okay? Devin nodded. What do you think happened to our masters? I have no idea, but we have 2 searchers with us. It can't be that hard to get answers. We'll find them. We have to, Dylan insisted, and her voice cracked on the words. Jenna poked her head out of the door and yelled, Guys! Dinner's ready! Chapter 6. Old friends and new rivals. The next morning, Jenna, Envis, and Tristan joined the twins on the long walk to Nellie's house, enjoying the beautiful weather that was basking Arrows that day. The dirt road seemed to wind down as they headed further into a vast, green plain that had no difference between earth and sky. When Devin saw a single house on the horizon, he pointed to it and said, "That's it." Devin walked up the porch steps and rang the doorbell. There was no answer. Devin rang again, but nobody came to open the door, so he knocked instead. "Devin, I don't think anyone's home," Dylan said. "There are no cars in the driveway." "It doesn't look like anyone's driven here in months," Envis said, kneeling down to the ground and looking at the dirt road. "Nellie and her mom could be staying at the hospital for her treatments. We'll try again later," Devin said in disappointment. Dylan glanced at him with concern. He hadn't looked this miserable since they'd found the house in pieces. She really hoped that Nellie wasn't dead. That, more than anything, would devastate her brother beyond repair.
"Who else are we going to see? Tito?"
Jenna said, swinging around a large post. "Tito, even I know that," Tristan said scathingly. "His house isn't far," Dylan said, turning the other direction and leading the way. After about an hour's walk, an old red house appeared on the horizon. It was so high up on a hill that it blocked out the sun.
"You're kidding me. You made us walk all this way and you expect us to climb up that?"
Jenna complained. "That's not very nice at all." "Well, what do you want us to do? Drive a non-existent car?" Dylan asked in irritation. Envis cleared his throat. "I know how to drive. My parents could." Envis, "No, your parents are doing enough," Dylan said. "They don't need to buy us a car, too." "What if Tito really is the traitor, like Saffron said?" Devin asked. Dylan shrugged. "Then we kick his ass and get on with it." After an extremely long climb up the gravel driveway, the twins knocked on the rickety farmhouse door. Dylan heard a familiar voice cry out, "Hey, who's there?" Dylan swallowed. "Who do you think it is?" The door opened immediately. When Tito saw Dylan's face, his expression turned from one of extreme disbelief to complete joy. He cried, "You're back!" and flung himself at her, enveloping her in a tight hug. "Of course I'm back. You didn't think I would be gone forever, right?" Dylan asked. Tito was a bit taller now, and thick muscles showed through his sports jersey. He'd changed a lot since they'd been gone. "I did there for a bit," he smiled. He turned away and looked at Devin. "Hey, geek, how's it been?" "Not too bad, Tito," Devin said warily. Devin glanced at his sister. Dylan took a deep breath. "Tito, there's something we have to ask you." Before she could finish, another figure appeared in the doorway. Leanna was as beautiful as they remembered. Her red spectacles were upon her face, but her doctor's coat was missing. When she saw the twins, she screamed and embraced them both at the same time. "I'm so glad to see you," she said. "I was so worried." "We're all right," Devin said, "for the most part." Leanna looked at the companions that were following behind them. "Are these your new friends?" she asked, an edge of suspicion in her tone. "You can trust them," Devin said. "I promise." "Why don't you come in?" Leanna asked, gesturing inside. They followed her into the house. Leanna locked the door behind her, letting out a sigh. "Make yourself at home," she said, gesturing to Envis, Tristan, and Jenna. She clasped her hands and said, "If you don't mind, could we talk with Dylan and Devin alone?" Tristan's mouth opened in outrage, but Envis nudged him and said, "Sure, we'll be here." The others sat on the couch in the living room, while the twins followed Leanna and Tito to the kitchen. The kitchen itself was filled with baubles and trinkets, but most of them were old and outdated, doilies sitting upon rips in the furniture and rugs hiding the cracked wooden floors. Leanna sat them down at the table and started making tea. "It's not as good as Odon's, I apologize, but it will do," Leanna said as she set cups in front of them. Tito leaned forward eagerly and said, "Spill, guys! What do you know?" "We don't know anything," Devin said. "We were hoping you guys could tell us something." I'm not even sure why you're here, Leanna said. I thought you went into hiding with your aunt and uncle? Devin told the long story of how their aunt and uncle had been kidnapped and the time they spent with the searchers. When he had finally finished, Dylan added, "There's something else." She told of her battle with Saffron and how their location in Adamaris had been betrayed. Tito leaned back and said, "That's ridiculous. Who would betray you?" Dylan twirled her hands. Devin cut to the chase and said, "Saffron suggested that you were the betrayer." "Me?" Tito said in outrage. "You think I sold you out?" "I didn't say that," Devin said quickly. "Saffron just made that suggestion." "I didn't betray you guys, I swear," Tito said. "I never even knew where you were until you sent me that letter, and when you did, I didn't tell anybody about your location." "It could have been an accident," Devin suggested. Dylan cut him off short and said, "That can't be it. Saffron said that the betrayer had revealed where we were for their own benefit. Do you honestly think Tito would do that?" There was a long silence as Devin looked at Tito. Then he sighed and said, "Okay, I believe you. I don't think you betrayed us, and if you did, you would have had hunters waiting here already to capture us. But if you didn't, who did?" Devin said. "I think Saffron was lying. If she told you I was the betrayer and I'm not, then obviously she could have made the whole thing up, right?" Tito asked. Leanna nodded her head in agreement. "I don't think so." Dylan shook her head. "She didn't actually say your name. I sort of suggested it." When Tito gave Dylan a look, she said, "I'm sorry, you're just the first person who popped into my head." "It's all right, Dylan. We know you meant no harm," Leanna said in a calm voice. "But that means that somebody did reveal where you were, though we have no idea who." "Leanna," Dylan said slowly, "what happened to our masters?" Leanna hesitated. She glanced at her stepson and said, "I don't know if it's my place to tell you this, but it would seem there's no one else to explain it. A little over a week ago, there was an attack on the house." The twins leaned forward. Leanna took a deep breath and said, "I hadn't heard from Tavanna in days, and I began to get worried. One day I headed over there, and you obviously know what I found. The Hunters Guild ambushed them in the middle of the night. They must have been able to break down Yolanda's veil around the house and get in. How? Saffron no longer works for the guild, and she's the only veil breaker they have," Dylan said. "Yolanda was getting weak," Leanna said sadly. "As Rhodi age, their craft becomes less strong and more easy to manipulate. Before the attack, Tavanna told me that the shield Yolanda put up around the house was constantly breaking down because her magic couldn't sustain it. I suppose the old woman just couldn't fight anymore. She and Odon went through a lot in their time, and they should have retired years ago. It's no surprise the veil was able to be compromised." "But where are they?" Dylan asked. "What did they do to my father?" "Nobody knows." Tito shook his head. "That's what we're trying to find out. Tavanna, Taladin, April, May, they're all gone. The Hunters Guild must have captured them and taken them hostage." "What if they didn't? What if they're dead?" Dylan asked. "No, they're not dead. We know that for sure. The guild would have left the bodies," Leanna said. "How do you know that?" Devin asked. Leanna hesitated, and Tito mumbled, "You might as well tell them, Mom." Leanna took a hand from both Dylan and Devin. "I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but when I went back to the house, I found Odon and Yolanda. They died fighting, trying to save everyone else." "No," Dylan said, drawing her hand back. Devin simply sat there, stunned into silence. "They can't be gone." "I know how you must feel. I was very close to them myself," Leanna said, wiping a stray tear from her eye. "I had them buried where they wanted to be, in the forest behind your house. I wish I could tell you they were still alive, but they were murdered in cold blood. The only thing I can say to comfort you is that I'm sure they went quickly." Dylan's eyes welled up with tears. "I can't believe they're gone." She bit her lip, trying not to cry. "So Rachel definitely has the rest of them." But what does she want with them? April May can see the future, and I'm sure you've been told about Tavanna's destiny, Lyanna said. If they imprison Desmidandre, nobody can stand in their way. Why wouldn't they just kill them then? Devin asked. Tavanna and April are more useful alive than dead. If they can figure out a way to control April May's visions and manage to bring out Tavanna's powers as Desmidandre incarnate at the same time, they'll be unstoppable. Taladin is the only way to keep both of them following orders, Lyanna said in a strained voice. At the mention of Taladin, more tears welled up in her eyes, and the doctor looked away. Dylan felt like she was going to throw up. She knew Rachel was doing terrible things to Taladin just to keep April and Tavanna in line. Rachel loved to torture people. She'd do it simply for fun, if nothing else. Then we have to rescue them, right now, Dylan said, standing up. How? Lyanna asked in a tired voice. I've thought of hundreds of ways, but I'm only a doctor. I can't fight hundreds of hunters. I've asked the police and the government to get involved, but no one wants to stand up to Rachel. Rally the searchers! They'll help, Dylan said, turning toward her brother. They're spies, not soldiers, Devin reminded her. And Romulus will fight us all the way on it. Nobody wants to go into the lion's den when the lion's still roaring. Do we know where they are? Could she be keeping them in the Hunters Guild's hideout? Dylan asked. I was brave enough to venture there, alone, Lyanna said as Tito gave an outraged gasp. I've been there enough times in my youth with Taladin and Tavanna to know where the secret doors are, and it's completely deserted. They changed locations after they attacked your masters. I have no clue where the guild might be now. We have to start looking. They're somewhere in Crescentia, Dylan insisted. Where? We have no clues, Devin said in frustration. So they're just stuck in Rachel's grasp while we do nothing? Dylan asked. Until we come up with a plan, Lyanna said. But yes, they're stuck there until we find them. And with the number of guild hideouts in the continent, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. They could be keeping them in different locations for all we know. Dylan plopped back into her chair. She felt more depressed than ever. Tito leaned forward and said, Can you think of anyone else who might have betrayed you? It's obvious, isn't it? Devin said sadly. Taladin and Tavanna had to give us up. There's no other way. They were the only other people who knew where we were. Dylan shook. What if the night they were attacked they were forced to tell? They loved you, Dylan, Lyanna said. I think Taladin would have preferred to die 1,000 deaths before he betrayed you. It doesn't matter, Devin said softly. Rachel tortured them until they betrayed us. She must have. It's the only way the Hunters Guild could have found us. There was a long silence. Devin looked up and asked abruptly, Have either of you seen Nellie? Lyanna and Tito gave each other wary looks before Tito added, Nellie left a month ago. What? Devin asked, a vacant expression on his face. Nellie's mother took her to a hospital in Marcelino for treatment, Lyanna said gently. There was nothing more we could do for her here. She was getting very sick, Devin, worse than before. If they hadn't taken her to a better treatment center, she would have died. But her house isn't for sale, Devin said. Tito shook his head and said, We don't know if they're selling the house. All we know is one day Nellie was here and the next her family packed up and left. The place has been empty for days. I've tried getting in contact with her, but she won't pick up my calls. She was very weak when I saw her last, Lyanna said. She's probably too tired to even speak on the phone. No wonder she didn't reply to my letters. She didn't have the strength. I can't believe I blamed her. Devin slumped against his chair, looking absolutely miserable. Dylan turned her attention to Tito and caught him gazing at her with a mixture of admiration and complete puppy love. She didn't know if she wanted to smile or barf. It's so nice to have you back again, Lyanna said, and she reached out to touch Dylan's hand. It's been very quiet without the two of you around. We're going to be living at the house, Dylan said. We cleaned it up. All of us decided that it would be the safest place to hide because it's the last place the Hunters Guild expects us to be. Can I go back with the twins, Mom? I haven't seen them in forever, Tito begged. Leanna nodded. Sure thing, sweetie. Just be back before dinner, all right? I will. He got up and went to leave with the rest of them. Just as Dylan was about to follow her friend outside, Leanna said, Wait, Dylan, we should talk. Dylan sat back down, and it was just the two of them. Leanna took her hand and said, Baby, if Taladin could see your arms right now, his heart would be busted in two. Dylan's stomach twisted, but she didn't try to remove her hand from Leanna's. She was wearing long sleeves, as usual, but somehow the doctor knew. They're only little scratches. Does it matter? Leanna asked in a soft voice. How many times has it been since you left? As always, when talking about her addiction, Dylan found she had no words. Do you want to keep going on like this? No, Dylan said immediately. I just don't know how to cope. If Taladin was here, I'd be all right. He knows what it's like better than any of the others do. I want him here so badly. This is the worst time he could be gone. Leanna let go of her hand and looked out the open window, watching the sun beat down on the hillside. I want him here too, Dylan. More than anything in the world, I wish he was here. Dylan kept silent. Even though Leanna and Taladin had lost a baby and split up, Dylan knew they still loved each other. How much, though, she wasn't sure of. Do you really miss Taladin? She asked. Miss him? Of course I miss him. Leanna looked at her. I missed him from the day he left Arrows to the day he came back. The only reason I got married to another man is because I didn't want to think about him any longer. Do you think you could, Dylan said slowly, get back together? There isn't much I know, Leanna said, shaking her head. But what I do know is that I've never loved another man like I've loved Taladin. When we find him, you have to get back together with him. I know he still loves you, Dylan said. There's a lot of pain between us, Leanna whispered. Our life together was torn away. I don't think we could patch things up. You could try, Dylan offered. Leanna only smiled and said, maybe. Dylan sighed. She went outside to find the rest of the group waiting for her on the hillside. That took forever, Jenna complained. Who's the new guy? Tito, Dylan explained again, swinging an arm over his shoulder. He's one of us. A huge smile spread across Jenna's face. Well, Tito, we're going to be great friends. I bet, Tito said slowly. He appeared slightly terrified of Jenna and took a few steps back carefully. What did you guys find out? Envis said, peering at the twins. Devin's mouth was set in a thin line. Everything. The twins explained all they had discovered on the walk back to the house. When they arrived, Jenna catapulted herself up onto the porch and said, So what do we do? How are we going to find and rescue your masters? I don't think we should decide anything right now until we have more information, Envis said. Let's give Dylan and Devin some time to process what happened. I'll reach out to Dad. Maybe the other searchers will have intel on where the masters might have been taken. Tito turned his attention to Envis. The two boys seemed to be measuring each other up. They looked at each other warily, like two wolves from opponent packs who had never known the other had existed until this moment. Tito's eyes were flickering, anxiously glancing over the taller boy. Envis was calmer, more refined, as he coolly took in Tito's features. So, you know the clones? Tito smiled and thumbed at the twins, trying to break the tension. If you call us that again, Dylan threatened. No worries, lass, Envis said in a low voice. Tito narrowed his eyes, but kept his hand out for Envis to shake all the same. So, you're Dylan's friend? Envis asked, shaking his hand firmly. Yeah, I am, Tito said. And maybe a bit more than that. Dylan cringed, and Envis said, I see. The two boys let go of each other's hands slowly, staring each other down. Devin said, Let's go inside, watch a movie or something. Try to get our mind off things. Alrighty, Devin, Jenna said, cheerfully prancing into the house. Devin's shoulders drooped along with his smile. His suggestion had obviously been more of a way to break the ice than to indicate he wanted to have any fun. He followed Jenna into the house glumly, Tristan trailing behind. Envis leaned over and asked, "Why is Devin so upset?" "His best friend is very sick," Dylan said softly. "Don't bring it up to him." "I won't," Envis promised. He pressed against her side. "Don't worry, lass. We'll find your masters. I'm a searcher, and there's no secret on earth that a searcher can't uncover." She looked down at the ground. "I sure hope so." Tito turned on his heels and said, "Diliana, you coming?" "Yes, I'm coming, and don't call me that," she snapped, jogging up the porch steps. Tito took the seat next to Dylan on the couch, while Envis sat as far away from them as possible on the opposite end. Dylan was happy that Jenna kept babbling on throughout the movie. Nobody else had anything to say. Chapter 7. Chasing the Enemy. A couple hours later, Dylan felt completely smothered between the two boys. Tito and Envis were constantly trying to one-up each other. Tristan noticed and was trying to make it worse, slipping in tiny jibes between the two to keep the competition going. Dylan had to force herself not to strangle her cousin. She didn't understand why Tristan always had to antagonize people. It wasn't a game to play with people's feelings. Jenna didn't realize what Tito and Envis were trying to do, so she interceded with her own cheery comments, while Devin kept silent and let them go at it. Fed up with everyone's behavior, Dylan decided to take a walk alone in the forest to sort out her nerves. The trees were as mysterious as ever. They told her nothing but whispers she couldn't hear. Some of the branches brushed her as she walked by, as if offering her a hand of comfort. She swore that these trees acted lifelike enough to be human at times. She never felt alone in these woods. She traipsed through the trees until she found what she'd been looking for, a large headstone sitting on top of a mound of fresh dirt in the middle of a clearing. Odin and Yolanda Brielle, masters, teachers, friends. Dylan read the headstone under her breath, feeling all the spirit rush out of her. So it had to be true. She knew Liana wasn't lying, but she couldn't believe it until she saw it for herself. But if Odin and Yolanda were lying here and no one else was beside them, that meant that somewhere, Taladin and the others were still alive. But what exactly were her and her friends supposed to do? They didn't have a clue of where Rachel was keeping them. A patch of wildflowers grew near the graves. Dylan picked a few and laid them on the headstone, stepping back to pay her respects. She then walked deeper into the forest, keeping her head down. She heard a voice singing. For a moment, she thought it was the trees, but she realized it grew louder the farther in she went. She moved aside a stray branch and saw Envis sitting by a small pond on a log under a willow tree. He was strumming a guitar and singing. When Envis heard her, he ended his song. Without looking up from his guitar, he asked, "Why are you here?" "Just taking a walk," Dylan said. "Where'd you get that guitar?" "I bought it yesterday when you guys sent me to get groceries." He began plucking at the chords again. She sat down on a log next to him. Dylan tried to think of something important to say, but all she could think of was, "Where'd you learn to play?" "My father taught me a few chords. After that, I taught myself. My first instrument was the violin, though. That's my best instrument." He went into another melody, humming the lyrics. "Why don't you sing when someone is around? You've got a great voice," Dylan said. It was a while before he finally answered, "If you hadn't noticed, Jenna hates it when I sing. She yells at me every time I whistle a tune." But why? She couldn't understand why Jenna would hate Envis singing. It was pure magic to Dylan. "She thinks it's annoying." "That's because she's your sister. I'd get mad if Devin sang all the time too, no matter how good he was." Envis smiled a bit. "You know, you're the first person who really enjoys my singing, besides my mother. Everyone would love your singing if you just showed them what you can do. Forget Jenna, she's your sister. It's her job to be irritated by you." This made him laugh. "I'm sure you know a lot about that, don't you?" "Tell me about it," she sighed. She picked up a rock and threw it into the water. The fish inside the pool scattered. Devin and I seem to be getting further and further apart these days. We can't get along." "You guys are ridiculously close. I see it every time I look at you," Envis said. "Don't worry about your brother. You survived the streets and the Hunters Guild together. If that isn't love, I don't know what is." "I guess." She changed the subject. "You and Tito seem to be warming up." He grimaced. "He doesn't like me. More specifically, he doesn't like me around you. That's easy to see." "But we're just friends. He doesn't have to get so jealous," Dylan said, and irritation made her tone heavy. "We're not even dating, but he acts so controlling, and it's wrong." "If you were my girlfriend," Envis said, and he tuned his guitar, "I'd let you have your pick of who you wanted to be with, instead of trying to keep you all to myself without giving you any say." "That's so sweet, Envis." Dylan put her hands on her lap. "That girl you're after is really lucky." He started laughing. "She doesn't think so, I'm sure." "What's she like?" Dylan asked. Envis put his guitar on the ground, his full attention on Dylan now. "Well, she's pretty, of course, but that's not important. What really gets me is that she's headstrong and brave. She has so much love stored up inside of her that you can see it just by looking at her. She's funny and quite adorable at times." "And she's taken, am I right?" Dylan asked curiously. Envis stared glumly at the pond. "You could say that, but I'll wait for her. No matter how long it takes, I'll wait." "She'll notice you eventually, Envis. I know she will." She grabbed his shoulder and shook it playfully. "And when she does, she had better not break my best friend's heart." "Are we best friends?" Envis asked. Another smile was tugging at his mouth. "I know it might be a little fast to call us that," Dylan said. She watched the fish in the pond and avoided Envis's eyes. "But you know most of my secrets. Tito and I have been friends for a while, but he almost makes me feel obligated to him. You're not like that." "Nah, lass," Envis confirmed. "I was never one to tie down something free. And you're as free as the tigress you can change into, and just as wild. It'd be cruel to hold that down." She moved closer to him. "I've only known you for a couple of days, but I feel like I can trust you. It feels like we're on the same side, and you understand me better than almost anyone else does without having to say anything at all." Envis began playing a new song faster, livelier than before. "Then best friends it is." Time passed. Envis and Jenna sent word to Fergus, but his orders were slow to return, so the teens spent their days in the training arena honing their Rhodi and searcher skills. Tristan became more and more hopeless. Unlike the rest of them, he wasn't a Rhodi or a searcher, so he had nothing to do. While the others were training, he was idly worrying about his parents, which wasn't good for anyone. There had been no word from any of the Rhodi masters. As weeks passed, no bodies surfaced, nor did any clues or hints as to where they could have gone. It was like Taladin, Tavanna, and April May had literally dropped off the face of the earth. Word from Fergus finally came the second month after they had arrived in Eros. He had led a whole team of searchers out on a mission to find Tristan's parents, but came back empty-handed. The teens agreed it didn't make any sense. How did you take a whole group of people and make them all disappear? "What's that, Envis?" Jenna asked as her brother came out of the house with his guitar. He sat on the porch steps next to Dylan and said, "Dylan's convinced me to play a song for you." "Oh no, you're not going to sing, are you? Please don't sing," Jenna said in a sharp voice. Tito's gaze narrowed as he looked at Envis, but he didn't say anything. "Ease off of him, Jenna. Let's hear it," Devin said. He leaned forward as Envis struck up a chord, a slow, repetitive beat that was both soothing and graceful. His voice dipped down into a light croon.
I was just a young boy when I saw your wings, beacons of fire, such brilliant things. For your wings were your eyes, and I knew then that I had joined the world of men. Fly away, butterfly, leave the branch and this place lost you forever in this sunset race. Never come back home, you don't want me so. I saw you, didn't know what I was, but there you were beautiful. So without knowing your name, I got down on one knee and swore to be yours. You ran butterfly and I followed you faster, 'cause that leather field that now is my master. A wolf married us on the hills and the lochs. Then we worked in the clouds and lived in a flower. We named our daughter Willow after the tree we sat under, who was a young mare with hooves made of thunder. Fly away, butterfly, leave the branch and this place. I've lost you forever in this sunset race. Never come back home, you don't want me so. One day I woke up to find the butterfly gone. The wind had taken you and had left just this song. So I'll sing her the butterfly, my child will learn that your butterfly will never return. Fly away, butterfly, leave the branch and this place. I've lost you forever in this sunset race. Never come back home, you don't want me so.
He kept playing after the song ended, finally finishing on a low note. It was quiet when he ended. Everybody seemed immersed in their own thoughts. "Not too bad," Tristan put in, leaning against the porch. "You don't suck." "Thanks," Envis said dryly. "It's a very nice song," Devin added softly before he added glumly, "though love songs aren't really my thing lately." "I thought it was great," Dylan chipped in. "You were amazing." Envis gave her a soft smile, and Tito noticed. He stood up and asked, "Hey, Dylan, do you want to go for a walk with me? Alone?" "Sure," Dylan said, rising to her feet. Devin gave her a worse scowl than the one he'd been wearing for days. "Overprotective brother alert," she said to him in the mind speak. "I'll be fine, Devin, really. Don't worry about it. If he makes a move on you, I'll be there in seconds. He can't outrun me," Devin responded. She ignored him. She and Tito walked together until the others were far from sight. Once they were out of earshot, Tito said, "You know he kept looking at you when he was playing that song." "Yeah, I know," Dylan said in an exasperated voice. "It's just because I was the one who encouraged him to sing when other people are around. Don't take it personally. We're just friends, like you and me are." "But we're more than that, right?" Tito persisted, keeping stride eagerly. "I don't know, Tito. I'm certainly not your girlfriend," Dylan mumbled. Tito suddenly got very quiet. Her eyes widened and she said blatantly, "Tito, you didn't." "That wasn't my fault. People were asking if we were dating, and I sort of told them that we were," he said sheepishly. "This is ridiculous." Dylan balled her hands into fists. "How many people have you told that you're my boyfriend?" "Just about everybody in town." "Wonderful." She threw up her hands. "As usual, I'm the last to know, right?" "Well, yeah." "You're going to march up to all those people and tell them that we're not dating. Right now." Dylan pointed down the path, stomping her foot. "But I thought we were. Seriously, I wouldn't have told those people we were going out if I thought it wasn't true," Tito argued. "Don't you think it would have been nice if you had asked me out first before assuming I was your girlfriend?" Dylan sneered. "I was going to, but obviously you've traded up for someone better." Tito crossed his arms. Dylan's heart jumped. "What do you mean?" "Please, Dylan. I've seen how he looks at you. I wasn't good enough for you, so you decided to switch guys when you were gone," Tito said.
Envis again? Why do you feel like you have to compete with him? Dylan shouted. He is not my boyfriend. First of all, Envis is stuck on some other girl back in Dundee, so I'm not even on his radar. Secondly, I don't want a boyfriend. I'm happy being single, so you can just forget it. You can't force me into being in a relationship with you, and honestly, it's bullshit you think it's okay to treat me like this. I care about you, Tito accused. And I care about you, Dylan seethed. But I'm not a prize to be won, and my opinion and what I want matters in any relationship that I'm in. You are not allowed to make choices for me. Whatever, I'm going home. Tito turned off the trail, cutting through the trees to leave without a goodbye. Glad to see him gone, Dylan headed back, keeping to the path. A branch cracked behind her. Dylan turned around just in time to see a hooded figure knock her to the ground. She screamed as she fell, rolling to the earth to see that the cloaked figure wasn't attacking her, but running for their life with what seemed like a slight limp. When she had gathered her bearings, Dylan looked to see what was chasing the hooded figure. Her answer came in the form of a group of hunters, running after the figure like there was no tomorrow, clad in black and red leather uniforms. Dylan got up and morphed into her half-tigress form, yowling at the hunters for a challenge, her call echoing throughout the woods for all to hear. A few of them stopped in their path to fight her, while the rest took after the mystery person. Dylan prepared to spring, but before she could, a blur flashed in front of her eyes and tackled the first hunter to the ground. Devin had sprinted from the house to the forest in under a few seconds to get to her. The hunter was instantly knocked out. Dylan nabbed another hunter with her claws, flipping them into a somersault and flinging the young girl into a tree. Devin was already in pursuit of the rest of the hunters, kicking each of them down while they looked around in confusion, wondering where the blurred attacks were coming from. One hunter was smarter than the rest and had nabbed Devin at just the right moment. The man punched the boy in the face, and Devin fell to the ground. Dylan leapt up and sank her fangs into the man's arm. He screamed and yelled, trying to fling her off, but she only dug her teeth in harder. He hit her over the head and she let go, dazed as she morphed back into a human. The hunter was incapacitated, cradling his mangled arm. Devin was only starting to come around, and the hunters were still racing after the cloaked stranger. Dylan's heart sank when she saw they were getting away. Envis and Jenna were back there. The hooded figure was leading them right to the house. Just as she was about to let out a cry, Envis had appeared in front of the group. He smiled and said, "Hello, mates. Jenna, now!" A large log came flying down from the treetops. It landed on 3 hunters and pinned them to the ground. Dylan caught up to them and asked, "Envis, what are you guys doing?" "We're searchers. We aren't completely helpless," Envis said. He pointed up at Jenna, who was in a tree and waving a saw mischievously. "We thought we might put up a few traps in case something like this happened. We hope you don't mind. It's not really like a searcher to tell people all their secrets." "Of course I don't mind. Now let's go," Dylan said. "Don't worry, I've got another trap set." "Is Devin going to be all right?" Envis said with a backward glance. "He'll be fine," Dylan said. "Give him a minute to come around." "What about Tito? Where'd he go?" Envis asked. "He went the opposite way home. He's fine." Dylan brought up a small knife out of her belt and threw it, pinning a hunter's shirt to a tree knot. She tried to rip it out in vain and only ended up getting more stuck. Dylan ran by, grinning, right on target. There were only 2 more hunters left to take down. Envis yelled, "Dylan, give me one of your knives." She tossed him one without comment. He caught the small blade from the hilt and threw it into the treetops. "What was that?" Dylan asked in outrage. Envis shook his head and said, "No good. Dylan, I need you to hit that fork in the tree they're about to pass." "What? Envis, this is no time for target practice," she yelled. "Just trust me," he snapped. She pulled out another blade and aimed at the fork in the tree. The knife hit the target dead center. A pale hand appeared from the trees and ripped the knife out.
Tristan was up in the tree's branches, cutting away at something she couldn't see. A net fell down from the branches. The remaining hunters got tangled up inside of it, struggling to escape. The hooded figure kept running toward the house. Dylan went to capture the 2 hunters, but they threw off the net and scrambled away before she could make a move. The hunters ran back down the driveway and gathered their companions, making their escape. "Yeah, that's right, you had better run," Dylan called after the hunters as they retreated. She went to chase after them, but Envis grabbed her arm and held her back. "Stay here, lass," he breathed. "It's not safe to give chase." "Good fight," Tristan said in appreciation as he slid down the trunk. He picked up his cane that had fallen on the ground and said, "You had better go get the other 2. I'll wait here." Jenna swung down from the trees and said, "That was so awesome! Is Devin okay?" "I'm fine," Devin's voice called weakly. Jenna looked down and observed his cheek, which was turning a faint blue. "It's going to bruise, mate, but it's not too bad. Put some ice on it and it'll get better in a few days," Envis said, touching it lightly. Devin pulled away. Envis helped him up. "Here, put your arms around our shoulders and we'll help you back." "What about the person in the lead? The hooded one?" Devin murmured as he put his arms around Dylan and Envis's shoulders. "I don't think that was a hunter," Dylan added. "Whoever it is, I don't think they're a threat. They were limping." Sure enough, they found the hooded figure lying on the porch steps. It appeared as if they had collapsed. Jenna stooped down to remove the hood while Envis called out, "Jenna, get away!"
"It's all right. She's fainted," Jenna said, blocking the woman's face. "I think she ran away. She looks pretty bad."
"I'll take Devin back to the house. Envis, you, Jenna, and Tristan take care of her," Dylan said as she dragged her brother into the house. "Sure thing." Envis walked over and knelt by the mysterious woman's body. Dylan tried to see who it was, but the Baugh siblings blocked her view, so she concentrated on getting Devin inside. As they were walking into the kitchen, she mumbled, "You sure came running after you heard me scream." "I thought Tito was trying to kiss you again," Devin said in a lightly strained voice. "If he'd even thought of it, I would have socked him." "I know." They shared a smile. Dylan gave her brother a bag of ice and phoned Leanna, asking her to arrive quickly. She hoped Tito wouldn't come with her. A half an hour later, Leanna came into the room, carrying her doctor's bag and setting it on the table. "Good thing you iced the injury, but I want to make sure he doesn't have a concussion." She asked Devin to sit up and observe the damage. When she was done checking him out, she said, "He'll be okay. Keep icing it and let him sleep for now." "Thank you," Devin said, somewhat groggily, his head bobbing. "What about the other woman? Have you checked her out yet? Is she okay?" Dylan asked. Leanna smiled, tears coming to her eyes. "Her left ankle's a little bit swollen and she has a lot of bumps, but for the most part, she's okay. The good thing is, she's home." "Home?" Dylan said. Without a second thought, she burst out of the kitchen and headed to the living room. Lying on the couch, breathing softly and barely conscious, was a thin woman with honey blonde hair and purple eyes. She appeared exhausted, but alive. April May gave a soft and tired smile. "Hello, young tigress." Chapter 8. Not Such a Powerful Rhodi. Leanna came out of April May's bedroom a few hours later, shutting the door quietly behind her. She held a bundle of Tristan's clothing in her arms. "Is she all right?" Devin asked immediately. "She should be fine and waking up any time now," Leanna said softly. "I didn't ask her any questions, but I think she may know where the others are, and that's promising. For now, can you two find some place for Tristan to sleep?" "There's a fold-out couch in the office that turns into a bed. He can sleep there if he likes," Dylan added. They moved Tristan's stuff upstairs. When they reached the banister, they saw the door to April's room was open. They flung themselves inside and saw April lying on the bed, her eyes half open. For some reason, Tristan was already there, sitting in a chair by her bedside and not saying a word. "Master April," Devin murmured. April May smiled again. "Hello, my fast friend.
You've grown since I last saw you."
"Master," Dylan said, looking her over, "what did they do to you?" She let out a low laugh.
"They didn't do anything to me. I acquired my injuries while I escaped."
"From who? The Hunters Guild? Where's Savannah and Taladin?" Devin asked. April May coughed.
"First of all, if your friends want to hear the story, they might as well come inside rather than listening at the doorway, silly searchers."
They looked back at the open door. Jenna and Envis sheepishly slunk into the room, embarrassed.
"Envis and Jenna Ba,"
April May said.
"So nice to meet you."
"You know who we are?" Jenna asked.
"I've seen you before in visions I had. I knew you were coming to help the twins," she said with a smile. "Are you frightened of me?"
They didn't answer. She chuckled and said,
Come, sit. I am not such a powerful Rhodi. At least, not right now." She gestured to her ankle. "You have nothing to fear from me."
The siblings looked at each other warily before Tristan finally said, "Just sit down and listen to her and stop being such cowards." Envis and Jenna grabbed the chairs from the other side of the room, sitting by her side. April was looking at Tristan curiously and with great interest.
"You are Tristan Evers, am I correct?"
"Yes," he said simply. She looked at him a little while longer, as if she was fascinated by him. For once in his life, the blind boy did not snap, but simply let her observe. "Master," Devin said, breaking her concentration, "can you tell us what happened?" April May turned her attention back to the twins.
"I will start at the night we were attacked. Taladin had just come back from an important mission. He and Savannah were arguing. I think that is why I did not sense the attack sooner. By the time I did, it was too late. Hunters flew through the windows and shattered everything. Everything happened so fast. Before I knew what was going on, a man hit me on the back of the head with a vase and knocked me out. I awoke some time later to find myself in a rather lush room of extreme extravagance. I had everything I wanted in there, luxuries of the best kind and wonderful food that appeared when I slept. However, I could not escape from this place. The doors were locked and the stained glass windows were sealed. I had no power against it. I discovered that Rachel was holding us in Desmodandre's palace at the edge of Eros, in the ruins of what used to be the city of Rhodian.
"She's playing with us," Devin said. "By staying there, it's like she's saying she's claimed victory over us already."
"You are right, young one," April May said solemnly. "On what seemed like the second week of being locked in that room, I started going mad. I clawed at the walls for an escape and found none. When I started refusing the food, they sent me the one person I demanded to see."
"The Red Huntress," Dylan whispered. April nodded.
"She came in with her very best guards, that black tomcat of hers trailing by her side. She tried to convince me to save myself and join her side. She promised me many things, our safety and our freedom in return for the use of my craft. She wanted me to read the leaders of all the free states, gather information about them so she could plan an attack. She's raising an army. The Far East and Alistan have already made a deal with her to lend her their armies so she can take over the rest of the free states. She'll turn on her allies the first chance she gets, of course, but they don't know that."
"So what did you tell her?" Jenna asked.
"What else could I tell her? I told her no. My personal freedom is not worth enslaving millions of people. She told me to take my time. I wasn't going anywhere."
April laughed bitterly.
"So more days passed. About to lose my mind, I surveyed each and every way out of the room. Nothing worked. No one besides Rachel and her guards saw me, so I couldn't read anyone for a way out. I was trapped.
I knew within a few days Rachel would begin torturing me to get what she wanted. So how did you escape? Dylan asked, her eyes wide. I became almost inhumane. I racked my brain each night for the solution, scarfing down my food like a wild animal. Then an idea came to me. They had to feed me without opening the door, correct? So how did they get food into my room? One night I laid awake just to see how they did it. Just before dawn, a hidden slot in the wall opened and pushed food through onto the table. April's voice was satisfied. The next morning I examined the slot. It was well hidden, and it was just big enough to crawl through. I opened up the slot and slunk through it cautiously, afraid of getting stuck. The exit came out in the kitchens. Once I was through, an alarm sounded, and hunters came after me. I crashed out a window. I fell farther than I thought I would. When I landed, I sprained my ankle. I fled into the woods as fast as pain would allow me, keeping off the main paths and covering my trail. She coughed. Rachel sent her guards after me. I had a good lead, but they had suspected I wouldn't get far with my injury. These foolish assumptions gained me valuable time and distance. However, I traveled slowly, and they caught up with me outside of Arrows. That is where your story comes in. April smiled at them. But what about the rest of them? How are they holding up now that they are refusing Rachel's demands? Devin asked. What do you mean? Tavanna agreed to their terms in the first few days, April May said. No! Devin shouted, shaking his head wildly. She wouldn't! Most of you know that Tavanna is the Rhodian Queen Desmodandre incarnate, as well as one of the greatest Rhodi warriors of all time. This marks her as very important to the future of Crescentia, and Rachel knows this. She's using Tavanna's status as a queen to convince others to make deals with her. Tavanna can go as she pleases throughout the castle, but in reality, she is more bound than I was. Although they dress her in fine things and treat her like royalty, she always has soldiers around her to prevent escape. They make her weak by keeping her a gilded captive, slowly breaking her will day by day. What about Taladin? Dylan asked, fearing the worst. What's happened to him? Taladin is being used as a bargaining chip, April May said. He has no use to the Hunters Guild like Tavanna and I do. Tavanna is only doing what the Red Huntress tells her because she knows that the second she refuses, Taladin will be killed. Rachel feeds her craft on his agony. His life hangs on the simple thread that Tavanna does what she is told. If not, he perishes. It's the same tactic she used with me and Devin, Dylan said. It's sick. Did she betray us? The hunters found us in Adamaris. Someone had to have given us up, Devin said. April shook her head. Perhaps, but I think not. That is one thing she would not do. Tavanna will only comply so much before she is forced by her own conscience to refuse Rachel's demands, and in doing so, kill our brother. Taladin wouldn't want her to sacrifice the freedom of Crescentia on his account. She knows this. Eventually, she will no longer continue to bargain with the continent's future. On that day, my brother's fate is sealed. Dylan dropped her head, her hair falling in front of her face. It took everything she had to prevent tears from running down her cheeks. Taladin had weeks, if not days, left to live. Tavanna couldn't keep holding out. Tristan leaned on the edge of his chair. While you were there, did you manage to get a glimpse of my parents? Your parents? April asked. Tristan shortly explained the kidnapping and the trip to Dundee, and when he was finished, April said, Your father is the big, brawny one, and your mother looks far eastern, correct? That could be them. Tristan said. I saw ones that looked like them when Rachel opened the door to my room. She told me they were being taken to the dungeons. That's definitely them, Tristan said, and tears came to his eyes. We found where they are. Whoop-de-doo, now we just have to get them out, Dylan said glumly. What are we waiting for? Let's go, Tristan said. A plan, perhaps, would be good. Dylan rolled her eyes. Not to mention, April needs to regain her strength and, oh, yeah, how about we need an army to storm the place? You rescued Taladin from the Hunters Guild before. What makes it so hard this time? Tristan growled. We had to rescue one person, not 4, not to mention that we nearly got killed trying to get him out, she yelled back. You heard what April May said. Their lives are on the line, Jenna added. Yes, but so are ours, Enfys reminded her quietly. We can gather the searchers to get them out, but it's not going to be easy, especially with the security surrounding Tavanna. It's going to take a miracle to smuggle them away at the same time, and we only get one shot at this. They're being contained in different places, and if we don't gather them all at once, the guards will kill the rest of the captives. They're already expecting us. What makes you say that? Jenna asked. They know we're not going to abandon them, which means they'll have traps waiting for us when we finally decide to move in, Enfys said. Dylan stared at April May's injured ankle. Yes, Rachel knew well enough that they wouldn't leave anyone behind, let alone people they loved. And there were many people trapped that they loved. The first thing to do will be to alert the other searchers, Enfys said. If we gather a band of us that are quick enough and skilled enough, I'm sure we can sneak all of them out safely. April May has to heal. She's not going to let us rescue Taladin and Tavanna by ourselves, Devin said. No, I will not, April May said roughly. Leanna poked her head into the room. All right, everyone out. April needs her rest. The teens stood up to leave. Tristan went to follow, but April May cried out, Wait, not you. Tristan turned and said, She wants to speak with me, alone. Okay, Devin said. He shut the door behind him. Everyone appeared equally confused. What does April May want with Tristan? Devin asked. Who knows? Dylan sighed. With those two, it could be anything. Tristan sat quietly in the room next to April May, not moving a muscle. There was something about her that fascinated him. She had an aura about her that was unlike anything he'd ever felt before, and he liked it. Instantly, he respected her, and he didn't respect anyone. I must say, young one, out of all the people who aren't perplexed by me, you are at the top of the list, he heard April May say, and she shifted in her spot on the bed. You are different, like I am. Tristan leaned back in his seat. I think you're a better Rhodi than the rest. You are too kind, but I must admit, I am rather weak at the moment, she said. No, you're powerful. Your craft is probably the strongest out of everyone's. You can read people. You can see the future, Tristan said. I only know what it feels like to be alone, April May said. And my craft may be powerful, but it blinds me at times. I can't see what's in front of me when the future swims before my very eyes. Being blind isn't all bad, Tristan said. I've learned to see things that others can't. So have I, April May said slowly. It seems we could learn a lot from each other, Tristan Evers. April May fell silent. Tristan counted the breaths she was taking. They were even and light. She had slipped into sleep. Don't worry, he said, in a voice that was so slight it was merely a whisper. I'll take care of you, Master. Dylan, what are you doing? Enfys and Jenna leapt down from the balance beam they were practicing on and watched as Dylan did a handstand on a similar beam, retracting her left leg while the other one remained extended. Her left hand slowly started coming off the banister. It's a balance exercise. It'll strengthen my core. Eventually, I'll be able to leap off the beam from this position. She managed to get her hand off, but before she could bounce back up, she lost her balance and went crashing to the ground. I thought cats always landed on their feet, Envis said with a smirk, looking at her upside down. Ha ha, help me up, Dylan said. He gave her a hand and Devin said, It's not that hard. Watch. Devin jumped up onto the balance beam and did a one-armed handstand before he somersaulted off the beam and back onto the ground. How do you do that? Jenna asked in awe. I'm usually better at gymnastics than he is, but his super speed gives him an edge, Dylan said. Yes, but there's something not even a Rhodi can do, Envis teased. Envis turned into black smoke, furrowing along the ground before popping up in another place 10 feet away. He swaggered over to them cockily and said, That's the smoke sprint. I can become lighter than air. Can you teach us? Dylan asked. It could be useful. Rhodi can never be that sneaky. It's not part of their nature. Envis laughed. I could be invisible too, Devin bragged. He instantly vanished as he bolted into a run that was too fast for human eyesight to follow, coming back to their side 5 seconds later. That's not the same. You can't run all the time, Envis argued. Doesn't smoke running along the ground look somewhat suspicious? Devin asked. It could be, but the point is to not let anyone see you do it, Envis said slyly. This could be useful, Dylan said in excitement. It could be a way to get into the hideout where they're keeping Taladin and Vanna. We can't do it for very long, Jenna said. Mostly it's to slip through cracks under locked doors. Jenna disappeared, turning into black smoke and filtering around the yard in puffy, happy clouds. Her magic was different from Envis's steady, black stream. She materialized a few seconds later, bouncing up and down. See? I can hold it longer than Envis. No, you can't, Envis said, shaking his head. Yes, I can, Jenna insisted. I'll show you. The afternoon turned into a contest between Jenna and Envis on who could hold the smoke sprint the longest. He's a pretty good searcher, Dylan thought as she gazed at Envis, who floated around the yard in streams of black smoke. I'm glad he's on our side. Envis caught her looking at him. He gave her a lopsided smile and sprinted up to her, his nose practically touching hers. Surprise. Dylan fell backwards from her seat on the balance beam with a yell, landing on the grass. Don't do that, she screeched, gasping for breath. Searchers don't like being watched, Envis said in a tease, leaning over her. I wasn't watching, I was observing, Dylan insisted. Envis spun on his toes, swaggering away. Sure you were, lass. I could swear there was drool on your chin. Dylan opened her mouth in outrage before snapping it shut, brushing off her pants. Searchers, she thought, rolling her eyes. Envis gave her a wink. She blushed, turning her back on him and heading into the house. She'd had more than enough observing for one day. Chapter 9. Purple Sky. The thousands upon thousands of paper flowers waving in the breeze made it seem like she was in an ocean. Dylan sat up and looked at the curiously darkening sky, the lightning casting flickers of shadows within the clouds, making it seem as if there were hidden dangers inside them. Sis? A voice asked behind her. She turned and saw Devin, looking around curiously. Seems like we're in the dream state together this time. Weird, Dylan said, walking through the odd ripples with a feeling of strange reminiscence. Stuff like this doesn't just happen, Devin said in an aggravated voice. You can't appear in the dream state randomly without putting yourself there or having another Rhodi call you into it. Maybe there's another explanation. Like what? We're dreaming about being in the dream state? Dylan asked sarcastically. He looked at her dully. Maybe. The twins continued walking through the flower field, unsure of where to go. Well, if someone is calling us here, I think we should go find them, Devin said simply. We can't wake up this time until we know who's trying to talk to us. Or who's luring us in, Dylan said. She paused for a moment and gazed upward. The sky's different than it used to be, Dylan said, looking up at the gray, darkening clouds. It had always been a little unnerving that in the dream state the clouds were purple, but now that they were gray, something about the place seemed unnatural. It's going to storm, Devin said, pushing up his glasses. Don't be ridiculous. It doesn't storm here, Dylan said. What does it look like it's going to do? It can't storm. I know it can't, Dylan insisted, a bit of paranoia in her voice. As she said this, thunder rolled. The ground began to shake, and as the paper flowers swayed violently, the entire dream state vanished, to be replaced with nothing but a dark blank slate. Both of the twins began to scream until the dream state, even gloomier than before, appeared in front of them once again. That's not supposed to happen. Tell me why this is happening, Dylan said, spinning on the spot. Devin's voice was shaky. I don't know. You're the smart one, Dylan said quickly. That doesn't make a difference when you're in a world that doesn't make any sense in the first place, even when it works right, Devin snapped, looking more confused than angry. Come on, let's try investigating. Maybe we'll find something. They continued on, searching the field for quite some time until they heard a low, strange howling from somewhere nearby. The twins turned slowly, staring at what could only be described as the stuff of nightmares. A pack of dogs growled at them, preparing to spring any instant. Their color resembled the bright maroon of dried blood, mottled fur hanging off of them in clumps. Their ears were horribly long, curling down their back and coming to a rest at their back paws. Their tails snapped in the air like whips. Their paws were the size of platters, with long claws that retracted like a cat's. Teeth glinted sharply in the night, with fangs longer than Dylan's forearm. The worst thing about them was their eyes, which glowed pitch black and had no pupils. The dogs howled again, and it sounded like a collection of screams, sending shivers down their spines. The twins backed up warily. Maybe they won't notice us, Devin said. The largest dog of all, who looked like he was the leader, let out a vicious growl. The dogs charged toward the twins, mouths foaming with bloodlust. Devin reacted, swinging his sister onto his back and breaking into a bolt. Devin ran so fast that the flowers were tossed into the air as he met them, yet the dogs were never more than a few steps behind. Compared to the quickness of the dogs, his super speed was equivalent to walking in slow motion. The pack surrounded them, blocking every which way and making it so there was nowhere to go. It didn't take very long for Devin to run out of breath. The dogs could run just as fast as he could, and they had more energy. One of the monsters nipped at his heels and he tripped, sending both of them sprawling into the ocean of paper flowers. The twins staggered to their feet. The dogs were circling them, closing in fast. Dylan changed into a half-tigress and swiped at them with her claws, but they pushed her forward with their massive heads. They're hurting us, Devin realized. The twins were pressed back to back as the circle drew tinier. Dylan growled and leapt into the air, landing on a female's back. The creature yelped and Dylan sank her teeth in, making the dogs step back, low growls in their throats. It was only so long before Dylan lost her form. She screamed as the dogs tore at her dress, barely missing skin. Devin collapsed on the ground as the dogs closed in. They laid on their backs helplessly as the leader stood over them, a paw on each side and drool running down his mouth. We're screwed, Dylan said in the mind speak. Devin grabbed his sister's hand and repeated in his mind, Wake up! Wake up! The twins disappeared from the dream state the second fangs tore toward their throats. Devin bolted upright in bed, looking around his room frantically. He was covered in sweat, gasping for breath as if he'd run for miles. He reached over to his bedside table, put on his glasses, and turned on the light. Dylan was already there. Devin, look, our clothes. Dylan held up the nightgown she was wearing by the skirt. It was torn in several places, the same spots where the dogs had ripped her dress. Devin's own pajamas were in near tatters. Taladin told me if you were hurt in the dream state, you could get permanently trapped there, Dylan said. But those dogs weren't trying to hurt us. They were trying to kill us. Do you die in real life if you die in the dream state? My answer is yes, Devin said. Look. He raised his arm to show a long cut that was bleeding, an injury he'd gotten fighting off the dogs. Dylan shivered. Those dogs were terrifying. Do you think that we'll run into them again? Not if I can help it. I bet Rachel is forcing Tavanna or Taladin to call us into the dream state, Devin said. She must have created those dream dogs somehow to hunt us down. We've only run into them once, Dylan pointed out. Doesn't matter. No matter what, we have to avoid going into the dream state at all costs. Like we chose to go in the dream state, Dylan scoffed. Do you think we should tell April May about this? We probably should. Rachel doesn't know where we are, but I guess we're not even safe in our sleep, Devin said. We have to be careful. Early the next morning, the twins got up before everyone else and went to talk to April May. Neither of them had gotten much sleep at all, terrified that they'd somehow end up in the dream state by accident. Down the stairs they went, quietly, so they wouldn't wake anyone else in the house. The twins knew that April May was awake. Her presence had brushed against their minds several times already, making sure that if the slightest disturbance were to occur, that she could rush into action, whatever action she could manage, anyway. The twins shut the door and drew near to April May's bedside. She was sitting up, her legs tucked neatly beside her. Her eyes were blanker than usual, too distant, even for her. Something wasn't right, but the twins didn't want to press, so they simply comforted her by wrapping their minds around hers and taking a seat on the edge of the bed. After 5 minutes, Dylan broke the silence. April May, she said, can I ask you something? Speak, young one. Her voice was hoarse and soft, and she didn't look at the students as she said the words. There's something wrong with the dream state. It sounds impossible, but there is. April took a deep breath, laying her head back on her pillow and closing her eyes. Rarely have I seen you so bedraggled, young ones. Not even sleep is safe for us Rhodi these days. You mean you see them too? Devin asked. The dream dogs tail me each night, April May said. It makes no sense to sleep if I'm just as exhausted when I wake up as when I went to bed, because I was running from them all night. What are they? Dylan asked. Years ago, Rachel found she could use her craft in order to create them. She can take the fear out of us, our sadness, our sorrow, and use it to craft nightmares. With Taladin and Tavanna there, she is able to feed off of their pain and is creating more and more of the dream dogs every day. Her power is limited, however. She can only create them in the dream state. I thought Rachel's magic grew more powerful when people feared her, Devin said. It is, and she has found a way to manipulate that craft to her own benefit, April said. You can do that? Dylan said. You can, but it's very difficult. Only someone with enough power and time to practice would be able to extend their craft beyond the usual limits. It is possible to grow your craft, to make it become something more than it already is. You will see that when you can finally transform into a full tigress, Dylan. But it astounds me that Rachel has been able to press her talents this far. Most people never even harness their craft at all, let alone make it so they have multiple powers. With the help of fear fueling her craft, she grows stronger every day. But I thought a person's craft was set once you discovered your gift, Dylan said in confusion. Everyone has crafting ability, but it is only through training that a person can reveal it within themselves. You need a master to help you unlock it. Teaching yourself to unlock and modify your craft would be something only a prodigy could do, April May said. I wasn't taught. It simply came out of me while I was trying to protect Taladin, Dylan said. But he had instructed you beforehand on how to do it, April May said. In theory, your friend Tito could become a Rhodi and learn his craft,
but I feel his crafting ability, as well as his ability to be a warrior, would be minimal. Everyone could become a Rhodi, but not everyone should, because not everyone has strong magic inside of them. In the old days, only the most skilled and talented were chosen to be a Rhodi. It's a luxury we can't afford now.
It's only the dream state. There has to be a way to get rid of the dogs, Devin said. Who keeps trying to call us there?
I believe that's the dream state itself, April May said. It's falling apart, so it's reaching out to those who it thinks can save it.
What? That's ridiculous, Devin said, shaking his head. It's a place, not a living thing. It can't fall apart if it's all in your head.
Not so. The dream state was created from the soul of a child, and therefore lives, breathes, and dreams like any person does. But the dream state has fallen under a curse, April said. It was meant to be a place for peace, not war. It cannot stand up to those wretched dogs running about. They're destroying it. If something isn't done, the dream state will collapse eventually.
Devin shrugged. It's terrible, really, but it's not a big deal. We can always rebuild it after the war.
You are wrong, young one, April May said gently. We have no idea how Desmond built the dream state in the first place, and I fear Rachel is searching for a way to use it against us. Silence reigned over the Rhodi. Even though the room seemed fit to bursting with sunlight, it was as if the darkness had come and stolen away whatever joy the light brought inside. April May ran a hand through her hair carelessly, and Dylan was effortlessly reminded of Taladin. I'm scaring you with things not yet sure. Go now, young ones. I need to rest and think. The twins exited the room quietly, speaking in hushed voices the minute the door closed.
Do you honestly think she was being serious about the dream state falling apart? Devin asked. We've seen flaws in it lately, so it does make sense, Dylan said. Just another reason for us not to go there. Even if it is falling apart, which we don't know for sure, it's not a priority right now, Devin said. Rachel can't use it to kill us. I wouldn't put anything past Rachel, Dylan said. If she gets an idea, she'll do it. But I agree with you. There's no way she can use the dream state to do any harm. It just isn't plausible. You can wake up at any time. She'd need to find a way to keep us inside so the dogs could tear us apart, and that's not going to happen. What's up? Envis said. He had woken up before everyone else and was coming down the stairs with his guitar on his back. You two look rather bothered. The twins glanced at each other. It's nothing, Devin said, heading back up to his room without another word. Envis watched him go before turning on Dylan, jabbing a thumb at her brother. What's gotten into him? Dylan quickly told him about their nightmarish experience in the dream state. Envis raised an eyebrow and said, Things must be getting worse if Rachel's trying to use the dream state to hurt you. You're telling me. The two walked over to the couch and collapsed into it. Envis brought out his guitar and started strumming, staring out the window. Are you okay? He asked her. Dylan wrapped her arms around her torso. I'm fine. They sat there for an hour, Envis in his own little musical world, singing songs that had no meaning, and Dylan growing colder and colder every second as she dissolved into her own thoughts. What was she going to do now that she was afraid to sleep? There was no part of her life, no matter how simple, that the Red Huntress wasn't infiltrating and taking over. A little while later, Jenna came in. She buffeted Envis upside the head when she heard him singing, then plopped down on the other side of Dylan.
How goes it? You know, I was just out picking berries, and I have no idea if the ones you have out here are poisonous or not, but I'm for sure I saw some sort of face in the tree, and I listened close enough and they told me something. Lean in and I'll whisper what it said.
Jenna, Envis said, seeing the look on Dylan's face. Not now.
I was just getting to the good part,
she whined. Not now, Envis said sternly.
You've got to hear this! I was pressing my face up against the tree trunk, and it almost vibrated. Then it let out a kind of humming noise, but... Oh.
Jenna halted when she looked up at Dylan a second time. Without another word, Jenna hopped up and charged into the kitchen, probably to blab every detail of her story to whoever would listen. The door opened again, and Dylan rubbed her head. She was getting a headache. Tito sashayed in with all his loudness and said,
"The party's here, people! What are we doing today?"
Being quiet, Dylan mumbled, her face in her hands. It was obvious all traces of the fight between them was forgotten. Tito preferred to pretend such things never happened, and not apologize either. Dylan knew better than to keep dragging things out with him. It only made things worse.
"What fun is that?"
Tito said, and he let out a loud laugh. Dylan winced. Tito looked at Envis sprawled out on the couch, pawing at the guitar strings.
"I can't understand anything that you're saying,"
he said. Envis stopped playing. It's a song about the oppressions of the people of last century Dundee, which incidentally involved a riot and a fire back 70.
"I didn't want a history lesson,"
Tito said, cutting him off.
"What's all that noise from the other room?"
"Jenna," both Envis and Dylan answered at the same time. Tito sighed, shaking his head.
"Poor girl, nobody takes her seriously."
"Nobody takes you seriously either," Dylan snapped in her head, but she decided that she didn't want any more problems for the day, so she simply sat up and said, "Can we go outside?" Tito brought a baseball out of his pocket and said,
"Of course, shall we?"
Dylan got up. She looked back at Envis, but he kept on plucking the strings of his guitar and said, "You go, I'll stay here." She tried not to feel disappointed, turning to follow Tito outside.
"Geez, how self-absorbed can you get?"
Tito said, jerking his head back to where Envis sat. Dylan resisted the urge to push him down the porch steps. They threw the ball back and forth, slow and easy for a few hours, Tito talking on and on about some nonsense. She listened to him, thankful to have a distraction. Sometimes it was nice to focus on things that didn't matter instead of things that meant the entire world. It gave her a break from feeling terrible all the time. The fresh air was making Dylan feel a little better, and her mood slowly began brightening up considerably.
"Dylan!"
Devin was at the door, calling out to her with a panicked expression on his face.
"Come quick! April's having a vision!"
Without another thought, Tito and Dylan raced into the house. Tito knocked Envis over and ended up tripping onto the floor, but Dylan paid them no attention, leaping over both of the boys and screeching to a halt in the kitchen. April was bent over in a chair, her mouth open wide and her eyes cloudy. She twitched every so often while staring out at something that no one could see, seemingly suffering through a silent, heavy pain. Devin and Jenna watched the scene with open mouths, while Tristan merely stood by April's side, hovering over her protectively. None of them had ever seen April use her craft before. Now that they were witnessing the magic, it was terrifying. Dylan grasped for somebody's hand to hold, and found Envis's. Without hesitating, Envis squeezed her fingers encouragingly. All of a sudden, April May dropped out of the chair and onto the floor. The teens rushed forward as April May slowly came around. Tristan held her head up, and the master said weakly, "The weapons! We have to find the weapons." "Weapons? Master, what are you talking about?" Devin asked. April May swallowed. "Centuries ago, Desmodondre, her brother Cohen, and her sister Setsuna crafted 3 weapons of great power, one for each of them. They were meant to keep the peace, but as time went on, it was feared that the enemies of the Rhodi would find them and use them against us. They were hidden away, but the time had come to use them again. My siblings spent years searching for the weapons in vain, but my magic has finally led me to them. They are here, somewhere in Arrows, but I'm not sure where." April took a deep breath. "I saw in my visions that we need those weapons. It's the only way to save my brother and my sister. Not even Rachel will be able to stop us from saving them if we have the weapons. My vision has shown me it's the only way." But how are we supposed to find them? Arrows is small, but it's not that small, Devin said in frustration. I don't know. Tristan helped April May to her feet. My vision only revealed that we must find them and use them to rescue Taladin and Tavanna. Without them, both of my siblings are doomed. She leaned on Tristan. Take me to my room, please, April breathed. I need time alone. Tristan went with her. The remaining teens gathered in the living room where they looked at each other with blank stares. You Rhodi are weird, Tito said, unhelpfully. Glad I'm normal. Weapons, Devin murmured, pacing the room. What kind of weapons? What did she mean? I don't even think she knew, mate, Envis said. He was leaning against a wall, narrowing his eyes in thought. I've never even heard of these weapons, and you know if a searcher hasn't heard of it, they're definitely hard to find.
Nope, I haven't heard of them either, Jenna piped up. And I know a lot about ancient Rhodian history.
Why do we need them? My throwing knives work just fine. I don't need anything else to hurt or kill people, Dylan said. You're in the wrong business, then. Are you a Rhodi or not? Devin asked harshly. Dylan stepped back, shocked at her brother's harsh words. Rhodi respect all life. They don't kill unless they have no other choice. Maybe if our Rhodian ancestors hadn't been stupid and used force in the first place, we wouldn't be in this mess, Devin snapped. Quit fighting, you two, Envis said, stepping between them. It isn't going to solve anything. Something slowly came to Dylan. Devin, that's what Rachel was having us search for, Dylan said. She must have sensed the craft in us like our masters did. That's why she kept on sending us to all those weird places to look for stuff, including the burning building. She didn't want to waste any of her warriors, so she used us to try and find the Rhodi weapons. Devin scratched his head. Yes, that does make sense. That's it then, Envis said. We don't know anything about the weapons, but Rachel does. She's always one step ahead.
Yes, but what are we going to do? Call her up and ask her ourselves?
Tito said scathingly, and Vish shot him a dirty look.
We need to talk to someone who was close to Rachel but isn't anymore, Jenna said cheerfully. Someone who knows a lot of her secrets, a former hunter.
Saffron, Dylan said instantly. She was Rachel's second in command. I bet she knows a lot of stuff about the guild that we don't. Good luck with that, Devin mumbled. She's not going to help us. I'd almost rather talk to Rachel. She's our only option, Dylan said angrily. Then you talk to her, Devin said, voice rising. But you won't find anything unless you have a source, a reliable source, Miss C+ average. Don't talk about my grades, super nerd, she bit back. It's the truth, Devin said. I don't think talking to Saffron is a good idea, but maybe if we figure out a plan, it could work. Unless you and your stellar report card would like to do it all by yourself. Devin stormed out of the room. Jenna went after him, and Dylan looked at the two boys for support. Envis shrugged and said, If you think it's a good idea, go for it. But from what you've told me about Saffron, she's dangerous and unpredictable. We can't take anything she says too seriously.
I personally think you're insane, Tito said. If I were you, I wouldn't want to go within 100 miles of her, let alone talk to her.
Thanks, Tito. You're a lot of help, Dylan said. She tried rummaging through her head for facts about her enemies, but to her dismay, she found nothing. They had to figure out a way to find the weapons and save their masters. But how were they going to do that? The only place to start was with her arch-rival, who was hell-bent on killing her for revenge. But what choice did she have? If she wanted Taladin back, she would have to talk to Saffron and try to weasel some information out of her. The problem was, Saffron couldn't be trusted. Dylan was basing her father's survival on the word of her mortal enemy, and she would be putting her life on the line to do it. She didn't care. She would do anything to get Taladin back. Chapter 10. Feathers and Fang.
Baby! Shake it up now! Dance up on the floor with that heat! Everybody's moving to your dancing feet!
Woo! Go Jenna!
Tito said, raising up a toast to his red-haired friend, who was singing along to the lyrics.
Everybody loves Make Your Hips Sway.
They were in the basement of Tito's farmhouse, rap music pumping from the loudspeakers as high as Leanna would allow it to go. A table of food resided nearby, along with all the streamers and balloons the party store had to offer taped to the walls. Devin clutched his backpack. Tristan sat on the couch, looking bored, and Dylan hovered in a corner of the room, appearing annoyed. Envis had brought his guitar, but because you couldn't hear it over the music, had decided to dance alongside his sister. "Jenna," Dylan moaned, putting her hands over her ears. "Please, this song."
"You can't not love this song. You can't."
Jenna stopped singing and stood next to Dylan, spinning in circles all the way. "I don't. Why are we even having this party anyway?" she asked Tito.
"We never really celebrated your return to town," Tito said. "This is making up for it."
"Listen, guys, I'm not in the mood," Dylan said with a sigh.
"Get up and have some fun."
Jenna grabbed Dylan by the hand and pulled her to the center of the floor. Envis sauntered over to the couch where Devin was. "You're a party animal," he joked, prodding him in the arm. Devin shook his head. "I never liked parties." "How can you not like parties?" Envis asked in astonishment. "My parents hardly let me out of the house, but when they did, I was made fun of when I was younger because of my glasses." Devin pointed to them. "That's no reason not to enjoy yourself. Nobody is going to pick on you here," Envis said. "Thanks, but I'll just go outside to read." Devin pushed his glasses up. "Nobody will miss me, I promise. I'll go with you." Tristan lifted himself off the couch and grabbed his cane. "No point in me being here." "Oh, come on, Tristan," Envis said, but the two boys were gone before he could stop them.
"What a bunch of wet blankets,"
Tito grumbled. "Let them go." Dylan, the real Dylan, was back without a warning, her melancholy gone to be replaced with a sense of growing contentment. Her mood often changed abruptly these days, and for once, finally, it was in a good way instead of a bad. "We have all the fun we need right here."
"Glad to see you're getting in the spirit."
Tito sat his drink down and got up to join Dylan and Jenna. Dylan began dancing rapidly, her hands up in the air as she twirled. Her mother had taught her how to dance, so she knew all the moves, spinning and swaying to the beat. She closed her eyes, a soft smile gracing her face. For her, this was the closest she could get to her mother. Killam had told her long ago that they were descended from beautiful dancers of the desert, and had the blood of a noble queen of fire running through their veins. She and her mother had often moved all the furniture to the side of the room to make room to dance together, in order to honor their heritage. Dylan spun around and was so lost in the memory of her mother that everything became vacant and non-existent. Not paying attention to what she was doing, Dylan tripped. She crashed into a side table, knocking over a lamp and a stack of books. The shards of glass from the broken lamp pierced her skin, drawing more attention to her scarred arms.
"Are you okay?"
Jenna screeched. The music stopped and Jenna helped Dylan up, seemingly terrified. "She's fine," Envis said gently, coming close. He went to help, but Tito knocked him out of the way.
"Girl, you're bleeding! Go upstairs to see Mom. She could stitch you up or whatever."
"They're not that deep," Envis said in annoyance. "There's no need to make a fuss." Dylan felt grateful for Envis. He was trying to support her and avoid drawing attention to her scars. She really appreciated it. "Your stuff." Dylan stared at the broken lamp and various trinkets destroyed by her fall on the floor, joy gone. She felt so clumsy. Jenna looked sick. She turned away from all the blood, a bit pale.
"That's okay, we can clean it up. Dylan?"
Tito called after as she tore past him and out the back door. Dylan ran down the large hill and into the woods, collapsing by a tree trunk and burying her head in her arms in embarrassment. It wasn't long before Tito came around, carrying a small box of bandages. "Hey," he said gently, setting the stuff down beside her. "Thought you might need this." Dylan looked up at him. "Thank you." She began wrapping up her arm, and she told him, "It's okay. You can go back to the party. I've done this plenty of times before." "I've noticed." There was a long, awkward silence. Tito fidgeted on the spot and said, "You don't have to worry about that stuff that was broke." "I'll pay you back," Dylan offered. "Nah, it's fine. Really, it was just a dumb lamp. Are you coming back in?" Dylan shook her head. "Not right now. I need some air." Tito stared at her for another long moment, then sighed and made his way back to the house. Dylan planned to return to the party, but every time she tried to get up, it felt like she was glued to the ground. Dylan turned as she heard Envis making his way through the trees, crooning a ballad lowly as he walked. "Hey," he said, "I came to look for you. Tito seemed kind of lost and Jenna wasn't any help." He sat down beside her. "Why'd you run off like that? It was just an accident." Dylan watched a ladybug crawling along the grass and said softly, "I feel awful. My masters are imprisoned and probably being tortured, and instead of trying to rescue them, I'm having fun at a party." "There isn't anything we can do for them until we find the weapons," Envis said. "I think they'd want you to be happy in the meantime." She scoffed. "Does it matter? I wish I had never came to this dumb party." "Don't regret it. You were enjoying yourself, I could tell. The happiness absolutely beamed from your face when you were dancing. I've never seen you look like that." He paused. "I know things are kind of a mess right now, but is there anything I can do to make you feel better?" Envis couldn't hand her the weapons. He couldn't bring Kaladin back or give her the information she needed so she could save her master. But he could be a friend, and right now, that would be good enough. Dylan got up, brushing off her pants. "You can make sure I don't embarrass myself again in front of everybody." "I'm afraid that'll be too difficult a task, Miss Fairson." Envis laughed, picking up his guitar and strumming it. Dylan punched her friend playfully in the shoulder. "Are you coming? I'm gonna sit out here and play a bit. I'll follow you in a sec." "You and that guitar." "Yep." Envis happily strummed the strings, and Dylan shook her head, trekking back toward the farm. A thought came to her on the way back as she rounded the corner of the house. Since Envis was out here enjoying himself, why couldn't she? Dylan gave a low, contented growl and changed, her body morphing until she was crawling on all fours. Dylan raced over to an old farm mirror leaning against the side of the house, gazing at her reflection. There were long lines on her face that hadn't been there before. Her body moved like a feline's, articulate and graceful. It wouldn't be long before she'd be able to transform into a full tigress. She was pleased. She looked a lot scarier now. Dylan admired her round ears and tail as always, her insides purring with pleasure. She had always felt different. Now it showed on the outside, and not in scars and marks. If anyone was to look at her now, they wouldn't know what she was. She was caught in the confusing realm of adolescence, and it showed on the outside, hideous and beautiful at the same time. She couldn't be invisible anymore. Jenna came around the corner of the barn, apparently playing a game of hide-and-seek with the others. She screamed when she saw Dylan. When she recognized the orange eyes, her mouth dropped open and she said, "You, Rhodi, are the craziest people I've ever met!" Tito came out of his hiding place behind a haystack, staring at Dylan. "Whoa," he said, peering closer. "What are you?" Devin and Tristan came along, intrigued by Jenna's scream. Devin looked at his sister as if she was something out of a science magazine, speculating. Tristan, who didn't know what the big deal was, said, What's going on?" "Dylan looks awesome," Jenna said, practically jumping up and down. "Her tigress form? I've heard about it." Tristan put as little enthusiasm into the sentence as possible and gave a loud yawn. "Touch her fur! I dare you!" Tito said, prodding him on. Dylan hissed, and Tito slowly backed away. Dylan swished her tail slowly. The others looked on in fascination. Dylan let them stare. She was used to people staring at her anyway, though it was always for the wrong reasons. This was something to be proud of. Jenna pried her eyes away, peering up at the sky. She let out a giant gasp and said, "Wow, that's a big bird!" Dylan whipped her head around, her stomach falling into a pit. Her brother stared up at the clouds in disbelief and said, "You've got to be kidding me. She doesn't let up, does she?" Saffron let out a loud cry of an eagle. The teens covered their ears, crouching down on the ground. Dylan unsheathed her claws, letting out a vicious growl. An insane laugh lit up the air, and the bird called, "I'm coming for you, tigress." Why is it always me? Dylan thought. Tristan tilted his head and said, "Who's that? Is Bird Woman back?" "Bird Woman?" Jenna asked, confused. "Saffron, the girl we told you about earlier. She and Dylan are sworn enemies," Devin explained. "It's gonna come down to another fight."
"A fight?"
Tito said, and he smiled broadly.
"Can this party get any better?"
Instinctively, Dylan began to run. She headed toward the forest, where it would be harder for Saffron to fly. Devin's craft kicked in, and he chased after her, running as one through the trees, eyes searching for the griffin lurking in the shadows. As the griffin descended, Devin leapt up and sailed upon the wind, grabbing Saffron and dragging her down with him to the ground. Saffron threw Devin into a tree, stunning him. "Fight your own battles and stay out of mine," the girl hissed. "Devin!" Dylan cried, but he didn't hear her. He was out cold. Saffron turned, and as she caught sight of Dylan, she burst into maniacal cackles. "You look like a mutant freak," Saffron laughed, throwing her head back. "You're not so sharp yourself," Dylan said in the mind speak, projecting her thoughts so Saffron could hear. It was true. Bones were sticking out from underneath Saffron's feathers. It was obvious the griffin was having a difficult time surviving in the wild. She seemed sickly and weaved shakily on her legs as she circled Dylan. "Well, we won't be winning any beauty contests, darling," Saffron said, beating her wings. "But I've got a prize you might want anyway." "What?" Out of the corner of her eye, Dylan was watching Devin. He had woken up and was struggling to get off the ground, but she knew if she tried to help him, it would only take a second for Saffron to be on her back. Saffron giggled. "I'm not telling." Dylan let out an enraged snarl and tackled Saffron to the ground. Saffron used her larger weight to pin Dylan and hold her down, beak snapping dangerously close to her face. The girls stopped projecting their thoughts, using the mind speak to only converse with each other now. "Stop playing unfairly," Saffron complained, letting Dylan up. Saffron sprang into the trees, perching on a branch and whistling a cheerful tune. Dylan felt disgusted as she watched her. "Please," Dylan said, and she moved closer. "Just tell me what you want." Saffron paused. She fluttered slowly down from the tree and onto the ground, prowling closely to the tigress. If the griffin moved an inch, her beak would be able to snap Dylan's head off. Saffron melded back into herself, becoming the pretty, yet strangely disturbing teenager that Dylan knew so well. Saffron had become wiser, more hardened, and it showed on her face. "Where have you been all this time?" Dylan asked, transforming back into a girl herself. Dylan knew if you wanted to keep the conversation going with Saffron, you had to play her games. Saffron ran her fingers through her hair. "Out and about, hiding in the woods, tailing you, sleeping in gutters and eating mice. But what is it to you how they taste?" Dylan winced. "You want the weapons, don't you?" Saffron asked, walking around in little circles on the tips of her toes. "You need the weapons to save your daddy. I can still hear your little high-pitched voice." Saffron laughed. "Daddy! Daddy! Don't kill Daddy!" "Stop it," Dylan said, and her voice took on a tiger's roar. Saffron's eyes narrowed. "You were tiny and scrawny then. You're still tiny and scrawny now, but it's different because you're turning into a woman. How does it feel to be a woman?" "Saffron," Dylan said in a warning voice. Her rival knew every button to push and how hard to push it.
Do you have feelings for boys? Saffron continued. Do you like to wear pretty things and play with your hair?
Ha! No, I see you now. You dress like one of the boys.
Saffron spat at her. Your best friends are boys. You play like them. You look like them.
But you're a girl. Don't you want to be a girl?
Dylan bit her lip. This was an uncomfortable subject for her. She wished Saffron would stop.
I could teach you, you know, how to be a girl. I could be your big sister.
Saffron's smile was so large, she almost looked friendly and kind. Dylan's resolve wavered. Saffron's smile slunk away.
But you don't want that. You don't want me to be your sister. Nobody wants me.
Saffron, Dylan said, in the softest voice possible. The weapons? Saffron ignored her.
Nobody wants poor Saffron. Nobody cares if I live or die. Nobody cares if I'm here or there or anywhere. Everyone wishes for me to go away and never come back. Saffron shook her head. You don't care. And it's ridiculous that I expect you to care. But I overheard your conversation the other day between you and your friends.
How? Dylan asked. That's impossible. We would have seen you.
I've been watching the house. I follow you everywhere. I see everything you see and hear everything you hear.
Saffron hissed. If that's true, why haven't you tried to kill me yet? Dylan asked.
Not everything must lead to death. When I heard you wanted the weapons, I went looking for them, and it didn't take me long to find them.
They wouldn't be easy to find, Dylan protested, fear bubbling in her stomach. Saffron spun on the spot, laughing and looking up at the clouds.
Of course they were. You Rhodi are too stupid to notice what's right in front of you.
Give me proof.
My word is my proof.
That's nothing at all, Dylan said, biting her lip. You love the Hunters Guild. You wouldn't help us no matter how badly we needed your help.
I love no one, Saffron said coldly. That phase in my life is over. I have done what I can for Rachel over and over, and she still casts me out in the rain to starve. I'll never be a hunter. I'll never be anything unless you make it so.
Why did you pick me? Dylan asked, confused.
It's not fair that you have a daddy and I don't, Saffron said, her voice quivering. I want a family. I want to be loved.
I'm sorry, but I can't help you with that, Dylan said. There's nothing I can do.
But there is, Saffron insisted. You have 2 searchers on your side, and despite my hatred toward you, I need you. Ask the searchers to find my family for me. I don't have any memory of my past. Saffron chuckled bitterly. I'm not even sure if I have a past. I've been alone for so long. I just want to know who I am and where I come from. Why I lost my memories.
So, if I figure out where your family is, Dylan said slowly, you'll show me where the weapons are?
That's what I'm offering.
Dylan shook her head. This is a trick.
Only if you want it to be. I could easily turn it into one.
You're lying, Dylan said. You don't care about finding your family. You're just trying to get inside my head like you always do. You want me to be distracted so I don't have time to think about making a plan to save my masters.
How's that working for you? Saffron replied, rolling her eyes. Obviously, you have no way to save them. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
I'm not making a deal with you.
I'm your only lead, Saffron said, slowly and piercingly. You have nothing else to go on.
I can't trust you.
You're right, you can't. But I'm the best chance you've got to save your master.
You can't be, Dylan burst, and she took a step forward. There has to be something else. Your sole purpose in life is to make me as crazy as you are. Saffron was on her in an instant, phasing under the blink of an eye with her talons extended and her beak open. Dylan changed too, and the both of them squirmed and writhed as they bit into feather and fur. Saffron batted Dylan away and shouted, "Don't call me crazy!" Twang! Sounds of strings bursting in two were heard as Envis came out of nowhere, slamming Saffron in the face with his guitar. The instrument dropped to the ground, smashed completely. Saffron was flung back into the trees. Dylan leapt off the ground, running straight toward Saffron. The griffin saw her coming and instead transformed into a girl. She kept her talons intact as she grabbed Envis by the shoulder, ripping him to her side. The boy tried to fight her, but she grabbed him by the wrist, wrenching one of his arms behind his back. Blood was dripping from Saffron's face where the guitar had hit her.
"How do you feel about this one, tigress? Should I claw out his chest and strum on his heartstrings like he does his silly instrument?"
Saffron clenched her talons, digging them into Envis's shoulder, and the boy winced. "Don't ever touch him," Dylan snarled. Fangs appeared in her mouth, warning Saffron to back down. "Lass, keep your head. She's goadin' ya," Envis said, straining against Saffron's hold.
"I wonder what his organs will feel like, soft and warm in my hands," Saffron said airily. "I've played with them before, but I've never had a searcher. Maybe I'll slit his throat, see what makes those vocal cords more magical than all the others."
Dylan lost her patience. She flung herself towards Saffron, letting go of all control. Seeing her chance to escape, Saffron tripped her up, flinging Envis to the side as she transformed and flew away.
"Find my parents, tigress,"
Saffron whispered into her mind, vanishing into the clouds.
"Otherwise, I cannot promise that next time I'll spare your little friend."
Dylan gazed grimly into the sky. Saffron didn't make empty threats, but she had no idea how she was going to find the girl's family. It sounded like an impossible task, and if Saffron hadn't managed to do it herself, how could Dylan, even with the help of the searchers? "Is the only way to get her to leave you alone to whack her with something?" Tristan had been following behind, an excited Tito and curious Jetta in tow. "My guitar," Envis said weakly, gazing at the smashed instrument. He looked like he was going to cry. Dylan swallowed. "I'm sorry, Envis. Did she hurt you?" "Only a couple of scratches, lass," Envis said, pulling the collar of his shirt back and looking at the wounds. "It's nothing to be concerned about. You can patch me up when we get home." Tito put a hand on Envis's good shoulder. "I feel you, man. Let it go. It's just a dumb instrument." This was definitely the wrong thing to say. Envis turned away from him, murmuring curses in Dundinian under his breath. Devin got up from the ground, holding his head as he finally caught his bearings. "I can't believe she got away again." "You okay?" Dylan asked. "I'm fine, just a little dazed. That's the second time I've nearly lost to her. I must be getting slow," Dylan said. "Or she is getting better," Devin said, rising to his feet. "That's even worse." "So what did she want?" Devin asked, picking off twigs from his shirt. Dylan explained quickly, adding at the end, "Saffron's my arch nemesis. She has this obsession over me, and I don't know why. I don't even have the faintest idea why she's crazy."
"We can find that out," Jenna said, putting her hands on her hips. "Tell us everything you know about Saffron, and me and Envis will get you whatever you need."
Chapter 11. The Student and the Master. "It's about time we've had something to do around here." Envis was pacing round and around his room, Jenna bouncing on his bed eagerly. She was excited that she was finally getting to put her searcher skills into practice, and had insisted they start immediately when they got home. Tristan, bored of the subject already, had gone to help April May with something, leaving the twins alone with the Boss siblings. "We've got nothing to go on," Devin said. "We don't even know her real name. All we can give you is what we've already told you." "A searcher's job is rarely easy," Envis said, shrugging. "Recapping, we know she
is 19, has brunette hair and blue eyes, and has a history of a severe mental disorder that either runs in her family or was brought on by a traumatic event in her childhood,"
Jenna said, emphasizing the word. "That's nothing. There's thousands of people out there that fit that description. Are you sure you can do this?" Dylan asked, looking at Envis. Envis nodded. "If I think we couldn't do it, I wouldn't have said yes. You, Rhodi, have your job. Let us searchers do ours." Dylan crossed her arms and sat back. Envis began pacing around the room again and said, "Her animal form is a griffin, right?" "Yes, but what does that have to do with anything?" Devin asked.
"Adamaris has the griffin as their state symbol,"
Jenna piped in. "All right, then." Envis went to his laptop and turned it on. "We can assume she's got some ties there, so let's look up all the names of the asylums in the state of Adamaris. She was probably a patient at one of them." A few popped up on the search page. "It's not that one," Jenna said as she leaned over Envis's shoulder, pointing at the screen.
"They won't take patients under 30.
"It can't be the next one either. It says in their description they're only a short-term care facility, and they don't take patients with highly severe mental conditions," Devin said. Envis tried again, narrowing the search to asylums that accepted children with extreme cases. This time, only one in the entire continent came up. Envis clicked on the home page and browsed through it, scanning for something. "Here," he said, and he entered into what looked like to be a login page for employees, mainly doctors. "Adamaris keeps all their medical records online in a private database. This way, doctors can look up whatever they need, wherever they are, in case of emergencies. If she's ever been to a doctor in Adamaris, even once, she's in the system." "How can you get into the database without getting caught?" Dylan asked. "I can hack into Adamaris' healthcare system pretty easily. Encryption software is nothing to me," Envis said. "Won't they be able to trace back to this computer and realize that the system has been hacked?" Devin asked. "I knew how to break into the government databases of every state and leave no traces by the time I was 7. Envis typed faster. "This is old school for us. If we get caught for this, my dad will disown me for being such a terrible spy."
"Move over, Envis. Let me try,"
Jenna said, trying to shove him out of the way. "You'll mess it up," Envis said, pushing her back.
No, I won't. I'm a better hacker than you are."
"Prove it." "Just get into the damn thing," Dylan said sharply. Envis hacked into the system as easily as he turned on the computer. "We're in," he said. "So what do we look for?" "Try searching all the patients who have gone to the asylum in the past 19 years, Devin said. He did so, and it came up with thousands of results. "Too many," Dylan said. "Go for the past 10 years? Thousands went to hundreds."
"Shorten the search down to female. That'll cut it in half,"
Jenna threw in. 300 results. "Any other filters?" Envis asked, turning around in his chair and looking at the others. They all looked at Dylan. She drew a blank at first, then stated slowly, "Look for patients who had to stay, not ones who came and went. She'd be one that they'd keep locked up for a while. And if that's not enough, try looking for patients who've escaped." 3 patients popped up on the screen. The first one wasn't Saffron, not the second either. "If this doesn't work, I'm out of ideas," Envis said. He clicked on the profile. All the air in Dylan's lungs rushed out of her as she saw the picture on screen. "That's her," Dylan said. "That's definitely her." "Noelle Briggs, age 16. Spent 8 years in the residential program at Relicta Asylum," Jenna read. "Been treated several times for blah blah blah." Jenna's sentence droned off as the long list of medical problems and treatments went on and on. "Daughter of Foster and Karen Briggs," Dylan read slowly. "The only child. It says here that she escaped around 2 years ago, and the government hasn't been able to trace her since," Devin said. "That's not surprising. Saffron would have been around the same age as me and Dylan when she broke out. If Saffron managed to find her craft and transform, there's no way anybody at the asylum would have been able to stop her.
and you can't follow something easily that just flies away. That means Saffron is a prodigy if she found her magic by herself, without a master to teach her how. She's stronger than we think she is, Dylan said. And I bet after she broke out that Rachel found her, confused and living on the streets. She lured her in, just like she lured Devin and I in.
Dylan? Devin?
April May was calling for them. Where are you? It's time for your training. We can't let April May know we're doing this. She's under enough stress, Dylan said, getting up. What else do you need us to do? Jenna asked, looking up. Find out as much as you can about Saffron's parents. The more we know about her, the better, Devin said. And when we've gathered all we can, Envis said, then we're going to either have to wait for her to come to us or set a trap. She'll come, Dylan said. She can't stay away from me for long. Dylan and Devin went out to the training arena, expecting it to be empty. It wasn't, however. To their great surprise, they saw Tristan, a long wooden staff in his hands, who was hitting a dummy repeatedly. What is he mad about now? Dylan said, shaking her head. I don't think he's angry, Devin said. Look. Tristan's movements and the strikes at the dummy were too controlled and too precise to be done out of sheer emotion. Without warning, Tristan broke into a flurry of kicks and punches, attacking the dummy in a series of hits. He's doing drills, Dylan said in shock. Somebody's been training him. Do you think he's trying to be like us? Devin said, confused. I sure hope so, Dylan huffed. Maybe if he becomes a Rhodi, he won't complain all the time about everything. He can take his shitty attitude out on the Hunters Guild instead of us. He can't be a Rhodi, though, if his craft doesn't develop. He has to show he has one, Devin said. And so far, I've never seen one in him. Do you think he's been learning Rhodi on his own? The answer to their question came as April May, limping slightly. She corrected Tristan, guiding his hands and showing him how to strike more sharply at the dummy. April May's been teaching him. How long has this been going on? Dylan wondered. Beats me. Do you think April got jealous of Taladin and Tavanna and wanted her own student? Devin said. It's not like her to get jealous. Yeah, but grief does some crazy things to people, Devin said. Once he finished his statement, April May caught them staring. She gave a cold glance of her own in return. It's not right to doubt someone who's never been given a chance, April May said. He wants to learn, so why shouldn't he? The twins didn't dare to speak. I can see potential in him, April May said angrily. He is not a toddler to be babied and pampered. He is a valuable contributor to this war effort, and he will and must do what he can to help us succeed. He has taken the vows and become a Rhodi warrior. When did this happen? Devin said. It's no concern of yours, April May said sharply. Come, let us train. The twins followed her reluctantly. Throughout the training session, Tristan exceeded his cousin's expectations. Even though Tristan hadn't been a Rhodi for more than a few days, he was already keeping up with the twins, though his balance needed some work. You're doing great, Tristan, Devin said to his cousin as the boy catapulted off a balance beam, landing on his feet. You're a natural. I love doing this. It makes me feel alive, Tristan said, a huge smile on his face. Now when we rescue Mom and Dad, I can help. I'm not as useless as I thought. You never were, April May said, holding her head high and looking down at her new student with pride. Dylan felt relieved and proud of her cousin. Tristan was one more Rhodi on their side, and what was more, he was good at it. It didn't matter that he was blind. He more than made up for it on the training field, and Dylan could see that he finally felt like he fit in. Makes him happy, Dylan thought, watching her cousin spar with Devin on the other end of the training field. I'm glad he found something to fight for. Did you find anything? Dylan asked immediately after they walked back into Envis's room, exhausted from hours of relentless drills, practices, and new exercises.
Tristan had insisted continuing with April long after their training was usually done for the day, and while the twins were exhausted, he didn't seem the slightest bit fazed. With his newfound talent as a Rhodi, Tristan was acting like he could conquer the world.
Not a single tidbit,
Jenna said, lying on the bed and staring up at the ceiling.
It's maddening.
What do you mean? You had to have found something, Devin said. That's just the thing, though, Envis said. There's nothing here. After Saffron's parents dropped her off at the mental hospital, they just up and left. There's no record of them in Adamaris or anywhere else. They couldn't have vanished, Dylan said. See for yourself. Envis pulled up search upon search, all leading to dead ends, each and every one of them. Envis threw down his pencil in frustration and shook his head. People don't just vanish. They had to go somewhere, Devin argued. I'm a searcher, but I can't pull information out of thin air, Envis said grumpily. He pulled out a sheet of paper. I looked closer at Saffron's medical records, and the only address it shows for her parents is the name of some vague island. It's not even close to Crescentia. Her parents didn't stick around after they dumped her off at Relecta Asylum, that's for sure. But I looked it up, and this island isn't inhabitable. They might have put it down to give whoever was looking for them a false lead. How do we know they were trying to get away? Dylan asked. Envis, I know you must have something else. You're lucky I've gotten you this far. This is the hardest profiling search I've ever done in my life. Whoever wanted these people gone wanted them gone. So they're dead, Dylan said. Possibly, but if they are, it's not in any records. They might have been ambushed and dumped off somewhere, and nobody would be the wiser for it, Envis said.
At least we tried,
Jenna said in a chipper voice, bouncing up from the bed.
Oh, well, who wants to get some dinner?
No, we're not quitting until we get a lead. This is important, Devin said. Envis, if there's anything at all you found out, even if it doesn't seem important, show us. The boy paused. There is one thing. He went to a webpage that had a long, drawn-out article on it, summarizing it quickly. I found this article in some newspaper archives. It's about 2 kids. One of them got struck by lightning, and another witnessed the accident. Lightning? Dylan drew closer. It says that the witness was a little girl, around Saffron's age at the time. Karen and Foster Briggs are mentioned. Envis peered closer to the screen. It states that the girl was taken to a facility for psychiatric treatment afterwards, and the boy who'd been struck by lightning was unnamed. Was it Saffron? Dylan asked. Envis shrugged. I don't know. Perhaps the traumatic incident of being a witness to a lightning strike triggered her badly enough that she became permanently scarred by it. See if you can find the name of the kid hit by lightning, Devin said quickly. Envis looked again. A similar article popped up, shorter than the first. This one gives the names, Noel Briggs and... Envis paused. And who? Dylan demanded. Devin leaned his head in to read the screen, and his mouth dropped open. Tristan Evers. What? Dylan said.
Hold on a minute,
Jenna shouted, pushing her way over.
Tristan Evers? As in the Tristan in our house right now?
Yes, that's our cousin, Dylan said, pointing at the screen. And Saffron. Oh. Devin slapped a hand to his forehead. Didn't you guys know about the lightning strike? Envis asked. Not really. We knew he went blind from an accident in his childhood, but we didn't know it was something like this. Our family didn't talk about it, because they didn't want to remind Tristan of what happened, so we never asked. Devin explained. Your family has a lot of secrets, Jenna said disapprovingly. This is just great. How are we supposed to tell Tristan that his best friend growing up is now a maniac trying to kill us? Dylan shouted. I would suggest you don't tell him about this, Envis said, leaning back in his chair. We can't fight her if Tristan still feels something for her from way back when. It would just complicate things. If he finds out on his own, he's going to be pissed. And I'm not just talking pissed. I'm talking majorly pissed, Dylan threw in. It's not like she's the same girl he knew as a kid, Devin said. She's a totally different person now. But he just found some self-confidence by becoming a Rhodi. I'm not gonna ruin that by telling him this.
Whoa, wait, Jenna said. Tristan's a Rhodi?
Yeah, surprise, Devin said. We didn't know either. Tristan cannot find out about this. He might go hunting Saffron down himself, Dylan said. I swear I'm not gonna tell him. Nor am I, Devin stated. Me either, Envis added. They all looked at Jenna. She scuffed her foot on the carpet and bit her lip, playing with her hands as she kept silent. Jenna, Envis said as a warning. Ya can't be running your mouth on this one.
I don't like lying, she said softly. This is his friend. He has the right to know.
It's not lying, it's just keeping a secret to benefit everyone. Telling Tristan the truth could put everyone in danger. Maybe we can tell him eventually, but not until we get the information we need from Saffron and rescue our masters, Dylan said. The entire mission hinges on Saffron working with us, and we don't know how she's going to react if she finds out who Tristan really is either. What if it triggers a memory she won't be able to tolerate? This doesn't leave the room. Agreed? Jenna sighed and dropped her head. Agreed. Dylan swallowed. Okay. Envis, can you get the coordinates on that island? I'm sure it'll pop up, Envis said. Print out everything we've discovered today, save for what happened with Tristan. We'll give everything to her in a file, and then she can fly off to this island to find her parents. Hopefully, she'll never come back, Dylan said sourly. That's a little harsh, Jenna said quietly. She's nearly killed me and my brother several times. If I see her one more time after this, it'll be 1,000,000 times too many, Dylan stated. Here's the hard part. How are we going to get anything out of her? Envis asked, or lure her here? We aren't luring her to the house. April May will find out and stop us. It's too risky, Dylan said. We have to find someplace else to meet her. But where? Everything we can think of is too obvious, Devin said. I know a place that's empty, Dylan said, but you might not like it. Where? Devin said, confused. Dylan looked at Envis. I'll tell you later. But once we get there, how are we going to contact her? Simple. You have a connection with her, Dylan, Jenna said. Excuse me? Dylan asked sharply. Your minds seem to be linked, Jenna explained, holding her hands out wide. She's drawn to you, which must mean you have some sort of mental connection, kind of like the Rhodi do with the mind speak. Maybe if you call her, she'll come and we'll be able to get her in a trap. Like? Envis said. Jenna thought. A rope trap. Make it so when she lands, her foot snags a net, a strong one, comes down onto her and entangles her in it. That way, nobody gets hurt. That's going to be very hard. She could land anywhere, Devin said. Then make it so even if she walks by it, she sets it off. Envis and I are good with things like that, Jenna said. All you guys have to do is make sure she snags the line. The twins looked at each other. Seems simple enough, Devin said. Are you sure you can get her to step on the trick release? She follows me everywhere. It'll be easy, Dylan said, rolling her eyes. Can you guys get to making that net today? Consider it done, Envis said, waving his hand. We can whip up one of those by tonight, if we get all the stuff for it now. When do we want to do this? We can't afford to waste any more time, so tomorrow? Dylan offered. The kids looked at one another. Tomorrow sounds good, Envis agreed. Are we all up to this? Whether we're ready or not, it has to be done, Devin said. Tomorrow it is. But will somebody please tell me where exactly we're holding this ambush? Dylan took her brother by the arm, leading him down the hallway. Devin, we're going to do it at Nellie's house. Nellie's? But why? He asked, confused. It's quiet, remote, and we won't attract a lot of attention. Why do you want to do that? If something goes wrong and there's a fight, we'll ruin the house. Devin, we can't do that. Her family will get really angry, and then once she comes back from her vacation, I won't be able to see her. Devin, Dylan said slowly. Her brother stiffened, appearing frozen. Dylan tried to keep her voice steady. Devin, I don't think Nellie's coming back. What do you mean? He said quickly. I mean, she's not here anymore. I mean, she left like Mom and Dad did. I know I said that didn't happen, but it's been a while and we haven't heard anything. Her cancer was really bad. No, Devin said, pushing her away. That couldn't have happened. We would have found out. Her family wasn't one to go spreading stuff around, especially stuff like this, Dylan said. Nellie couldn't have died, Devin protested. If she did, her family would have come back to Arrows. They probably don't want to come back because it reminds them of her. Nellie's not dead. Devin shook his head, refusing to believe it. I know she's still alive. Devin stomped out of the house. Dylan watched out the window as Devin tore off toward the trees as fast as his craft could take him. Chapter 12. Blood Oath. The next day at noon, the sun was blistering hot. The wind whipped through the tall grass as the children clustered around Nellie's yellow house, the sun roasting them slowly. Dylan walked around the house cautiously, making sure that the net was set underneath an old tree. Once Saffron touched the wire, the trap would spring, and she would be instantly lifted up and entangled in their net. How sure are you this will work? Dylan asked Envis. If this goes wrong, we have nothing. If it doesn't work, then you can put me in a dress and call me Sally, Envis said. A net trap is the simplest thing a searcher can do. It worked on all the other hunters, it'll work on her. Devin had been unusually quiet the entire time. Being at Nellie's house was killing him, and Dylan wanted to get this over with quickly so he wouldn't have to suffer. I'm surprised we managed to get Jenna to stay behind, she commented, looking up at the sky. She expected the great griffin to come spiraling down at any minute. The teens had agreed that only 3 of them would go, seeing as how if they all left, it would look suspicious to April May. They had sworn not to tell April of the plan, or Tristan either. As soon as I told her Tito was coming over to give her company, she didn't seem too upset about it, Envis said. I just think she doesn't like being alone. Dylan had asked Tito to stay with Jenna. I'm surprised he didn't give us any more crap about it, she shrugged. But whatever, those 2 run their mouths so much they'll still be greeting each other by the time we get back, I bet. Are you going to call her or not? Devin asked sharply. We've checked the trap 1,000,000 times. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. There's nothing we can do. She knew Devin was hurting, but that didn't give him the right to be mean. She had to work hard not to bite back. All right. Dylan opened her mind and began to search the landscape upon the miles and miles that encompassed Arrows. She focused on the air more than the ground. I feel her, she said the minute she chanced upon Saffron's mind. She winced as she entered into Saffron's consciousness. Thoughts were bouncing off the walls of the griffin's brains, shouts, screams, and voices all calling out directions, future plans, and failures. Dylan shielded herself as best she could, but her defenses were weak against Saffron's mind. Dylan's head could be torturous sometimes, but the regions of Saffron's mind were far worse, painful, and terrifying. Dylan had never met a more desperate creature. There was no escape here, and for a minute, Dylan almost felt sorry for Saffron. But then Dylan remembered how she'd tried to kill Taladin, and all empathy for the girl vanished. Young tigress, Saffron said, and Dylan felt the bird jerk to a halt in midair. What is this? How are you doing this? I've found what you're looking for, Dylan said. We're here, waiting for you. Dylan sent a picture of the house, along with its general location, to Saffron's mind. Dylan felt Saffron turn and began heading in the opposite direction. No tricks, tigress. None here. Dylan pulled away. She's coming, she announced. She's not that far away. Envis, make sure that the file is out and she can see it. Envis reached into his bag and pulled out a brown folder, stuffed with the information about Saffron they had printed. Get ready, she said, and she stared into the sky. A dot in the sky turned into a terrifying creature as Saffron appeared. She circled the house, getting lower and lower. She looked at the file in Envis's hand and asked, Is that it? Yes. Now where's our information? Dylan asked, walking toward the griffin. Saffron landed lightly. A small bag was around her shoulder, and she tossed it off her neck as she drew near. I have it within my head. Come over here and hand me the file and I'll give you what I've promised. You're just going to fly away the minute we hand it over, Dylan said. Tell us where the weapons are. Tell me where my parents are, Saffron retorted. We will, but you have to come get it, Devin said, pointing at Envis. Come here, Saffron protested, beating her wings. No, you come over here, Envis said, waving the file. You come here, Saffron demanded, and she stomped her foot. For crying out loud, just go get it, Dylan said, losing her temper and launching herself at the griffin. She changed in midair and swiped at Saffron, but the bird easily stepped aside, opening her beak wide. I don't think so, Saffron screeched, and she used her back legs to kick Dylan toward the net hidden in the dirt. She fell into Devin and Envis. The sheer force of the blow caused them all to tumble backward, setting off the wire and entrapping them in the net, lifting the teens several feet into the air. They all struggled, and Dylan tried to use her knives to cut through the rope, but it was useless. Envis had made the net strong enough to withstand griffin talons, so the knives made no impact on slicing them free. You honestly thought that I was that stupid? Saffron laughed, shaking her head. I knew you were going to try and lure me into a trap. And now, look at you all, caught in your own web. Saffron, let us go, Dylan threatened, squirming in the net. Saffron laughed. Why? So you can try to attack me again? I don't think so. I'm starting to believe that you don't know anything about my parents at all. Her eyes narrowed and she slunk into a crouch, her tail twitching. We do, Dylan yelled. It's right here. If you promise to let us go, we'll give you the files. Files first, then I let you go, Saffron insisted. No. Then stay up there while I rip your throats out. Dylan, forget it. It's not worth it. Just give her what she wants, Devin shouted. Dylan snatched the file from Envis and threw it out of the net, watching the papers scatter all over the ground. Saffron looked at the papers for a minute, her head cocked, then flew up to the tree where the loose end of the net was tied. She grabbed the knot, then pulled it tight. The net fell effortlessly. The group went slamming into the ground, while Saffron touched down and transformed back into a girl, gathering the papers with care. We gave you what you wanted. Now tell us where the weapons are, Dylan threatened. I made no promise to tell you this. You changed the bargain when you were tangled up in your own stupidity, Saffron said, still leafing through the files. We went through a lot of trouble to get you that, Envis said. You're my enemy. I feel no sympathy for you, Saffron replied. Enemy or not, you owe us, or else you don't get these. Envis held up a small piece of paper. Saffron put the files down slowly. What is that? The coordinates to an island where your parents are. I figured you'd pull something like this, so I kept them, just in case. Envis pocketed the paper. If you want those coordinates, then you're going to have to tell us where the weapons are. I'll just look it up on my own, she said, waving a hand carelessly. Envis laughed. Good luck. It's a private island, so you'll never be able to locate it without a searcher's help. And you've got a searcher willing to give you the information right here, right now. Saffron snarled. She clutched the files closer to her, clinging them to her chest for dear life. You can never be simple, not ever. All I ask is to be left alone. You're the one who came after us in the first place. Don't turn this on us, Dylan said. And don't deny that you know where our masters are. We're not stupid. We know you follow the Hunters Guild around. I swear, Saffron said, and Dylan's insides froze as she spotted tears in Saffron's eyes. I don't know where they are. The Hunters Guild hates me just as much as you do. I have no idea what's happened to them, and if I knew, I'd tell you. For some reason, whatever it was, Dylan believed her. Okay, whatever. But we need to know where the weapons are, at least. Now, do you want to see your parents or not? Saffron began shaking. Devin stepped in and said, If you tell us where the weapons are, we'll let you have the coordinates. It's that simple. And we promise not to use the weapons on you when we find them, right, Dylan? Dylan nodded. Fine, sure, I guess. No, that's not good enough,
Saffron insisted. It has to be a promise made in blood, and I won't take anyone's blood but hers. Saffron pointed to Dylan. I want a blood vow made that if I give you the weapons, you'll let me go in peace. What happens if I make this blood vow and I break it? Dylan asked. Do I die or something? Swear on your craft that you won't hurt me when I leave here and you won't have me followed, Saffron said, turning to her foe. If one of you tries, the craft within the blood vow will break and your powers will be taken from you. If I agree to this, you have to promise something too, Dylan said. You have to promise that you aren't lying to us about the weapons. I told you I wasn't, Saffron said angrily. And that from now on, you swear not to harm any Rhodi, Dylan finished. You're asking too much, Saffron said. I refuse. Fine, Dylan said, fuming. You swear not to harm any Rhodi but me. Dylan, no, that's too costly, Devin argued. Saffron smiled. She liked high stakes, and this one was appealing to her. Deal. Now watch me and do what I do. From within her pocket, Saffron withdrew a long, pointed knife. I, Saffron, swear that the location of the legendary Rhodi weaponry that I'm about to tell is true, and that from this day forward, I swear upon my craft that I will not harm any Rhodi save for Diliana Fersen. She made a shallow cut along her palm. She held out the knife for Dylan to take. She did so, speaking clearly and without fear. I, Diliana Grace Fersen, swear upon my craft that the Rhodi shall not harm Saffron here in Eros, and that she shall go in peace. She cut her palm lightly, glancing at Saffron. The girl tightened her lips and grabbed Dylan's bloody hand with her own, pressing their palms together. They waited a minute while the blood mingled. It is settled, Saffron said, withdrawing her hand and putting away the knife. Your blood is my blood, and my blood is yours. She took a bandage from one of her pockets and wrapped it around her bloody hand. The coordinates? The location, Envis said, unflinching. Saffron stepped forward. The weapons are within the crystal cave below the forest, she said. Long ago, the weapons were locked away there for safekeeping. Which crystal cave? Dylan demanded, the blood still dripping down her hand. The one below your house, Saffron said, rolling her eyes. Do I really know more about your own base than you do? I happened upon the caves by chance one day, while trying to sneak into your home. I met many perilous things on the way, but escaped each foe until I reached the end. You'll meet the same. If it was that terrifying, why did you continue? Devin asked. Saffron paused. I figured with all the trouble I was going through, there had to be something worth the aggravation in the end. It was a hard and frightening journey, but it was worth it. Glorious they are, the weapons. Her eyes glimmered, and the girl smiled slightly. Why didn't you take them for yourself? Devin asked. Saffron's face soured. They are locked away within a glass chamber. I stayed down there for days and couldn't decipher the puzzle in order to get inside. What use would they be to me anyway? I am not a Rhodi, nor am I a hunter, so the magic within the weapons cannot be harnessed by me. The use of the information is worth more to me than the weapons themselves. Envis nodded. He held out the coordinates at a distance to Saffron, and she snatched them up, backing away quickly. If I have found that you have deceived me, I will come back and have the young tigresses pelt as a coat, Saffron threatened. We have no reason to lie to you, Envis said. We have enough enemies to deal with without you being on our trail as well. We'll see. Saffron put the files inside of her bag and then transformed. The griffin tossed the bag over her shoulder before spreading her wings and taking off. If all goes well, you'll never see me again, but don't count on it. Things rarely go well with me. The minute Saffron was out of sight, Dylan looked at the blood all over her hand and slumped. Envis rushed to Dylan, catching her mid-fall and lifting up her hand. You stupid girl, he said, shaking his head. You just made a hard bargain. I feel funny, Dylan said. Envis took the corner of his shirt and ripped it until he had a long strip of fabric, wrapping it around Dylan's hand tightly.
We need to get you home." "Forget it," Dylan said as she came around, standing on her feet weakly. "This will have to do for now. We need to get into those caves." "There's a crystal cave under our house?" Devin said, adjusting his glasses. "It makes sense that Desmond put it there. It was close enough to Rhodi and her palace that a Rhodi could get to the weapons if they needed to." "So that's our next step then, mates?" Envis asked, journeying into the caves. Dylan nodded. "Yep, we get in, get the weapons, then get our masters back." Chapter 13. The Crystal Cave. "This is the place, right?" Envis said. They got out of the car they had borrowed from April May and looked downward at an opening in the earth. They had driven around the various roads in the woods surrounding their house for hours, until they had found a singular cave hidden within the shadows of the trees. A gaping hole in the ground loomed out, threatening to envelop them all forever. Small crystals were poking out from the surface. They looked like hundreds of sparkling teeth ready to chomp them up. "This is it," Dylan nodded. "There's no other caves around Eros that I know of." "That you know of?" Devin said. "What if there's another cave? I don't want to be making mistakes." "If we're not sure, there's no point in going down there today. Dylan, I know you're eager to find these weapons and get your masters back, but I really don't like getting lost for all eternity in some Rhodi-forsaken labyrinth," Envis protested. "I'm going down there whether you two are coming or not," Dylan said. "You don't have to follow me." Envis sighed. "Ah, lass, you're too damn stubborn." "We're not letting you go alone," Devin said. "We go together or not at all. Then we go today." Dylan stood her ground. Devin nodded. "Okay, we go today." "How are we going to see? It's getting dark and we don't have any flashlights," Envis said. "Just stay close to us." Dylan summoned her craft from inside of her, withdrawing the orange bulb with care. Devin did the same, his green craft glowing brightly. The two Rhodi led the way into the crystal cave, their crafts providing plenty of light. Their crafts caused the gems to sparkle eerily. There were millions of crystals in this cave. Quietly, Envis asked, "Why hasn't this area ever been mined? One could make a living off these gemstones." "Being a Rhodi," Dylan hushed, "I can feel when things have power. Can't you feel it, Devin?" "I can," he said, the light from his craft dancing off his glasses. "And if I didn't know any better, I would say that these gems are cursed. So if I were to touch them..." Envis reached out a hand. "Don't," Dylan said, snatching his hand and drawing it back. "We have enough bad luck as it is without you getting bewitched." They walked along for what seemed like hours, but might have only been a few minutes. Devin held out his craft farther and said, "So where are these monsters Saffron was talking about? I don't see them anywhere." "She's probably inventing them to scare us off," Dylan said. "But she took a blood oath," Envis pointed out. "She can't lie." "She can't lie unless she believes that it's true. Then it wouldn't be lying," Devin pointed out. "You've got to remember, we're going on the word of a psychopath." "What was that?" Dylan asked abruptly. The three paused and listened, the only sound being that of their quiet breathing. "Am I hearing things?" Dylan asked, sweeping her craft around the room. "No, you're right," Devin said. "I hear something too." A rustling of wings was behind them. The three turned on the spot, ready for a fight, but there was nothing. "I definitely heard something move right there," Dylan said, pointing to a spot on the floor. "Keep your wits about you, mates," Envis said. "There's something strange about these tunnels." They kept walking, every so often hearing a rustling of feathers, yet when they turned around, they didn't see anything. "I'm starting to get annoyed," Devin said. "I wish whatever was following us would just come out and show itself." They walked a little further before they heard the wings rustle again, yet this time they ignored it. It proved to be a mistake. Without warning, something nipped Devin in the back of the heel. "Ouch!" Devin said, whirling around with his craft raised. His companions turned with him, only to find what they were faced with was nothing more than a large red rooster, cocking its head at them as it walked in circles around them. "You've got to be kidding me," Dylan said, putting away her knives. "Some monster." The rooster let out a cluck and flapped its wings, disappearing in place. The three gasped, but the chicken reappeared again a few spaces away. "That's weird," Dylan said, watching the rooster prance around the cave. "Should we kill it?" "Why kill something just because you don't understand it?" Envis asked. "It's probably following us around because it thinks we have food. Somebody must have used their craft to change it to do that as a joke or something." "That must have been a long time ago, when more Rhodi were around. I don't trust it," Devin said, looking at it warily. "It's a chicken, guys," Envis said. "An old vanishing chicken, but a chicken nonetheless. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm not afraid of a little cock." Dylan shrugged. "Whatever, let's just get moving." They continued down the way, the rooster following them eagerly. When they came to a split in the caves, Envis turned to the two and said, "What do we do now?" Dylan bit her lip, looking down both tunnels. "This way," she said, pointing to the left. "Are you certain?" Devin asked. "I'm guessing. It's a 50-50 chance. If we go down this tunnel and meet a dead end, we'll backtrack and go to the other one," Dylan said. Envis shrugged and went to go down the left tunnel. But as he did so, the rooster flew in front of him and started scratching at the ground, cawing loudly with its beak wide open. "What's going on?" Envis said, waving a hand at the suddenly aggressive chicken. "I don't think he wants us to go down this way," Dylan said, peering around Envis. "He's a dumb chicken. He doesn't know what he wants." Devin went to take a step forward, but the rooster jumped up and bit him sharply on the hand. "I've had about enough of this bird," Devin growled. He went to grab the rooster, but as he did, the bird pulled its head back, spitting out red flames into the cave air. "It breathes fire! Run!" Dylan screamed. They turned the opposite way into the right tunnel and took off at a sprint, the bird shooting fire down after them. "You had to make the thing angry, didn't you?" Dylan shouted at Devin as they ran. The bird jumped up and they all ducked, avoiding the fire as it roared over their heads. "Down here!" Devin shouted, and he tried to go down another split in the tunnel, but the rooster soared over them all and blocked the way, creating a wall of fire so huge that they were forced to continue down a different path. "That bird wants revenge! I'm definitely scared of a little cock!" Envis cried out. He grabbed Dylan by the waist and wrenched her to the wall as the rooster let out a jet of flame that would have ignited her on the spot. Pressed to the other half of the wall, Devin said, "We can't keep running like this. We have to get it to calm down." "I don't have any chicken feed, so I don't think that's an option right now," Dylan said, snatching her brother's arm and pulling him down along the tunnel. When they were nearly out of breath, Envis stopped and said, "That's it. I can't run anymore. I've got to stop and rest." "Envis, no," Dylan said, sliding to a stop. It was too late. The chicken opened its mouth and enveloped Envis into a giant orange flame, igniting his whole body with fire. Dylan and Devin screamed. Terrified, they clung to each other as the rooster's fire swallowed Envis, not seeing anything but the flames swirling around him. The twins shut their eyes, unable to cope with the sight. When the roaring from the flames stopped, the twins didn't chance a look. "I don't want to see it," Dylan said, a shakiness in her voice as she clung to her brother. "I'm not opening my eyes. You think I want to see the redhead's body roasted to a crisp?" Devin squeaked. "Don't be such a coward, mate. You've got to learn to be stronger for your sister," a familiar voice said. "Envis?" Dylan opened her eyes and watched as Envis turned on the spot, absolutely nothing wrong with him. At his feet, the chicken clucked happily. "It doesn't hurt," Envis said. "The fire doesn't burn. Watch." Envis stomped on the ground, startling the rooster. It let out a jet of flame. Envis held out his arm. Even though the fire engulfed the limb, neither his clothes nor his skin caught fire. Dylan slammed into Envis, hugging him tightly. "Well, hello there," Envis said, pleasantly surprised. "You're an ass! You gave us a heart attack," she said. "Don't ever do that again." "Why? Would you miss me if I was gone?" Envis asked with a knowing smile. "How was I supposed to know you're naturally flame retardant, Ginger?" Dylan said, pushing him away,
And I wouldn't miss you. I just don't want to drag your burnt, disgusting corpse back through all these tunnels. Whatever you say, lass, Envis said, chuckling. So which way now?
You won't want to go that way. You'll step right into a drop-off,
a voice said, making them all jump.
What was that?
Devin said, looking all around him.
Down here,
the voice said again, and the three began searching the ground.
Where?
Dylan asked. I don't see you.
You don't see because you don't expect to see. I'm right here.
All there was in the cave was...
The rooster?
Dylan asked, baffled. Is it talking to us?
I prefer being called a he. I am male.
The rooster on the ground preened his feathers.
That's impossible,
Devin gasped.
Roosters don't talk. I am a Basan. I am one of the creatures employed by the Rhodi long ago to guard your precious treasures, the rooster said. My fire scares many away, although the wise know that there is nothing to fear from me.
Why did you chase after us? Devin demanded. There wasn't any need for all of that.
You were going the wrong way, the rooster said delicately.
You could have told us which way to go, Devin said grumpily.
There is no lesson in that, the rooster argued.
And what lesson are we supposed to be learning? Devin said in aggravation.
Not all frightening things are harmful, and not all beautiful things are harmless, the rooster said. You'll do well to remember that on your journey down here.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot for that useless information, Devin said. Now can you tell us which way to go?
The rooster clucked twice and didn't answer, ruffling his tail feathers at the Rhodi and walking away.
Fine, Devin said. We'll find our own way.
The rooster clucked once more and said, 2 more monsters will you find before you come to what you seek. You'd better beware, green-eyed one. Your arrogance will only prove to bring your downfall.
The rooster fluttered his feathers and vanished, disappearing completely. Dylan punched her brother in the arm. Ow, he said, holding his arm. What was that for? For being rude to the chicken, she said. Basan, Envis popped in. Maybe if you were politer, he'd have helped us out. Now we're alone again, with no directions, she said. It wasn't my idea to come down here today, Devin reminded her. Excuse me for being tired and aggravated and a little annoyed after running from a fire-breathing rooster. Envis stepped between them. We're never going to get anywhere with you two squabbling like this. You need to get along. Who knows what weird creatures are waiting for us down in these caverns? The twins glared at each other, but said nothing more. Envis went to say something else, but was stopped by a soft, gentle crooning that came from down the way. Without a word, they began heading toward the sound. The area they entered into was a large, circular room with more crystals than any of the previous halls. Standing in the middle of this room was a particular creature that hurt their eyes to look at, yet they couldn't glance away. It was a long-legged deer, with long, pointed ears and green scales covering its entire body. The green tail of an ox swished behind it, while a large, single antler protruded in a half-circle upward from the middle of its forehead. Its cloven hoofs were as dark and as black as its terrifying eyes so large that they covered half of the deer's face. The eyes had no pupils or irises, just black abysses that threatened to sink all of them into their depths forever. Your lights, the creature hissed, her voice undoubtedly female. Keep your lights away from my eyes. Dylan and Devin both lowered their crafts and the deer came closer, smelling the air and flicking its tongue out at them as it drew close. What causes you to venture into the Kirin's lair? We mean you no harm, Envis said gently. All we are looking for is the Rhodian weapons. Ah, I see. The Kirin blinked rapidly. Mercy, please, dim your lights more. The twins looked at each other before dimming their crafts just a little bit. The Kirin sighed. Better. Yes, the weaponry. I know the way. Come with me. The Kirin turned and began walking down a long hallway. The three began to follow her, Dylan's face pale. I don't like this, she whispered. I don't like this at all. Shush, Devin said.
As they went, the Kirin asked,
I can barely see with all that bright light. Please, give me more darkness.
If we give you much more, we won't be able to see ourselves, Dylan protested.
More darkness,
the Kirin demanded. Devin looked at his sister and said,
Do as she says.
The light in the cave sunk to little more than a candle's, and Vis automatically walked closer to Dylan to avoid losing her.
Better,
the Kirin sighed.
But would you mind?
No, Dylan automatically said.
Please, I beg you,
the Kirin said.
You have already turned it down so much. What is a little more?
Dylan, do you want the weapons or not? Devin said, already dimming his light. Dylan went to copy him, but as she did so, her craft began fading, flickering in and out. Devin, I can't sustain the light, Dylan said in a panic. With that, her light went out. She tripped, falling onto her brother. Devin tried to catch his balance, but he couldn't. He fell to the ground, his craft vanishing. Envis came soon after, and before they knew it, there was nothing but pitch blackness devouring the cave.
Now,
the Kirin said, and its voice was deeper, more terrifying.
You die.
There was a terrible hissing sound, and Dylan felt cloven hooves sink into her skin, ripping it open. Her brother gave a scream, and Dylan heard someone slam against the wall as the Kirin lifted them up and tossed them into the air with its teeth. Dylan went to swipe at the darkness, but her hand caught nothing as she felt the Kirin's teeth sink into her shoulder. Dylan gave a cry of pain and fumbled in her pocket for a knife, grabbing it and stabbing it into the Kirin's flesh. The Kirin let out a hiss, and Dylan felt blood splash on her face, wet and hot. The Kirin started gasping, choking for air. Somebody was holding the beast off of her, and Dylan spun on her knees in order to stab at what she thought was the Kirin's stomach. The blade dashed through the air, hitting a hard surface, and then what she supposed was bone. Light flashed throughout the tunnel as Devin's craft relit the area. The green light shone upon the Kirin, who backed away quickly, her head hung low and bleeding heavily from the shoulder.
I am sorry,
the Kirin said, gasping for breath.
I meant you no ill will, but I am a monster in the dark.
You just tried to kill us, Devin said, and he stepped forward menacingly. You don't want to help us. Give us one reason why we shouldn't kill you now.
It was a test, the Kirin said, and you failed.
What test? Dylan asked, coming forward to the Kirin, holding her knife out as a warning.
You let me convince you to put out your lights,
the Kirin said, dropping her head.
You succumbed to my pressure and lost your way. I was instructed by the Rhodi to not let anyone through who did not pass the test.
Test or not, you shouldn't have attacked us like that, Envis said. We can't trust you now.
You have to go,
Devin said, moving toward the Kirin with a ruthless expression.
Don't harm me. I speak the truth, the Kirin said. From here, you shall meet a spiraling set of stairs that will wind you down toward the last of us and the weapons. Do what you want with them, but leave me be. I go no farther here. My vows were to never give the weapons to those who have failed the test, but I have cheated. The demise of the upper world will be upon me if you should use them for any vulgar purpose.
We only want to use them to help end this war, Dylan said. Otherwise we wouldn't be down here. The Kirin looked at them with suspicious and wary eyes, but didn't answer. Devin began walking backwards and said, "One step after us, I swear." The Kirin only gazed at them with those fathomless, giant eyes.
Do not let your lights go out, little Rhodi,
the Kirin said sadly, drawing back to a corner of the cave.
Your small rays light up the whole world. If your light dies, we all perish.
Devin didn't stop walking backwards until they had reached the spiral staircase. It's only downhill from here, Envis said, stepping onto the first stair. We're nearly there. One more monster to go, and then we figure out the puzzle, Dylan said. Down, down, down they went, until they felt like they were going into the very depths of hell itself. I'm so tired, Envis complained. Can't we stop and take a quick break? If we take a break, we're never going to get out of here, Devin said. And I don't know about you, but the thought of being down here any longer than I have to be makes me anxious. Claustrophobic? Envis asked. No, Devin said. Things down here I can't explain. I don't like it. After they all thought that they were going to be trapped in the caves forever, they came to what looked to be the bottom. Unfortunately, this task was met with an even bigger challenge. Now which way do we go? Envis cried out as he gestured to the nearly 20 different pathways. This is ridiculous, Devin said. If we don't come to the end of this within a short time, we're turning around and heading back. We've gotten this far and now you want us to give up? Great job, Devin. Tavanna would be proud, Dylan said. Better to give up than to die down here, he shot back. Dylan turned on the spot, trying to decipher a way. She noticed that down one of the hallways was a small tendril of smoke curling upon itself. Hey, what's that? She said. What's what? Envis asked, looking in her same direction. I don't see anything, Envis said. Can't you see the smoke? Dylan said, pointing at it. Smoke? Where? Envis said, looking all around. Right in front of your faces, Dylan said, pointing again. Both of their expressions remained blank. It's right here, she said. Clear as day. There is no smoke, Devin said. You're seeing things. No, I'm not. Follow me, Dylan said as she went after the smoke. The boys did so, and Dylan paused when she entered into a room filled to the brim with smoke so heavy it appeared to be fog. You can't miss it now, Dylan insisted. Envis and Devin still appeared confused. Dylan, this is an empty room, Envis said. Envis, what are you saying? It's right here, Dylan said in frustration. All the smoke in the room began to swirl and funnel, twirling into the center to form the shape of a poor, destitute old woman, her clothes hanging off of her in rags, aged face sagging with the devastation of her years. Don't try to make him see. Only you can hear me, an elderly voice said gently to her mind. What are you? Dylan asked back, never taking her gaze off the woman. An Enenra. There are few of my race left. No one takes kindly to smoke folk anymore. A soft smile appeared around the woman's lips. Were you friends with the Rhodi? Dylan asked. The Enenra chuckled. We roamed the earth at a time before Rhodi knew what they were. Why can I see you and they can't? Dylan asked. I choose who can imagine what the smoke holds, the Enenra responded. Why pick me? I've done bad things in my life. Her fingers traced the scars under her sleeves. Terrible things. One's actions do not state the condition of the heart. One's reasons for their actions do. Whether something is good or bad is beside the point, the Enenra responded. What must I do in order to get you to tell me where the weapons are? Dylan asked. Nothing. The Enenra smiled. This is what you had to do. The Rhodian masters instilled me as the last guardian. So if thieves were to get past the Pasan and the Kiran, they would be unable to discover the final room, for only those with pure and noble intentions may see me and gain access. So which of the halls do we take? None of them, the Enenra said. Huh? The weapons are in this very room, behind a wall of stone, the Enenra said. All you have to say is the words Desmedandre will reign again, and the wall shall open and reveal the weapons. Are you sure? They did for the Griffin. Why did you tell our secrets to her? Dylan asked, revolted. She isn't one of us. The rules do not specify the seekers be Rhodi, only that their heart be seeking good, the Enenra said gently. She seeks nothing but evil, Dylan replied. She seeks what her heart desires, the Enenra said. Floating closer to Dylan, the Enenra held a hand up to her face tenderly before fading quietly away, the smoke going with her. Dylan, what is going on? You've been standing there staring at nothing for a while, Envis said, looking deeply concerned. Desmedandre shall reign again, Dylan rattled off without an explanation. The ground began shaking, and the three watched as a wall in the cave began separating, spreading apart to show a hidden room. Glass separated them from a blue gauntlet, a green bow with a collection of arrows, and a small orange katana lying on the floor. All three of them were glowing with a soft magic, and even through the glass, Dylan could sense with her craft that the items were full of power. When she was done gawking at the weapons, Dylan cast a glance at Envis and Devin. They were gawking at her, mouths wide open. "I'm not even gonna ask," Envis said. "No time to explain," Dylan said. "Right now we need to find a way to get past that glass. Can't we just blast it open?" Envis suggested. "Saffron was bound to have tried that," Dylan murmured. "Forcing our way in won't do any good. We have to figure out another way." "She said something about a puzzle," Devin said, "but I don't see one." Dylan started pacing the room. This armory was only meant for Rhodi, so the masters must have made it so nobody but Rhodi can get in. Saffron couldn't have done it even if she had figured out a way. "See if there's any flaws along the bottom of the glass," Envis suggested. The twins scanned their crafts along the floor slowly, not seeing any flaws. But something did happen. When they walked by two opposite ends of the glass, their crafts began dancing in their hands. "Our crafts start humming with certain parts of the floor," Devin said, kneeling. "It's odd." Dylan thought, "Do you think if we got our crafts under there, we'd be able to lift the glass?" Devin put a hand to his chin. "Maybe. We could try." Dylan and Devin sent their crafts underneath the glass wall and to the weaker parts of the floor. Taking deep breaths, the two raised their hands and began trying to lift the wall with their minds. The glass shook, inching off the floor a tiny bit before plunging back down. The twins staggered as the ground shook, out of breath. "That thing is extremely heavy," Devin said, wiping his forehead. "I can't believe I moved it that far." "Me either," Dylan said, panting. "There's only one way in, so this has to be it. But Devin and I don't have the strength to lift the wall this way." "It's because you're not strong enough to do it alone," Envis said. "You need to put your crafts together in order to lift the glass. If you combine your strengths into one, the weight won't be divided, and the wall will be easier to lift. It's the only way." "Melding our crafts? That's complicated," Devin said, making a face. "Devin and I have never gotten so far as getting our crafts to attract, let alone turn into one and separate later." Dylan added, "Well, this is the perfect time to try, or else we're going home empty-handed," Envis said. The twins looked at each other. Devin said, "He has to be right. Come on, sis, let's try." The siblings interlocked their hands and closed their eyes. "Do you remember how Devana told you how to do this? Taladin never taught me," Dylan said. Devin's eyebrows furrowed. "Yes. Move your craft toward your hand, and then when the two ends meet, try pushing them together to form one mass. Then we'll be able to move in harmony, so long as we have the same goal. I suggest you let me have control of where it goes." "What? No way! We do it together or not at all," Dylan said. "It'll be harder. I don't care." Devin's nose crinkled. "Fine." The twins concentrated. Down the crafts went, trickling through their arms and meeting in the middle of their interlocked hands, the green swirling with the orange. Dylan watched as the two crafts swelled against each other and then exploded, blasting the two apart and causing them to stumble away. "Damn it," Dylan said, shaking her head. "That went great." "We're out of sync with each other," Devin said. "It's not going to work." "Yes, it will. We just have to try harder," Dylan argued. "Try focusing on a common goal you both have," Envis said. "That might make it easier." "Nothing about this is easy. You're not a Rhodi, so you don't get it," Devin said. "I understand how difficult the situation is," Envis said slowly. "Devin, either we do this, or Tavanna and Taladin are dead," Dylan snarled. "Is that what you want?" Devin snatched up his sister's hand, a little harsher than he intended to. "I'm not going to let Tavanna die," he snapped, and he let out the greatest light from his craft in his palm that he could. Dylan did the same, and this time, the crafts were forced together by sheer willpower, their longing to get their masters back, melding their crafts into one. The twins closed their eyes in unison, and the glass began lifting off of the floor, raising to a height of a few feet before it went plummeting back to the ground again. "You two can do it! You just lifted the glass," Envis said. "Yeah, but how are we supposed to get in there?" Dylan asked, already getting tired. We can't fit through that small of a hole, and there isn't enough time to grab the weapons and go before the wall falls again. We're still students. Whoever placed the weapons down here meant for a Rhodi master to find them. We don't have enough juice to lift the glass. How about this? Envis said. You two lift up the glass, I'll sprint in there and nab what I can, and slip out before the glass drops. It's risky, Envis, Devin said. If we can't reopen the door, we won't be able to get you out. Sure you will, Envis said. Whenever you're ready. Dylan nodded, and the twins began lifting the glass again. Envis wasted no time. He changed into a column of smoke, darting in and grabbing the gauntlet. But the twins couldn't hold the glass forever, so down it came, entrapping Envis on the other side. Envis! Dylan said, racing to the glass. Are you all right? I'm fine, he called. Regain your strength and I'll grab the rest. Envis grabbed the katana and the bow and arrows, clumsily holding all the weapons in his hands. Okay, guys, Envis yelled. Get me out of here. Dylan and Devin rejoined their crafts and, with ease this time, lifted up the glass. The smoke that was Envis encompassed the weapons as he came up triumphant, materializing back into his solid form and showing the twins the weapons. Great, Dylan said, beaming. We've got them. About time we've had some luck, Devin said happily. Now all we've got to do is go home and figure out how to use them. Hold on, guys, Envis said. First we have to get out of the cave. Right, Dylan said. Hopefully we won't run into any more fire-breathing chickens. The boys laughed. Envis handed Dylan the small orange katana, and Devin the green bow with the quiver and arrows. He carried the gauntlet, looking at it in admiration. Even though these weapons are 1,000 years old, I can tell they were made well. It's like they're brand new. This is weird, Devin said, looking at the bow. It almost feels like it was, I don't know, made for me. Dylan agreed. Although the katana wasn't really hers, she felt like it was. It melded into her hand, becoming an extension of her arm, and glowed with her craft light. With this blade, she swore not even the Red Huntress would get in her way. Although the walk was long, it seemed to take half the time it did to get out of the cave than it did to journey inside of it. Nothing met them along the way, and they emerged into the dark of night with no problems. Fantastic, Envis beamed. We better get out of here. Everyone's bound to be wondering where we are. Just wait until they find out we have the weapons, Devin said, chuckling. Envis and Devin both got into the car. Dylan went to follow, but before she could, she thought she saw something moving in the woods. Lass, let's go, Envis called. Dylan waved him off. In a minute, let me check something. She headed toward the trees, peering out with her craft as far as she could see. Dylan, don't go too far, Devin warned, stepping out of the car. I just want to make sure nobody's following us, she called to her brother. She headed into the forest, looking around each tree with her katana at the ready. When she found nothing, she began heading back. I'm just seeing things, she called out to the boys. Nobody's... A hand clapped over her mouth, muffling her scream. Before she knew it, her craft went out, the darkness of the night blinding her. Dylan saw in the moonlight 10 hunters, too many for her to fight off alone. She knew any resistance would be useless. She was caught. She threw the katana as far away as she could. It went into the trees, away from her enemies. Dylan, what's going on? Devin said. Dylan knew he was running after her. I've been ambushed. No! Dylan cried out, halting her brother in his tracks. Don't come, there's too many. You'll be outnumbered. You have to get the weapons out of here. I threw my katana in the bushes. You have to find it before they do. We can't leave you. They don't know we have the weapons. If they get their hands on them, it's over for us. Take Envis and get help. Sis! Run, she shouted. A hunter pressed a cloth over her mouth, and in seconds, she passed out. Chapter 14. Betrayer. When Dylan awoke, she thought she was still dreaming, for no prisoner could be given such a beautiful room. The floors were marble, covered in plush red rugs, while chandeliers hung from the ceiling. The bed she was lying on was made of pure oak, With so many soft blankets and delicate pillows, she would have instantly fallen asleep again if she wasn't so scared. 2 ivory couches lay by a warm fireplace, while a widescreen TV rested on an antique desk. There was a bathroom as well, and through the open door she could see an elegant, massive tub. Desmodondre's palace, she thought, looking around. Was there a chance Taladin and Tavanna were here, or had they been moved? She wasn't sure. Her gut clenched. Had Devin taken her advice and stayed away? Or had he foolishly chased after her, getting himself and Envis caught as well? Dylan reached out her mind to try and contact her brother, but besides the dozens of hunters milling about in the colossal building, she couldn't feel his presence. She began looking for a way out. There were no windows, and trying the doors would be pointless unless she wished to break them down and be met with hundreds of hunters. She tried looking for a food slot like the one April May had described to her, but there were none. They had learned from their last mistake. Dylan kept observing the room, picking up more and more details as she went. There was everything in here a teenaged girl could ever want to keep occupied, save for a computer or a phone for which she could use to call for help. This made her understand that, for whatever reason, the Red Huntress wanted her alive and well, at least for the current moment. Her job was to escape before that moment became obsolete. The chances of anyone coming to save her were slim. Even though April May knew where she was, it could take weeks for them to devise a plan to get her out. The door opened. Dylan sprang away from the door as 3 hunters, 2 very large men and a girl around her age, walked into the room carrying a tray of food. "Don't try to fight us, Rhodi," the girl warned. "You're not that valuable." Dylan didn't relax. "If I'm not that valuable, what does the Red Huntress want with me?" The girl set the food down on the table. "Eat," she demanded. "I'm not doing anything until you tell me why I'm here," Dylan demanded. "Either you eat this or we'll force it down your throat," the girl replied. "I'm not allowed to tell you anything. I'm just here to make sure you don't choke. Now do what I say." Dylan slowly approached the 3 hunters before warily looking down at the food on her plate. "It's poisoned," she guessed. "If we wanted you dead, it would have been done already," the girl said. You couldn't take the word of a hunter, but Dylan didn't like the way the men were cracking their knuckles, so she began putting food in her mouth without complaint. Even though the food was delicious, she could barely swallow. Once she had shoved the last bit of food in her mouth, the girl grabbed her arm and said, "Come, you have someplace to be." "Says who?" Dylan said, but one of the men slapped her on the back of her head. "Don't speak," he threatened in a deep, dangerous voice, "or I'll hit harder next time." She stayed silent. The doors to the room opened, and Dylan's heart sank when she saw hundreds of hunters walking through the hallways. Escape would be basically impossible. It was miraculous that April May had managed to get out the first time. The girl led Dylan through countless passages, stairwells, and great halls, each one more grand and decorated than the last. If she hadn't been terrified, she would have stopped to appreciate the old beauty that the castle carried, and felt sad that such history now belonged to the Red Huntress. Her final destination was what looked like a library. Shelves upon shelves of books circled around an old desk facing directly across from her. She didn't need to guess who was sitting at that desk. "Young tigress," the Red Huntress smiled. "We meet again. It's always good to have an old student back." "I'm no student of yours," Dylan responded coldly. The girl at her side gasped at Dylan's boldness, but the Red Huntress waved her and the guards away. "Leave us," she stated. "I want to speak to her alone." As soon as she spoke, it was done. The Red Huntress leaned forward and said, "Do you like my castle? Desmodondre constructed it at the height of her reign. I've modified a few things, but have kept the feel authentic." "You have no right to take what is rightfully Rhodi's," Dylan spat. "Rightfully Tavanna's." The Red Huntress's eyes narrowed. "So you've been told?" "I've been told a lot of things," Dylan said, and she took a step forward. "I know all about you now. How you killed Tavanna's husband, Ray, and caused Liliana to lose her baby. And I think you're nothing more than a spiteful, jealous bitch who steals what she can from other people because she can't earn it for herself." The Red Huntress's eyebrow twitched, and a vein throbbed in her head, but she showed no further signs of anger. "Brave words from a little girl in such a compromising situation," the Red Huntress said. "You're only alive because I kept you that way. We can always change that." "Go ahead and kill me. There will be others to take my place," Dylan snarled. "You have no idea how many people are on my side." At this, the Red Huntress laughed. "You don't even know who's on your side." She clapped her hands. Through one of the doors walked a small servant. The air left Dylan's lungs, and she stumbled backwards into a chair. Unable to believe her eyes, the girl was much thinner than Dylan had remembered. She was no more than a pale bag of bones with a sallow face, skin yellow and withering. Her clothes hung off of her form as she shuffled into the room, coughing as she stood beside Rachel. Her beautiful blonde hair was falling out in clumps, and her blue eyes were sadder and more hopeless than Dylan had ever seen them. Everything came together all at once. Nellie. Chapter 15. Tigress Rising. The Red Huntress laid a hand on Nellie's head. "Our guest should apologize for getting you out of bed. After all, a sickly thing like you needs her rest, doesn't she, dear?" "Nellie?" Dylan asked, unable to breathe. You're the one who betrayed us? You told them where we were?" Tears were welling up quickly in Nellie's eyes. "I didn't want to. They found out I was getting Devin's letters, but before they captured me, I burned them so they wouldn't figure out where you were. I fought them for as long as I could and told them that I'd never betray you, but they had my mom. They were hurting her. They said if I told them where you were, that they'd let her go free." Nellie's head hung low. "I did, but it was too late. She died under the Red Huntress's torture, but I'm still here. I belong to the Red Huntress now." The laughter was gone from her entirely. The Red Huntress stared at the girl with the utmost sense of triumph. Dylan nearly choked. Even in the worst depths of her treatment, never had Dylan heard Nellie's voice be so miserable. "You monster!" Dylan cried out, her eyes flashing upon Rachel in fury. She started toward the Red Huntress, instinctively reaching for throwing knives that weren't there. Unimpressed, the Red Huntress waved her hand, and Dylan was slammed into the wall by an invisible force. Slowly, she crumpled to the floor. "Undisciplined," the Red Huntress said as she watched Dylan struggle to her feet. "Just like her master." The Red Huntress clapped again, and a second door opened. 2 hunters dragged in a man whose long hair covered his face. His dirty clothes were ripped, showing his bloody and bruised body. The guards had to support him, for he couldn't stand on his own. The hunters lifted the man's head by his hair, and Dylan suppressed a sob. He was wearing a blindfold, his chin was covered in a patchy, filthy beard, and his face was sunken. But Dylan would know Taladin anywhere. "Wake up, my friend," the Red Huntress said. "We have a little visitor." Taladin's head rolled on his shoulders, and he said hoarsely, "I won't believe any more of your lies, Rachel. You can't keep me alive with fantasies." The Red Huntress motioned for the guards to remove the blindfold. They did so, revealing amethyst eyes that had lost their shine. The minute Taladin saw Dylan, his eyes widened. He sprung to life again, struggling against the guards. "Leave her alone! She has no part in this!" "You made her a part of it when she became your responsibility, Taladin," the Red Huntress said coldly. "Taladin," Dylan whispered. She rushed forward to get to her master, but the Red Huntress raised her hand. Dylan was lifted into the air, hovering in place and unable to move. "None of that. He needs to see you alive," the Red Huntress smirked.
mocking Dylan as she hung suspended in the air.
That's close enough.
Rachel, I swear if you do anything to her.
Taladin snarled lowly. The Red Huntress raised her eyebrow.
Oh, you mean like this?
She twisted her fingers. Dylan immediately began screaming in pain, but it was a pain she didn't know existed. It was as if there was a fire in her veins, a shredded, rusty knife ripping the muscle apart string by string, and she'd do anything to end the agony. Her very skin was melting off, bubbling and concocting over the ripping sensation that was kneading her body. Her bones weren't broken, but it felt like they were, cracking and shattering into a million pieces as the knife continued its relentless sawing, organs mashing into jelly. She twisted and convulsed, but no matter what she did, nothing stopped the burning. Dylan screamed louder, trying to find a place where she could die, where it could all end, so the magic cutting her to pieces would go away.
Stop!
Taladin cried.
Don't hurt her!
My lady, no more! Nellie protested, grabbing Rachel's arm. Dylan dropped several feet onto the floor, landing roughly. She curled into the fetal position, crying softly.
This is the first time you've dared to touch me, the Red Huntress said slowly, turning on Nellie. It's about time you've grown some courage, though I discourage you from insulting me again.
Nellie cringed away. The Red Huntress focused her attention on Taladin.
Tavanna's been rather resistant to my orders as of late. You have the power to convince your sister to work for me, Taladin. Do it, or else I'll make each living day a hell for this child.
The Red Huntress pointed to Dylan.
I'll do whatever you ask, Taladin said in a pleading voice. Anything.
The Red Huntress got up from her chair.
Very well. We'll discuss things privately.
Taladin, don't do it, Dylan moaned from the floor.
Be quiet, little girl,
the Red Huntress snapped.
Tina.
The girl who had escorted Dylan earlier, along with the two bulky guards, came through the door. Yes, my lady? The girl asked.
Take her back to her room, the Red Huntress said, and leave her alone until I give you further instruction.
The girl curtsied, and the two men bent down to pick Dylan up. Shaking, but gathering her bearings, Dylan looked toward Nellie. Let me take her with me, she pleaded.
I can't do that,
the Red Huntress said with a smile.
She's my personal servant, and I'm keeping her alive.
Nellie didn't respond, only gazed at Dylan with a sorrowful expression. The guards dragged Dylan away, but her eyes didn't leave Taladin's until he was gone from her sight. Feeling lightheaded, Dylan leaned on the guards. They practically threw her back into the bedroom, leaving her broken and shivering on the cold floor. The reason why she had been brought here hit her like a freight train. Rachel couldn't keep Taladin alive. He was dying under the torture and had to be given a reason to keep going. Yet Dylan wondered if it was too late. Taladin might have gotten back his will to live, but he was so sickly that he might die anyway. And once he died, her expiration date would be up. When Nellie's betrayal crossed her mind, Dylan's insides contracted. Devin's heart is going to break, Dylan thought, inwardly weeping for her brother and her friend. Nellie had become a slave with a time limit, living out her last days with a monster who had killed her mother and was bent on making the world a horrible place. Dylan sat up and ran a hand through her hair. She knew one thing. She couldn't let Taladin convince Tavanna to become a puppet for the Red Huntress, nor could she endure the terrible torture Rachel had put her through again. She had to escape. She looked all around the room once more, but to no avail. There was absolutely nowhere to go until a thought struck her. Rhodi would never be able to get out of here, Dylan thought, but a tigress could. Could she do it? Transforming into a full tigress would take all of her crafting ability and might leave her weak and fragile. Yet what choice did she have?
I hope I can do this. She took a deep breath. She hadn't changed into the half-tigress lately, not since the party. That form wouldn't do any good now. The Hunters Guild needed something large to scare them, something that was fast and powerful. Dylan readied herself. She needed to be strong. Strong and brave, like Taladin. Summoning her craft within her, Dylan drew from the very depths of its strength and began to change. Slowly, the effects started taking place. Her clothes melted to her body, turning into fur and stripes. Her face began to elongate, a large tail sprouting behind her. Claws and paws formed on her hands and feet. Yet halfway through the change, it stopped. She was farther than she had ever gone before, yet it wasn't enough. Dylan needed more power behind her if she was going to be able to do this. Digging deeper, Dylan touched Taladin's craft within her, the gift and light he had given her before she'd been taken away from him. Immediately, the power flowed free, and without any effort, the final transformation took place. On all fours, Dylan ran to the mirror. In her stead was an orange tigress, tail whipping in the air. She growled lowly, revealing fangs that would pierce through any man's bones without effort. Dylan hoped it would be enough to scare the hunters away. Testing her new body out, Dylan began pouncing around her room. She could leap all the way across its span and nearly to the ceiling. Dylan knew that if she were to run, it would take someone like Devin to catch her. Her strength was phenomenal. It took no time getting used to. It was as if she was meant to be in this new body, meant to be a tigress. Purring with happiness, her mind quickly formulated a plan. She reached out her mind and searched every nook and cranny of the castle until she found Taladin's presence, but it was no use. He was completely out of it, and nothing Dylan could do would wake him up. Abandoning the attempt, Dylan tried searching for Tavanna. She found her somewhere in one of the upper halls, unawares, and entered into her mind without warning. That was a mistake. Tavanna began hailing upon Dylan a mental bruising that made her cringe. "Master, stop! It's me!" she cried out. The assault instantly paused. "Dylan?" "Yes, they caught me. I'm here in the castle." "Not you, too," Tavanna said grimly. "I was afraid you were yet another hunter, trying to get into my head. Is Devin with you?" "No, they only caught me. He's safe." "At least that's a piece of good news. Where's April May?" "She's back at the house, with a few of our searcher friends." "Searcher friends?" "Long story short, we got ambushed. Do you know if my aunt and uncle are here?" "If they are, that would be in the dungeons, where they keep the lowest prisoners," Tavanna informed her. "Where are you?" "Locked in my tower," she said grimly. "Desmodandre's tower." "Tavanna, they showed me to Taladin. They're going to torture me until he can convince you to work for them." "I was afraid of that." Inwardly, Dylan felt Tavanna's reserve fail. "All isn't lost yet," Dylan protested, letting out a growl. She felt Tavanna jump. "Dylan, did you make the final change?" Tavanna asked, shocked. "Yes," she informed her, "and I'm not going to lose it either, not so long as I use Taladin's craft to help sustain it. I'll find us a way out." "Dylan, don't try to escape. Rachel will kill you before you're out your bedroom door," Tavanna screamed. The door behind her started clicking. "Gotta go. Don't worry about me, Tavanna. I'm not that little girl who can't defend herself anymore. Just be ready." Dylan then cut off all contact. She slunk behind the couch, waiting. Tina entered, this time without the guards. "Come out, Rhodi," Tina stated, closing the door. "I know you're hiding from me." Dylan didn't respond. Tina took a few tentative steps forward and said, "The Red Huntress has given you permission to go anywhere in the castle, save for the towers, as long as I go with you." Dylan paused, thinking quickly. She then transformed back into a girl and rose to her feet as she stepped out from her hiding place. "Why?" Dylan asked. Tina smirked. "Our Lady is proud. She wants you to see all we have before you die and know that you can never win this war." "So she wants to rub it in my face," Dylan said flatly. Tina's smile got wider. Where would you like to go? The dungeons, Dylan rattled off without a moment's hesitation. Tina seemed confused. Why would you want to go there? You have people of mine that I want to see, Dylan said coldly, unless it's forbidden. Tina shook her head. Anywhere means anywhere, though if I were you, I would choose somewhere a bit nicer to see before I die. I choose the dungeons, Dylan repeated again. The girl shrugged. Very well, come with me, and no tricks. You won't get far. The girl led her out the door. Dylan followed closely, making sure not to lose her in the massive crowds of hunters. They went down many staircases until the walls became blank and bare, a chill settling into her bones and making her shiver. Long corridors became pits of darkness, and Tina had to bring out her white craft to light the way. The caverns are endless. You'll be lucky if we find who you're looking for, Tina said. Dylan didn't answer. Soundlessly, she transformed into the tigress and crept behind Tina for as long as she could. All the prisoners are kept on the left, Tina stated. I'll only let you be down here for so much longer. I'm starting to get cold. When Dylan didn't respond a second time, Tina turned around and said, It's not polite to ignore. Dylan pounced and landed on Tina, slamming her to the floor. She went to scream, but Dylan immediately said in her mind, Speak one word and I'll end you. Tina swallowed her tongue. Dylan leaned forward, exposing her fangs so Tina wouldn't get any ideas. Stay quiet. They won't get to you in time if you cry for help. Grabbing the back of Tina's shirt with her fangs, Dylan dragged the girl to a nearby empty cell. She changed back into a girl and quickly padlocked Tina's hands and feet in shackles. She then ripped off a part of the girl's shirt, tying it around her mouth so she couldn't scream. Dylan changed back into a tigress and went to leave. But before she could, she heard the whimpering sobs of Tina behind her. Dylan paused. I'll be killed for letting you escape, Tina said weakly in the mind speak. It was clear she was terrified of the punishment that Rachel would give her. Dylan walked forward, raised up a paw, and struck the girl across the face, leaving 3 deep gashes. There, Dylan said, watching the wounds bleed. When they ask, tell them that I snuck up from behind you when we were alone in the room. Say that I knocked you out, then dragged you down here. Then, when they leave you to decide your punishment, run. Run as far away from here as you can. Tina's eyes blurred with tears. Thank you. Dylan left the girl and ran, her paws making no sound upon the stone. She didn't know if the plan would work, but that was all she could do for Tina, so she wished her luck. Dylan crept silently, looking ahead for any sign of guards. In her tigress form, Dylan could see in the dark, which gave her the advantage. Her heart skipped a beat as she heard her aunt and uncle's voices somewhere down the hall. The area was clear. The hunters had grown arrogant. They thought that since Rhonda and Keaton were at Rhodi, they wouldn't be able to escape. That mistake would cost them today. It was about time they caught us, Rhonda. I knew they were going to, sooner or later, Keaton said. Dylan paused. She perked her ears up, listening. She knew that there was no time and she had to continue forward, but Keaton's words made her stop to listen. What did he mean? Keaton, don't give up, Rhonda encouraged. You haven't until now. I'm admitting it. I was a coward. I tried to run from them for too long, but the Hunters Guild always gets what they want, he said bitterly. Just look at your sister and her husband. Keaton, we've been over this 1,000 times, and I'll bring it up 1,000 more until we die or are free of this hell, Keaton said. I told you I didn't want to talk about it, Rhonda said. You know it makes me upset. It's no use going over things that happened long ago. Why not? It's the reason we're in here. Keaton, I'm serious. It's because of your sister that we're in this mess. Dylan felt a quiver of rage flicker within her breast. How dare Keaton blame her mother for any of this? It wasn't her fault. Killam did what she had to do, Rhonda said. It wasn't pretty, but they were slaves. What other choice did they have? Those two spent their entire lives trying to build a better life for their children. It wasn't right that they had to sell themselves to the Hunters Guild to do it. Keaton spat. Rachel bought and paid for them, and it was a heavy price. Dylan's entire world was turned on its head. She steadied herself, listening even more intently to her uncle's words. All those years for nothing, stealing and lying for that woman upstairs. Rhonda sighed. Just try and get by, and when they finally break away after they have enough money to support themselves, you don't leave the Hunters Guild. Once you're in it, it's for life, Keaton said. The twins never knew it. I hated lying to them about it, but how do you tell a couple of kids that your parents were wanted criminals? Finally, it all made sense. The constant moving, the changing of the names, the overprotectiveness, and the ever-present worry that had been etched into her mother and father's face. Yeshua and Killam had been former hunters, serving Rachel after their time as slaves as a way to survive. Devin and Dylan couldn't remember growing up in the guild, so their parents must have left before they were old enough to recall anything. And once they escaped, the Red Huntress didn't want to let them go. Unable to stand, Dylan sat down and took deep breaths. They should have just stayed with her and did as they were told, Rhonda said. Their deaths were far from an accident. Rachel had a price on their heads. I told Killam to keep out of it. Just because those Rhodi set them free didn't mean they had to try and save their lives, but she wouldn't listen. If Killam was wise, she would have stayed in Marcelino, Keaton agreed, but she couldn't keep herself out of it. She had to keep getting involved in tailing the guild, figuring out what they knew. Whatever she must have found out before the accident had to be important, Rhonda insisted. She and Yeshua left in a great hurry to get to Eros. Keaton huffed. Who knows? Whatever she knew, she ran off with her children and planned to get to the Rhodi as soon as possible, for all the good it did her. She killed herself and her husband, then left those twins to fend for themselves. Then their children ended up in the hands of the same Rhodi she was trying to warn. A cruel trick of fate. Ridiculous, Keaton spat. I'm glad we got the twins away from them. I can't believe Dylan and Devin were in the care of the two idiots their parents were trying to save in the first place. It sounded like there were screams inside of her head as Dylan's mind reeled. Her mother and father had lost their lives because they'd been trying to warn Taladin and Tavanna about Rachel's plans. They had sacrificed themselves for her masters. Unable to hold onto her form any longer, Dylan burst out from behind the wall. You shouldn't have kept this secret from us, she told her uncle, before retransforming into the tigress again. With one powerful swipe, Dylan knocked the padlock off of the cell, breaking it in half and causing the door to swing open. Diliana, Rhonda said, rising to her feet, her eyes wide. How did you... What? Tigress became girl again, brushing the hair out of her face with a careless hand. Where's the way out? She asked, looking to her uncle. Do you know how to get out of here? Mouth open, Keaton said, Dylan, is this... Rhodi, you know you're not supposed to. I just broke you out. You have no right to be berating me right now for using magic, Dylan said, breathless. Now, where's the way out? Keaton swallowed. There's a door down the way. It's where new prisoners arrive, but nobody will show up for another hour. They have shifts during the night, but none in the day. Come on, Dylan said. She began running down the hallway, and Rhonda and Keaton followed as best they could, weak as they were. True to their word, Dylan came to an iron door that had been left miraculously unlocked. Dylan caught a wave of fresh air as she glimpsed the beautiful forest and the outside world. She longed to spring into tigress form and run into nature, far away from this horrible place. But she knew that until Taladin and Tavanna were free, she couldn't leave them behind. Go, she told her aunt and uncle, pointing to the woods. Get away before they find out you're gone. I'll meet up with you when I find my masters. You're coming with us, Keaton said, reaching for her arm. Dylan wrenched it away from him. Try and stop me. Before they could protest, Dylan changed back into a tigress and bounded through the dungeons, hoping her guardians wouldn't be stupid enough to chase after her. Once she got through the dark halls, she re-emerged into the light of the upper castle, creeping quietly throughout the vacant halls. All the hunters had to be down at dinner. That meant she only had a short amount of time to make it to Tavanna and break Taladin out. She put on a great burst of speed and ran up the corridors, going the only direction she could fathom, which was up. Looking from left to right, Dylan re-entered cautiously into the library she had been in before. The Red Huntress was somewhere else, but Dylan knew she wouldn't be long. Following her instincts, Dylan walked slowly behind the desk to find who she was looking for, crumpled on the floor and looking half alive. Dylan transformed back into a girl and wrapped her arms around her bony friend, who was ice cold. "Nellie," she said softly, hugging her tightly. Nellie didn't look surprised that Dylan had escaped. "Run away, Dylan," she whispered weakly. "Grab Tavanna and find Taladin, then go. Leave me here." "I'm not leaving you behind. Devin would never forgive me," Dylan whispered, trying to pull her off the floor. "I can't run. I'll only be a burden. Devin will have wished you left me behind after he finds out what I've done." Her head hung low. "Devin won't care. He'll understand why you had to, and I'm not going without you. You can either come with me or get me caught," Dylan said. "If I'm going with you, there's something I need. There's a drink that Rachel gives me," Nellie said. "I need it to stop the cancer from growing." "Steal as much of it as you can until we can get you to a hospital," Dylan told her. Nellie rose up shakily. "You're too stubborn, but I'm not going to risk you getting caught." She reached into the desk drawer to pull out a velvet bag, stuffing 3 vials full of red liquid into the interior. "Climb on my back and hold on as best you can," Dylan said, transforming into a tigress. Nellie wrapped the bag around her wrist, climbing on top and grabbing onto her scruff as Dylan took off once more. Nellie practically weighed nothing. Dylan ran just as easily with the girl on her back as she did without anyone hanging on. "Nellie, do you know where Tavanna is?" she asked, reaching into her friend's mind. "Up there," Nellie said, pointing at a long flight of stairs. Dylan began to leap up them, and once she got to the top, Nellie gave her further directions down the halls that became more and more decorated. "Left, right, left, that's it." Dylan burst through a set of golden doors, entering into a beautiful, expansive room that had giant windows all along the outer wall, exposing the outside world. On a bed that was ridiculously large sat Tavanna, her head down. She sprang up when she saw Dylan enter the room, Nellie on her back. "Diliana Fairson, I told you not to take such a risk," she said, yet her eyes welled with tears. "No time for that now, Master," Dylan spoke aloud. "We have to get out of here. It's only a matter of time before—" "You stupid, stupid girl." A chill ran up Dylan's spine as she turned around. Rachel stood at the entryway of the massive room, an ugly sneer pasted upon her face. "The courage that the Rhodi were famous for killed them all in the end. It's what will kill you now." "You touch her and I'll break you in half," Tavanna said, moving in front of Dylan protectively. "You break out of here, Tavanna, and there are no more promises. I'll eradicate each and every Rhodi until all of you are extinct. I no longer need your powers to own Crescentia," Rachel threatened. "You take one more step, and Taladin won't live to see another sunset." Tavanna paused before she said, "I think my brother would prefer his student lived over him. If she died, I'd never hear the end of it. And I, for one, am tired of being your prisoner." The 2 women flew at each other. Rachel ducked and tried to go for Tavanna's legs, but before she could, Tavanna reached up and kicked Rachel square in the face. Rachel slapped Tavanna across the face and grabbed her shoulders, pitching the woman into an armoire. Dylan would have dived in to help, but she was safeguarding Nellie from getting hit, and she knew if she tried to fight alongside Tavanna, her master would concentrate more on keeping her safe than defeating the Red Huntress. Tavanna shook herself free of the armoire and got up, making her wings appear. She ran toward her opponent and grabbed her along the midsection, tackling her to the ground and punching her over and over. Rachel caught her bearings and blocked Tavanna's every move, grabbing Tavanna's wrists and kicking her away in order to flip onto her feet. Tavanna was ruthless, her madness over being imprisoned for so long making up for being out of practice. Rachel fought in fury, unwilling to be beaten again by her biggest rival. The fight resumed into a delicate battle of gymnastics and martial arts that Dylan had never seen before. Some moves she could recognize, but others went nameless as Rachel and Tavanna performed countless flips, kicks, and punches in order to gain the advantage of the other. Neither one caught the upper hand. "Enough of this," Rachel roared, stepping back. She raised her hand to torture Tavanna, but the queen began levitating objects. She flung them at Rachel, starting with small things but eventually moving to heavier objects until even the mattress was flying through the air. The Red Huntress had to constantly duck, unable to torture Tavanna with her broken concentration. "They're never going to end it this way," Nellie cried, hands over her ears. Dylan agreed and went to charge in, but before she could, the doors behind them burst open, the room filling with dozens of hunters. The fight paused. Rachel swept the hair out of her eyes, her lipstick smeared across her face. "Give in, princess. You're outnumbered." Tavanna stood there numbly, watching the countless hunters file in line. She then hung her head softly, giving in. "We're done for," Dylan thought in agony. But before any of the hunters could attack, the windows behind them exploded. Tavanna used her wings to shield herself from the falling glass. Nellie and Dylan took cover under a desk, shielding their eyes. The hunters went scattering. Rachel stood there with a stunned expression, gazing up into the sky with an open mouth. Dylan turned. Devin was standing along the edge of the room where the window had exploded, holding the Rhodian bow, which was stretched thin with a long, lean arrow. Devin sent dozens of arrows hailing upon the hunters, aided by the super speed of his craft. The arrows hit their targets, embedding into the bodies of the hunters. He held an arrow for a particularly long time and then let it fly. Once it landed, an explosion erupted in the corner of the room and sent multiple hunters flying. "Save some for me, Devin," Dylan heard Tristan call. Dylan's mouth fell open as she saw Tristan with the Rhodian gauntlet on his wrist, a huge smile on his face. "You're going to enjoy this, Tristan," Devin informed his cousin, smiling. "You'll want to shoot for your left." "Oh, believe me, I will," Tristan said. From the tips of his fingers, lightning emerged, spreading throughout the room with the help of the gauntlet's power. Dylan closed her eyes so she wouldn't be blinded as Tristan shocked enemy after enemy with his craft. Replacements came for the cowardly, but for as easily as Tristan and Devin were dispatching them, the hunters couldn't keep up. Rachel and Tavanna resumed their battle. They paid no attention to what was going on around them, and both were nearly hit by arrows and lightning as the hunters and Rhodi battled it out. Dylan cried out, "Devin!" Her brother glanced her way, shock and utter happiness blossoming on his face when he saw Nellie. "Nellie! And your main form! Dylan, how did you—" "Forget that. How are you doing this?" Dylan said, stunned. "The arrows regenerate with my craft." Devin blasted away yet another batch of hunters with his explosive arrows. "And I can change them if I think about what I want them to do." "Those weapons are powerful," Dylan awed. "For once, we have the upper hand, but I need someone to protect Nellie." "Backup's behind us," Devin said, before refocusing his attention on the fight. Dylan turned to see the grappling hooks at the edge of the windows. She watched as Jenna and Envis pulled themselves into the room, running over to Dylan. "Wow, what a climb! We must have been scaling that stupid thing for a half hour. It's so tall. Oh, you're full form. Congrats!" Jenna said happily to Dylan, acting as if they weren't in a life-or-death situation. She spotted Nellie and waved, "Hi, I'm Jenna. You must know the Rhodi. Me too. I'm sure we're going to be great friends." "About time we found you, lass," Envis said, giving a quick breath. "We've got to get going. Tito and Leanna are waiting for us." "Tito and Leanna are here?" Dylan asked, shocked. "Yup. We figured we'd need a doctor. They're waiting in the getaway plane with April May as the guard. Getaway plane? Dylan said. We're searchers, Envis said with a cocky smile. We have resources. We met your aunt and uncle, by the way. They're safe. There's going to be more people on the plane than originally intended, Dylan said, dodging a stray lightning bolt. We'll make do. It's a plane for Rhodi's sake. Envis swung to the side as a lightning bolt nearly hit him. Damn it, Tristan! Watch! Here where you're shooting. Nellie, where's Taladin? Dylan asked, looking at her friend.
In the second tower. It's down the stairs to your left. Don't go. You'll never make it out of there,
Nellie protested. Dylan ignored her, swinging toward the door. Envis, take Jenna and watch out for Nellie. Get everybody else out. I'll find you outside. Where are you going? Envis yelled as she ran off. I have to find my father. Dylan avoided crafts and weapons both, skidding along the floor while dashing past friend and foe alike. She leapt down 2 flights of stairs, landing on her feet to dash to the left. Only one door in the hallway was padlocked. Summoning her craft, Dylan rose up on her hind legs and used all of her strength to bash in the door. The door broke. Dylan transformed and crawled through the tight space, trying to avoid the shards of wood. She saw Taladin in an elaborate room similar to Savannah's, lying on the floor and completely unconscious. Master! Dylan cried, skidding to her knees. She put a hand on Taladin's shoulder, shaking him roughly. Master, it's me. Come on, the others are here. We're breaking you out. Master! He wasn't waking up. That meant she had to drag him. Changing back into a tigress, with her strength waning, Dylan bent down and scooped Taladin onto her shoulders until he was half hanging off of her. He was a lot bigger than Nellie. Struggling under his weight, she began making for the door. It would be slow going with him on her back. Before she got to the broken door, a lone figure appeared. Rachel's precious black cat was perched on a small table, twitching its tail as it watched Dylan drag Taladin through the room with large, blank eyes. Move, you worthless thing, or I'll eat you for supper, she growled, showing her fangs. The cat neither moved nor showed any fear. He only jumped off the table and trotted toward Dylan, halting when he was inches away from her, holding up a paw curiously. You might have the weapons, but this is a useless endeavor. The cat purred into her mind, flicking its tongue at her. She was surprised that he could speak, but brushed it off quickly. Talking cats were nothing compared to fire-breathing chickens. You're on Rachel's side. You want her to win, Dylan replied. She tried to step around him, but the black cat jumped in front of her, hissing. You're wrong. I hate her. The cat pinned its ears back. There is no one on this earth who wants her gone more than I do, but believe me, you're never going to stop her. You need to take the others, especially Tavanna, and leave Crescentia. Go somewhere that's safe. We're never going to leave Crescentia to her rule. Tavanna won't allow it, Dylan said. Listen to me, you stupid kitten, the black cat hissed. Rachel's powers are unimaginable. You cannot even fathom what's coming. You need to leave while you still can. Save your queen. Dylan stared him down. We're going to die fighting, she said. And if you're really on our side, the best thing you can do is stay out of our way. The black cat stared at her. He flicked his tail once more. You Rhodi are fools. I admire your bravery, but you will never win. The black cat turned, heading in the direction of what Dylan thought must be the battle. This is hopeless, Dylan thought, but there was no time for feeling sorry for herself. Still dragging Taladin, Dylan went toward the door, hoping she would run into somebody who would help her carry her master. Then the floor began to shake. Dylan panicked as the tower began rocking, tossing her and Taladin from side to side. She tried to make way for the door, until she saw the sides of the stone walls rip away from the hall, taking her and the room out into open air. Dylan immediately jumped on the mattress, taking Taladin with her and trying to hold on with her claws. Taladin was still completely out of it. She roared as the tower began to crumble around her, her stomach lurching as she dropped hundreds upon hundreds of feet. Falling they went, until Dylan felt like they would fall forever. I was never in control of anything. I was always falling, Dylan thought wildly. She and Taladin finally landed on the mattress, being buried alive quickly underneath all the crumpling stone. Somehow, some way, she was alive. Taladin was still breathing next to her, so that meant he was all right too, but she doubted it would be for long. There was nowhere to go in their little pocket of air they had made, and she didn't want to take a chance of trying to move only to have something come down on her. She felt Devin's conscience pressing against her mind in a frenzy, trying to see if she was still alive. She brushed against his mind lightly, for she didn't have the strength to do more. But it didn't really matter. It would take hours to dig them out, and by then, it would be too late. Dylan's exhaustion took over, and she fell into darkness. If she had to die, she wouldn't want to die with anyone else but her master. Chapter 16. Arms. Lights flashing rapidly above her, the room zooming in and out of her vision as a motor hummed in the background. Whispered voices in her head, all speaking in hushed tones as they glanced at her immobile body. In and out of the dream state, watching as the meadow began to crumble and then rearrange itself again. And then, a voice in the distance. Dylan woke up, sore and bruised, but alive. She tried to sit up, pushing nausea aside as she swung her legs out of a bed in a well-lit room, windows betraying the early morning light. When everything stopped spinning, Dylan looked out her window to see bamboo shoots growing around a small pond, cranes walking delicately in the water. An orange sky danced against a foggy mountain in the distance. The smell of cherry blossoms lingered through the open window. All was quiet. Where was she? She hadn't seen this place before. Getting to her feet shakily, she swallowed. She wondered when the last time she ate was, probably in Desmondandre's castle. Dylan looked in the mirror, shaking her head to clear it of grogginess. She couldn't have been out of it for more than a day or so. Her white nightgown was clean, and despite the bruises on her skin, the dirt had been wiped off of her. Dylan smiled. Had she actually, no joke, been able to transform and keep her tigress body? A warmth spread throughout her body, and she purred lowly in her throat. There was a small dresser tucked into the corner. Dylan opened it to find her clothes there, neatly folded. She got dressed, then crept out of the small room and into the hallway. The building she was in was nothing more than an expansive cottage, the walls and the floors washed completely with white hardwood. She heard voices outside, near what must be the kitchen. But she didn't hear the person she most wanted to, so she kept going. She walked down the hallway, passing closed door after closed door until she found one slightly open. She heard the sound of pen scratching upon paper. Dylan nudged it open. The writing paused, and Dylan poked her head in slowly, hoping she was disturbing no one. What she got was Taladin sitting upright at a desk, freshly clothed, shaven, and just as bruised as she was, yet looking happier than ever. He smiled. "Hey there, Thunderbolt." Dylan leapt into his arms, burying her face into Taladin's shoulder. Taladin caught her and lifted her onto his lap, holding her tighter than he ever had before. Those strong arms encompassed her and held her close, never letting go, not ever. Dylan pulled her face away to look up at her master, her lip quivering. "Daddy." He was crying too. "My baby." They embraced once more, and Dylan let out a happy sigh of contentment, not caring whether they won or lost the war, not caring if Rachel was gaining power or if the entire world was falling apart at the seams. None of it mattered, so long as Taladin was with her and he never left her again. "I miss you more than I can tell you," she whispered. "Each day felt terrible without you there. I needed you so much, needed your help so many times. I was so lost and confused. I wanted to be there for you just as badly," he said softly. "A day didn't go by when I wasn't thinking of you. Life felt worthless and pointless without you. Well, I really missed your nagging, she joked playfully. It felt just as empty not having to deal with you and your bad attitude all day. I didn't know what to do with myself. He laughed before kissing the top of her head. Never again. No, we're not meant to be separated. I won't let anyone come between us, Dylan promised. Me neither. I won't let them take you away. He stroked her hair before a stony look came upon his face. And if anyone ever hurts my daughter again, I'll kill them. I don't want to talk about that, Dylan said, drawing closer to him. It hurt so bad. It was the worst pain I'd ever felt in my life. Rachel will pay for doing that to you, Taladin said. Using that kind of magic on an adult is bad enough, but using it on a child isn't human. Did she use her magic on you? Dylan asked. Taladin's expression didn't change as he picked her up off of his lap and stood her on the floor so they were eye to eye. Don't worry about it. He shook his head and said, Anyways, I don't think anything could separate us again. We survived a tower crashing on top of us. How did that happen anyway? Dylan asked. I'm so confused. It happened out of nowhere. You'll have to ask your cousin about that one. And I have to yell at you, young lady, he said sternly. You risked your life to try and save me. Haven't we discussed this before? Your life isn't worth mine. What do I have to do to get that into your head? A life without you is a life that's not worth living, Dylan said simply. You've saved my life dozens of times, from the Hunters Guild, but more importantly, from myself. I had to return the favor someday. A soft smile graced his face. It took a while to get us out, but I have to say, with those weapons of yours, they managed to do it a lot quicker. A mischievous gleam sparkled in Taladin's eye. She beamed back. You like them? Me, Devin, and Envis found them. Taladin's face fell, but only slightly. What? Dylan asked. I saw that. What's wrong? His expression was contemplative. This, Envis. How'd you meet him? Long story. I'll tell you when Devin around instead of having to tell it twice, Dylan said. What's wrong with him? He was hovering around you like a creeper when you were sleeping, checking on you every 5 minutes and asking Leanna constantly if you were all right. He got in the way more times than I can count, Taladin growled. He's just Envis, she said, laughing. He didn't chuckle. No, boys. He's just a friend, and an annoying one at that, she said. He was the first one to try and dig you out, Taladin said. He nearly got crushed trying to rescue you. Really? Affection sprouted in her heart for her friend. That's what Leanna tells me. Leanna, Dylan said breathlessly. How are you two doing, by the way? You tell me. Taladin held up his right hand to show Dylan a gold ring wrapped around his finger. No way! Dylan squealed. You've got to be kidding! You're married? Where'd you get the rings? Engaged, he said. There's a little town near here where I found a jewelry shop. In that castle, I always thought to myself, if I ever get out of here, I'm going to let Leanna know how much I love her and ask her to be my wife. Life's too short to let the past stand in the way of true love. And she said yes? Better, she said. Took you long enough. Taladin laughed, and Dylan knew she had never seen him so happy, so full of joy. That's so wonderful. I can't wait until you guys are married for real. Dylan smiled. But where are we, anyway? In a small fishing town near the Far East, Taladin said. We're safe here for now until we figure out what to do next. Whatever that was, Dylan didn't want to think about it. She wanted to be selfish and forget about the world and sink into her own private refuge within this tiny cottage in a foreign land. Life didn't work like that, of course, but she wanted to pretend it did, even if it was only for a week, to gather her bearings. Don't look so down, Thunderbolt, Taladin said, giving her another hug. Everything's going to be okay from now on. I'll do whatever it takes to protect you. You can be sure of it. She pulled away from him, trying to smile, even if it was only because she wanted to make him happy. Okay, I guess that'll be all right. Besides, it's not like our enemies stand a chance now that I can do this. She stepped back and transformed into a tigress, purring with pride as she looked at her master. Impressive, Taladin said, looking at her proudly. Though, you're still a little brat. Dylan reared up and playfully pawed at him. Taladin dodged her hit,
and Dylan went back to her girl form, laughing. I guess we should join the others. Why? I prefer being with you. A lot less annoying. Taladin got up and began walking toward the door, a limp in his step. He lost his balance and stumbled forward abruptly. He would have crumpled to the floor if Dylan hadn't caught him. I'm sorry, Taladin said, leaning against her with a slightly embarrassed smile. I'm still a little weak. It's okay, she said. I'm here. You won't be alone. Not anymore. Dylan helped him walk down the hallway, where they ran into Tavanna. Hey there, sleepyhead, Tavanna said when she saw Dylan, giving her a quick hug. You're so brave. You won us our freedom, and I can't thank you enough for that. You would have done the same for me, Dylan said. Think of us as even now. You've grown up a lot since we last saw you, Tavanna said, gazing at her. Don't you agree, Taladin? Taladin shrugged. Tavanna chuckled and whispered to Dylan, He doesn't want to admit you're growing up. Typical fatherly denial. I heard that, Tavanna, Taladin said. Don't get into it with me. Or what? Tavanna smiled mischievously. You don't want to know. They walked together through the kitchen, where April May was sitting. Always with the outrageous plans, aren't we, Miss Diliana? April May said as they walked into the room. It's a surprise your outlandish ideas continue to work. I don't really plan anything out, I just figure it out as I go. Dylan shrugged, helping Taladin into a chair gently. Your friends are waiting for you outside, Tavanna said, opening the door. I'm sure they're worried about you. Go and see them. She opened the door to the backyard. Jenna, Tito, Devin, Tristan, and Envis all looked up immediately. Dylan walked onto the porch into the babbling, peppy group around her. You're alive! Jenna burst, bouncing up and down. I told everyone you would make it through, but nobody believed me until we dug you out, and even then nobody would believe me, but I said, Dylan's tough, not even a building can stop her. But who listened to me but no one, and here you are! It's good to see you too, Jenna, Dylan said, chuckling. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Again, Devin said. Is it a specialty of yours to have near-death experiences? Oh, you know me, I can't get enough of them, she joked. She let out a cry as Tito punched her playfully in the shoulder and said, Hey, hear the news? Your master and my mom are getting hitched. Yeah, I heard, and my shoulder is bruised, you ass, she said sharply. Oh, sorry. Tito's smile fell, then sprouted back up again. But don't think just because they're getting married, I'm not going to stop trying to hook up with you. You're still pretty hot, you know. Envis scowled, but didn't say anything. Dylan noticed. Tito, that's gross, but whatever. Dylan looked around. Where's Nellie? Devin's face fell. She's sleeping. She can't get out of bed, really. She's too frail. That drink's been helping. It's terrible what the Red Huntress did to her. He clenched his fists. We'll make sure she pays for it later, Dylan promised. When she looked at her cousin, she saw that instead of his usual downcast sneer, he had a bright smile that seemed gallant, even cocky. Happy with yourself? She asked with a small laugh. I'm surprised your mom and dad let you come with us. They didn't have a choice. We dropped them off at a safe house that the searchers had set up, then took off. I told them they'd have to kill me before I'd stop being a Rhodi. Tristan rose up to his fullest height, appearing prouder than ever. Taladin said you had something to do with the tower falling down on me, she said, crossing her arms. Mind to explain? Tristan smiled in fall. I tried aiming my gauntlet at the Red Huntress and letting out all the crafting power I could through it. She jumped out of the way, so my lightning flew out the window and into the tower you were in. Electricity, plus the power the gauntlet already has, proved to be more dangerous than even what I can handle. Desmond castle is so old, most of the stone was crumbling around it, Devin explained. The foundation was as weak as the building was, so the minute Tristan's craft hit it, the entire thing came crashing down. The place was an elaborate hideout for the Huntress Guild, but in terms of a fortress, it wasn't really that smart of a move. Serves her right. She turned to Envis, who was the only one of the group who had remained silent the entire time. Hey. He gave her a lopsided smile, his red hair falling shyly into his eyes. Hey.
She looked into Envis's face and questioned what had been his motive for diving in to save her before any of the others, before it had been ruled safe for them to try, but it was something to bring up privately to him later. For now, she was content to simply be with him. "Guys, I've got some bad news," she said, and they gathered closer. She told them what Rachel's black cat had said back in the tower. When she was done, Devin drew away and said, "You can't take him at his word. He has all the reason in the world to lie to you." "Yeah, but what he said makes sense," Dylan said. "Maybe the Rhodi should go into hiding permanently. Maybe we really can't beat Rachel." Her eyes dropped, and she brushed a lock of hair out of her eyes. Envis came forward before anyone else and put a hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry, Dylan. I'll do whatever it takes to help you guys defeat the Red Huntress, no matter what."
"We all will,"
Jenna said, stepping next to her brother. Dylan smiled at them, her heart glowing like the sun. The battle was far from over, but she had her family by her side and her friends behind her. As long as she had them, she had already won the war. Now all she had to do was win it for the rest of the world. "The Red Huntress had better watch out," Dylan said, a triumphant look raining upon her face as she glanced into each of the faces around her. "She might have the numbers, but we've got the weapons." "And the Rhodi masters," Tristan burst in, "and each other," Envis added softly, staring into her eyes. Dylan grabbed her brother and held him tight. "Yes, each other, and that's all we really need." Afterward. "Excellent," Taladin said in approval. Dylan showed him all the new fighting styles she'd practiced while he was gone in the makeshift training arena, which was a short distance away from the cottage. They were already back to training, although Tavanna had promised they wouldn't make any moves against Rachel for some time. Dylan finished off her last offensive tactic with a backflip, and Taladin nodded, adding, "I'm impressed. I didn't think you'd grown so skilled when I was away." "Training's practically all I did," Dylan said. "It helped to keep my mind off of things." "I can see that," Taladin winced, putting a hand to his side. "I wish I could join you. These damn broken ribs are getting in my way." "You need to take the time to heal," she said, guiding Taladin to a bench outside the cottage and helping him sit down. "We don't have a healer to help you. You'll be back on the battlefield soon enough."
"Dylan,"
she heard April May call, standing near the door. "May I speak with you for a moment?" She glanced at Taladin, whose mouth was in a thin line. It was obvious he was in pain. Leanna came out of the house and sat by him, taking his hand in hers. "I'll keep him company and make sure he doesn't get into any mischief," she said, eyes twinkling. "I'm the master. I'm the one who's supposed to be watching you," Taladin retorted grumpily, glancing at Dylan. "Right now, that's not how it's gonna be," Dylan said, hands on her hips. "Now you sit there and don't move until I get back." Taladin shook his head, smiling. "Yes, ma'am." Dylan turned around and followed April May into the house, feeling a little irritated. She'd been at the cottage for a few days now, but she hated being ripped from Taladin's side, even if it was just for a few minutes. "What is it, Master?" Dylan asked, hoping she'd make it quick. "Sit down," April May said, gesturing to a chair at the kitchen table. Dylan did so. April May glanced around to make sure no one was listening before sitting at the table herself, folding her hands together. "I have to apologize to you, Tigress," April May said softly. "I've done all I can to protect you, but I can no longer." "What is it, Master?" Dylan said. April looked more concerned than Dylan had ever seen her, and her eyes were once again bleak and clouded. Something wasn't right. "I have a story to tell you. I ask that you not judge until you've heard the whole story." April May closed her eyes. "When I was young, the Red Huntress and I had a chance encounter. I tried to fight her off and escape, but she proved too powerful and I fell. I wish I had died that day for what I had done, but I did not, and what I said cannot be changed." "What happened?" Dylan asked softly. "What did you do?" April May trembled. "The Red Huntress tortured me again and again until I began to see visions. I tried to resist, but my craft proved too strong for me, and I told Rachel everything about the future that I possibly knew. The Rhodi took a deep breath, looking out the window at the beautiful sunset that was engulfing the horizon. I told Rachel that her end was near, that a Far Eastern woman with dark hair and eyes the color of fire, once a slave but now free, would come to join the Hunters Guild. I told her that the woman would turn her back on Rachel to become a Rhodi, and she would bring the Hunters Guild to an end. April May shuddered, tears pouring from her eyes, and I told her the name I'd foreseen. For all of Crescentia, I told her a name. Whose name? Dylan said. It was... April May shuddered. Your mother's. Dylan felt all the air rush out of her body. Gasping for breath, she swallowed and said, My mother's? It was the name that surfaced to my mind, April said. I, too, thought the warrior I spoke of was Killam, but I was wrong. I was talking about you. Dylan said nothing. April May dropped her gaze and said, Rachel left me where I was to die, and from then on, pursued to hunt your family. I picked myself off the streets, determined to save you all. Killam and your father had long escaped her grasp, and although she'd paid little attention to your family before, after I told her my vision, Rachel was determined to come after you. I tried to find your mother, to warn her, but you and your family moved so many times, so quickly, that I didn't reach. They chased all of you for years, until they finally assassinated your mother by use of a car crash. Rachel thought it was all over. April sighed. But it was far from over, because you are still alive, and now I know you're the one to bring down the Hunters Guild forever. If you don't, the war is lost. Dylan's mouth was dry. I overheard my uncle and aunt say my mother was trying to get to Taladin and Havana to give them important information. Then the accident happened, and they never got to pass that intel on. It wasn't information they were trying to deliver, but you, April insisted. I believe, as you grew older, your mother had realized that you were the one to stop the guild, and was attempting to bring you and your brother to Arrows for training. Your mother was a former hunter, and in my vision, I saw that she had a craft similar to mine. From what I can speculate, she, too, foresaw what was coming, and was trying to prepare you for your destiny. April May raised her head. There's something else. When the time comes for you to defeat the Red Huntress, you shall find your bonded partner, someone who is a mirror image of yourself. I cannot tell you who it will be. This my visions have hidden from me. But I know whoever they are, you will need his or her help to bring Rachel down. But how could Rachel not know that I'm the one your visions were about? Dylan asked abruptly. I was her student, and she's fought me multiple times. She had to have known that. Rachel doesn't realize that she never killed the one I spoke of, nor does she realize that you're Killam's daughter. She thinks she's safe. April laughed. But she's in more danger than she's ever been, because you survived. And what secret has to stay that way? I've never told anyone of this, not even my siblings. You are the only other person besides myself and Rachel who knows, Tigress. Your mother died to conceal your true identity. You can never tell anyone, not even your brother, because if he knows and is captured, we cannot be sure he won't be forced to betray us, such as I did. Dylan wanted to be mad at April May, angry at her for giving Rachel the information to kill her parents. But all she could feel was that familiar fire burning in her veins, that torturous screaming that echoed from her own throat. And all she felt for April May was pity. It wasn't April May's fault. It was simply Rachel's, whose thirst for power and desire to rule over all was causing people to die. I'll leave you with your thoughts, Tigress, April May said softly, getting up from the table. I have disgraced the name of the Rhodi and let my family down.
You haven't let anyone down,
Dylan said to her softly. It's just a terrible mistake that happened because of terrible people. April May nodded slowly and left the room, her head hung in shame. Dylan got up in a daze, heading toward the door to rejoin Taladin. April May's visions were never wrong. Her interpretation had been, mistaken Dylan for her mother, but the future and what was to come stayed the same. She was going to face off with Rachel. She wasn't even the best or the most talented Rhodi, but April May insisted that she was the one who was going to bring down the Hunters Guild. The future of her race and the future of her family rested on her shoulders. If she didn't succeed, they were all doomed. She was now responsible for the lives of everyone she loved. Dylan came to a steely resolve. No matter what it took, whatever it cost her, she'd be successful in her goal. She'd protect her family. It was all up to her. Dylan had no other choice. She had to kill the Red Huntress. The end. Dylan battles to save the Rhodi in Rhodi's Lullaby, the Rhodi Saga, Book 3. This has been Rhodi Rising, the Rhodi Saga, Book 2. Written by Megan Linsky, music by Ali Moore, narrated by Liana Walsh. Copyright 2016 by Megan Linsky. Audio copyright 2024 by Megan Linsky.